The finger. You got it. All right.
Establish for yourself a definite fixed system of conditioning your mind at the beginning of each day so you will keep it positive under all circumstances.
Positivity. Thank you, Napoleon. Hello, everybody. John, look, they came back again. Once again, these people keep coming back and back to TopstepTV, and I think they're doing the right thing. It's good to see everybody here. Lots and lots of traders, and welcome to TopstepTV. And we've got a lot going on here today. So start the week off on the right foot. Remember, this is the biggest and best internet show you're going to find on the internet anywhere, really. So hello, traders, friends, family, people of Earth. Welcome to TopstepTV. He's Smith, and I'm Wesson. And each day we bring you, we got a little, it's an inside joke. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But yeah, sit back, relax. All right, take notes, follow through. Remember, participate. We got a chat up here for you to participate, ask questions, talk to other traders, share your levels. Okay, let us know what you think where the market's going to go and the markets that you trade in. Please just don't put buy now. Okay, give us a reason, and hopefully that reason comes through and you look pretty good. So let's keep that in mind. So we're going to be your newscaster, your trading mentor, your fellow trader, good friend, your neighbor, your biggest fan. And remember that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, learning is the only thing the mind never exhausts, never fears, and never regrets. So if that's the case, let's keep on learning and let's get down to business. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, our trading mentor. Yes, my good buddy, good friend, John, a.k.a. the Hoag. Wait. Hoagland. Johnny, good morning. Welcome back.
Morning, Eddie. Happy Monday. We had together, had a little fun this weekend. We'll maybe talk about that a little bit later on. But good morning, everybody. Welcome. It is time for the opening call. Monday, August the 26th. As always, our focus here is always going to be on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Got to say good morning to everybody, and especially the top few on the chat here. One of them's kind of covered up. I can't see it, but I see Dan Trader, Anastasios, Marv Daly, my friend. It's good to see you, Marv. G-Man, right. Theo, Orion, or Orion, whichever way you like it. Pete, John Jones, Fess, Yabbersmack Holdings. Good morning to everybody. It's great to be here, and it's great to be here with my buddy Eddie. What you got, Eddie?
Well, you know what? I was reading chat, and John Jones got that XFA, and he was talking to Dan Trader. And I was really happy how the conversation went between the two. One giving a little advice, one asking for a little advice. And that's what you got to do. Find somebody here. I mean, like I said, we got a great community. And ask them, talk to them. I thought that conversation was real good, and we wish John Jones the best on his XFA. But let's get busy
100%.
here. We got a lot of news going on. U.S. stock futures was just a wee bit changed today as markets hovered near record highs. That was after those Fed heads gave a clear signal that the long-awaited start of rate cuts would come next month. It's not anything new that we know. We've been talking about this. But anyway, we did see that the Dow right now here, taking a look at our Dow. Oops, let's see here real quick here. We've got the ES is up 0.13%. We got the NASDAQ down slightly, and the Dow is up 1.6. The NASDAQ is down slightly. So we'll keep an eye on these markets here. I did see that crude was pushing some new highs. I'm not happy to see it getting back to that 80 level, but if you were with us last week, you're going to see that it is moving. So markets coming off a strong week. S&P Friday's close, putting the benchmark index less than 1% away from its all-time high that it reached in July. U.S. stock futures a little change today. Markets hovering around new record highs here. So we'll keep an eye on that. U.S. data. This week's data-dependent Fed will have a raft of economic indicators to consider ahead of its September rate decision, and including the Commerce Department's revised second quarter GDP. Also, we do have personal consumption expenditures, good old PCE, which the Feds prefer the inflation yardstick, the PCE price index. So the PCE data, we're going to be watching that really closely through recent remarks by the Fed head policymakers that indicated that the Fed's focus has shifted towards labor market risks, and that inflation is close enough to target to facilitate cutting rates in September. So economic data, Johnny's going to be going over that. John, one of the things that came over the wire here I wanted to include here is that you know about these two astronauts that are stranded aboard the International Space Station. All right. Well, Boeing wanted to get up there and say, "Hey, you know what? We'll rescue these two." But
In
NASA
February.
says ixnay. All right. Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams stranded on the ISS in June. It was after Boeing's Starliner capsule seemingly malfunctioned during a test flight. Flight was initially planned to a last minute of 9 days, but was delayed indefinitely as the agency raced to identify what went wrong. I would hate being Butch and Sunita at that point. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just go ahead, sit down. We're going to buckle you in. Things are going to be all right. So NASA's contacted SpaceX. So hopefully SpaceX can get these two back down to our lovely planet that we call Earth. So keep that in mind. Johnny, what else do you got?
All right. As far as economic numbers today and throughout the week at 7:30, the durable goods orders came out. They were looking for plus 4.9%. It came out a lot higher than that at 9.9%. Durable goods sales doing pretty well, it looks like. But core durables, they were looking for flat. It came out minus 0.2%. 9:30, we're looking at the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index. 10:30, there's a 3-month and a 6-month bill auction. And as for the rest of the week, tomorrow, we've got FHFA Housing Price Index, Consumer Confidence, Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, a couple of bill announcements, a 2-year note auction tomorrow. That's at 1 p.m. 12 p.m. Central Time. Wednesday, EIA Petroleum Status Report, of course, mortgages. Not a whole lot on the docket on Wednesday, except there is a 5-year note auction. We do have one of the talking Feds, Raphael Bostic, due to speak here on this schedule on Wednesday. They do have a tendency to pop up randomly from time to time. Thursday, we've got the second look at the second quarter GDP number coming out at 7:30 in the morning on Thursday morning, Chicago time. We also have international trade, jobless claims all at that same time. We have wholesale inventories, pending home sales, EIA natural gas report, 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction, 7-year note auction. Then again, Bostic due to speak later in the day on Thursday. Friday, the PCE number coming out. Probably the most impactful number this week, 7:30 a.m. Central Time on Friday. consumer sentiment, Michigan consumer sentiment also due out on Friday. As far as earnings this week, there's really no majors until we get to Wednesday, when the much awaited NVIDIA earnings will be out. Also Salesforce on Wednesday. Thursday, we have Dell after the close. As far as the VIX is concerned, 1603 right now, last I checked. Friday was 1686. Dollar index down to 100.84. It was 101.46 at this time Friday. And the yield on the 10-year, 3.79%, whereas this time on Friday was 3.84%. So no major changes there. That's what we've got as far as economic numbers today and through the week. Eddie, back to you.
Back to me. Yes, oil prices. Well, we did see these oil prices I mentioned a little earlier pushing higher today amid the concerns that any potential widening of the conflict in the Middle East could disrupt the regional oil supplies, while the prospect of imminent U.S. rate cuts boosted global economic fuel demand. Well, we did see the Brent crude up 0.9, U.S. the Brent WTI up actually up a full percent here today, and both oil benchmarks gaining more than 2% on Friday as expectations for this rate cut solidified. So keeping an eye on these markets. It is Monday, and let's do it the right way, all right? No rush. Don't hurry. Remember, small profits add up. Don't be swinging that home run bat. All right, let's build a foundation here. Get a good start on a Monday. Don't get greedy. And now let's get our tip of the week. This is a good one, boys and girls. So keep an eye open. We got the tip of the week ready to go. Yes, it is. Personal daily loss limit. This is what saved my career in trading. All right. Personal loss limit. Okay. So keep this in mind. Setting a personal loss limit, it is a crucial aspect of risk management. Management, I tell you, is so important here. Manage your account, manage yourself. Now remember, it helps them protect their capital, maintain emotional discipline, and this is going to give you a better long-term success in the market. So that's what I've got so far for the personal loss limit. Johnny, can you add to that, please?
Yeah, I mean, when I just walked on the floor with my shiny new badge, first thing all the pros told me was learn how to take a loss. Learn how to take a loss. Managing your personal daily loss limit, your personal weekly loss limit, all of these are extremely important to continue to trade. And as we always say here at TopStep, trade for tomorrow. Risk not the whole wad. Have a personal daily loss limit and stick to it. It's not that easy, but when we don't take losses personally, it gets a little bit easier just to say, you know what, this is not my day. I've hit my daily loss limit, personal daily loss limit, and tomorrow is another day. There's always another day coming down the pipe, another trade coming down the pipe. So how important is that personal daily loss limit? It is one of the most important things in trading.
Agree 100%. I mean, like I said, it saved my ass. All right. It's going to be a part. And the thing is, you got to commit to it. You got to promise yourself, I will follow this. All right. So commit to it, and you're going to be moving much further forward than backwards. All right. It is Monday. There is lots going on, and I know everybody's waiting for my good friend Johnny Hoag's charts. So let's get her done. Get her done. Johnny, what do you got in the charts here today for our contestants?
All right, as always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps. In short time frame, we are in an area of balance. Last week's, actually Thursday's high and low from the extended trading hour session pretty much envelops the current range that we are in. We had an inside day on Friday, further solidifying the extremes of that balance. And when we are looking at balance, we have some simple balance rules given to us by James Dalton. When you are in balance, failed breakouts, you fade, you come back into the balance. Accepted breakouts, you go with. Very simple to say, probably more difficult to do. Looking at what we did on Friday, a pretty decent up day. We added 37,000 contracts in open interest. So we did see some new buying coming in at this level. We've seen some consolidation, evened out some of the inventory, and we are currently trading pretty close to the upper extreme of that area of balance, which might provide decent opportunity in either direction. At the very least, it offers us the opportunity to limit risk. Let's take a look at this now on the 30-minute chart. We all have our charts. We all have our time frames. We're just going to look at this through the lens of the 30-minute chart. Friday's high, 56.65 quarter. Thursday's high. Friday's high, just short of that. Wednesday's high, just short of that. So we've got some pretty solid tops up here. Okay, this is the upper extreme of the current area of balance. If we're going to break out above it, we've got targets, we've got gaps, we've got naked points of control up there. There's visual targets up there. I'm watching last week's high for potential breakout continuation above it, or a failure and a push back into value, back into balance. When we fail outside of balance, typically we're going to be looking for a rotation somewhere near the low end of that balance. And I'm kind of looking at the low end of that balance at around 55.90, probably right around Thursday's low. Big range on Thursday, inside day yesterday. So further solidifies the fact that we are in balance. Volume wasn't tremendous on Friday. The profile was a normal variation, neutral day. Markets should begin looking for new opportunities or new price levels to advertise to attract trade facilitation, and that's really the market's job. So I'm watching. Last week's high is a kind of an important level at this point, and again, the profile, normal variation, inside day. Really just kind of hanging around waiting for new information, and new information is coming later on in the week with the GDP numbers and the PCE numbers and everything else that's coming out. So when we get to the NASDAQ, NASDAQ is kind of presenting a little bit of a different story. So look at where we are in the balance area in the NASDAQ. In the S&Ps, we're right up against the upper extreme of that area, the balance area. NASDAQ, we're right in the middle of it. Just kind of looking at this area of balance as last week's high and low. That's the extended trading hour session on Thursday. Pretty much put in the range for the week yesterday. And I'm focused on those extremes for potential breakouts, continuations, or failures and returning back into value. But we're right in the middle of it here in the NASDAQ, which says to me, all right, we got to try and stay a little bit patient. The market can just be very random and choppy when the market is in the middle of an area of balance like this. 4 or 5 days in that balance, volume and open interest really has been somewhat inert in the NASDAQ for the past 3 or 4 sessions. We added 3,300 in open interest on Friday, not huge. Volume was a little bit off, no big deal on the upside. But again, just looking at where price is currently sitting, it's right in the middle of the area of balance, which usually tells me I really want to try and stay patient. I'm looking at the upper extreme of balance at 20,025, the bottom 19,542. Well, that's the high and low from Thursday extended trading hour session. Be focusing on those levels for possibly some bigger opportunities. Now, I usually look at things in a little bit longer time frame than a lot of folks, and some of you folks are going to be finding hopefully some really good opportunities just where the market is. And we have to do that. We have to accept where the market is and accept what the market gives us. But look at the range from Friday. That's an inside from Thursday. Range was inside, and we're right smack in the middle of the range from Friday, right in the middle of value, right in the middle. No real overnight inventory in either the S&Ps or the NASDAQ. So I'm going to be trying to be very patient and stay and just be cool and wait for better opportunities as the day goes on. We see over and over again when the market opens in range and in value, better trade locations tend to happen sometimes. So, either shortly after the open or even later on in the trading session. All right. So be patient. The profile, normal variation, neutral day. Market is likely to go looking for new areas to facilitate trade. It's not really showing that much right now. It's 19,790. I don't know where that is 19,790. I'm just going to put this on here loosely. This is the settlement line right there. I'm just going to leave that there. I thought I had it on there, but apparently I did not. So where are we? No overnight inventory. We're right near settlement. Try and stay patient. Inside range, inside value. Try and stay patient. Typically, Mondays are usually not going to be my best trading days. So I'm going to be being very patient today. Here's crude oil. All right. 2 weeks in a row, 77.10 was the weekly kickoff high. We're finally getting a good test of that. We added 11,000 on Friday in open interest to the upside. Volume was okay. It wasn't tremendous, but the fact that we added 11,000 contracts in open interest indicates we brought in some buyers. We brought in some new buyers to this market. And as Eddie mentioned earlier, you know, the conflict in the Middle East is always going to be, you know, in question as to, is it going to disrupt crude supplies in the world here in the U.S.? And, you know, that's part of this. The fact that we're going to be lowering rates, people are going to have a little bit more money to buy gas. You know, that's all part of this move to the upside. So finally, we're getting a good test of weekly kickoff high 77.10 in the extended trading hour session. And now we're looking at opening above it. And I believe we did open above it in the regular trading hour session. So that offers opportunity. Remember, these weekly kickoff levels are areas where I believe longer time frame traders are going to be forced to or want to adjust inventories. And when we get the longer time frame traders, the bigger traders, the deep pockets traders in here, big things have a tendency to happen. We've already moved a long way overnight. Take a look at the 30. Okay. So Friday's range was relatively small. The normal variation extreme. What I'm really interested in is look at last night. We opened all the way down here at let's call it 75.10. Just call it that. Well, we're more than $2 above that now. Look at this little stutter step that the market took at weekly kickoff high, which is also a naked point of control before the open. The market opens. Where does it trade back to? It trades right back to the weekly kickoff high. The low of the regular trading hour session currently is 77.08, 77.10's weekly kickoff high. As long as we hold above that, we may be bringing in more new buyers. We've had a lot of buyers overnight. Sometimes buying begets new buying. All these overnight traders, look at what happened here at 5 o'clock in the morning. Look at all that volume. This is not just short time frame pea shooters like us. This volume that occurred in this move in the overnight indicates, you know what? Somebody woke up and they had an attitude when it came to crude oil, and we've seen some pretty substantial buying coming into this. So as long as we maintain price above that 77.10, I'm looking for a possible continuation. That can, of course, crumble at any moment. ACH, anything can happen. If the buyers back off and the shorter time frame longs that we know are in this market start to get a little bit nervous, we may see a decent pullback, which could actually bring in an opportunity or a better trade location for a long. Again, normal variation range, extreme on Friday, leaving a gap. We left a gap on from Thursday to Friday. We're leaving a gap from Friday to Monday. Watch what happens up here at this weekly kickoff high. This is going to be an important inflection level for us today, if it hasn't been already. Resistant overnight, opening above it, testing back to it, and then continuing to possibly push back to the upside. Could be an interesting trading day in crude oil. Now let's take a quick look at gold and get down to business.
Gold.
Down to business. All right. So gold has been in balance. It looks as though it is going to be starting to push the upper extreme of that balance. Overnight, open interest on Friday, we added 6,400. What else came back on Friday? Well, we had the negative delta. So we've brought that negative delta divergence back into the market as of Friday. We added open interest on an up day with negative delta. That indicates possible longer, stronger buying continuing to come into this market on the buy side. We don't know who it is. We don't care who it is. All we want to know is the possibility that they are there. This could be a government. It could be a bank. It could be a fund. It could be anything. Buying gold. All right, here we go. So balance extremes. 25, 70, 40 is last week's high. To me, I think we're already kind of pushing against the balance extremes right about this level, 25.60, let's call it 25.60. So we got to see if we see buying continuing in this market, see if we see continuation in upward momentum. We're going to be looking for higher highs. We're going to be looking for higher lows. What are we looking at? Well, since the low was put in on Thursday, we've put in higher highs. We've put in higher lows. The profile on Friday had a very weak high. Overnight inventory was long. We opened with a gap. We've been unable to close that gap. And when that happens, a very simple loose rule is when we can't close the session gap, we're looking for opportunities to go in the direction of the gap. That also allows us the opportunity to limit risk. As long as we can stay out of the gap, as long as we can stay out of the range from Friday, I'm looking for this market to continue to rotate to the upside. And again, ECH, anything can happen. It's a crazy world out there. And I think that's going to pretty much do it. So, ladies and gentlemen, say it with me. Please take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, today, all day, and every day, pray for peace.
Pray for peace. Yeah. So there you go. All right. Well, we're going to take a little break here. Fast market coming up. And our next guests are Nick4ATick and Coach Dakota. Nick4ATick, star of the market kickoff. Nick4ATick, Sunday starting at 4:45 p.m. Central Time. Nick coming off a very nice green week in his live funded account. See if we can continue that. Coach Dakota, star of slow markets. That's starting Sunday through Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, coming off a green day on his XFA. So let's keep it green. Let's keep moving forward. Keep the focus. And we're going to take a short break. Johnny, I'll meet you at the slushy machine. Okay?
Got it.
Nice
Yep.
Monday morning slushy. All right. Fast markets coming up. Don't go away. We'll be right back. All right, traders, let's get our DLLs in the gates. And I'm going to say good morning, Andre. How are you, partner?
I'm doing excellent, Eddie. I'm doing great on this Monday. The bell has just rung. We are now open. Welcome everybody to Fast
There it
Markets
is.
on TopstepTV. Let's go. Hoag, what are we looking at on this open? ES or the NQ? What are we seeing there, Hoag? Good morning.
I don't know about you guys in the shorter time frames, where NASDAQ just opened right in the middle of an inside day from Friday. I'm not really interested in anything that the NASDAQ has to offer. But in the S&Ps have opened. They've taken out Friday's high. Last week's high is 56.65 quarter. And I think that kind of breaks the area of balance that we've been in. So this is an interesting area in the S&Ps. Opening range is now 5.25 points. Here it is against Friday's high, Thursday's high. That's kind of an important level, if you ask me, is looking up at that the upper extreme of that area of balance. There's opportunity here. Which way is unknown?
Yeah, I do like a long on it on ES, right? A long for a break above that, a break above 65.
You like the long?
I mean,
all right.
What's long in the hole, like right here, right now, type of.
So just hit it.
Yeah, that's. I'm actually going to go ahead and do it. I'm joining the
right,
bid.
We got a bid in for 10. We're long 10 already.
Yes, let's go.
Let's go.
We're talking.
We may add another 10 if we take out the overnight high.
All right, long 10 from what price there, Hoag?
56.63.75.
56.63.75 plus 10.
Back in Dakota here. We're back in Dakota.
Yeah, I got 63.5.
All right, we just bought. Well, we're long 25 now.
Let's go.
Just come in with slinging size.
Monday morning.
This is amazing. Let's go. Everyone better turn. People that have not tuned in yet are missing out. House account slaying size on this Monday.
Well, I got my guy here from E-Money, Trent, talking about the ES 56.30, 57, even looking for a gap close the overnight open, and then a potential zombie rally.
Ooh, I like that. I'm close to a zombie rally right now.
Okay.
Oh,
now we're only long 20.
Shaving 5.
We've got $5,000 on $5,000 of risk on the last 20. I got to stop at 56.59 half.
56.59.
I kind of like 58 half better. It's the other side of the opening range.
Yeah, I like 58 and 58 and a quarter, 58 and a half better for a
push.
stop. But who needs to stop when we just keep breaking up, right?
Right.
That's wouldn't be the ideal outcome.
So far, so good. We just came in.
I mean, you know what they do here. You
man,
know what they're gonna do.
Oh man, what a start to a week. What do
we do now?
Start.
Go, baby.
Just hold it, let it run. I think so. We were in 25 contracts, right? You peeled off 5 for $700.
Right.
Ooh.
And this is the first initial breakout. Let's see if we could hold this and get continuation. And then I wouldn't be opposed to just trailing it.
Look at it.
See if we could get a push towards these 70s and up above these 70s. We're holding. It's nice to see this market hold above it.
I'd like to see us get all the way through this gap, which would take us all the way up to 56.90.
Oh, yeah. And Coach Vince in the chat saying 56.73 can make or break this trade. So, I mean, maybe we can peel some off it as we get up to that area.
That's the bottom of the gap.
Okay.
Good eye, Coach Vince.
Good eye.
Thank you, Coach Vince. Yes. NASDAQ catching a bit as well. S&Ps to the upside. Dow shot out of a cannon. Last trade in the crude oil. $77.42. High of the day, $77.51. Push this. Choppy today.
So we got like 4 check marks on this trade, didn't we?
I felt that. That's how I read it.
Yeah, we came in hot.
Damn, durable goods came in hot. Speaking of coming in hot, durable goods. Very hot today.
Stop loss at 58 and a half.
Yes.
They always sell it off like this. Just to watch it go higher.
They got to scare at all the stops.
I heard an order filled.
Yeah, that was not me.
Nick4ATick?
Me.
Yeah, Nick4ATick is in.
I was trying to scale and I actually just got out because I'm seeing I liked the initial long, but I took a quick scalp short for $400 in my XFAs, my combine on Topstep X.
Yep, I just every time.
Still working. My comments. I'm trying to get
let's see if
XFAs
we can...
for Topstep X. Hopefully, we can get those funded here today. I'm about 1,500 away.
Nice. I think this is going to be the area where that makes or breaks this trade right here in these 62, 61s, where we broke out. We're coming back to retest, and the question is, do we break down or do we have that continuation move to the long side? Let's see if we get back above 65s.
Long 20 from 64, 40, 56, 64. The house account. Huge week in store for us. Everybody, TopstepTV. Nick4ATick's got a position on. Dakota's got a position on. House account's got a position on. We came in prepared.
If we do make a move back up towards 65, back above 65, would you consider moving a stop loss to, like, say, 60?
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, if we can hold above kind of the Friday's close, I think it makes a lot of sense to stay in this long.
Friday's close again, Nick4ATick, in the ES?
It was like 50, what was it, 55, 56? I don't remember exactly where ES closed.
To me now, a stop loss at 56.60 and a half is reasonable.
Okay. All got squeezed there. Everyone got smoked.
And it looks like there is some
looks like the short
paper right there as well. There's paper doing the same thing. Here we go. Back up above 66. Let's see if we can get that.
Short's got
we had that initial move up, a test of support. Resistance becomes support. And then obviously a new session high above 69 is going to be the confirmation.
I need a drink.
Already?
I go to the bar for you. Do you want a straw? No,
we're good.
No, that was just a joke. Don't drink and trade.
All right.
Well,
here we go.
I mean, yes.
Let's push.
I got the stop up at 60 now.
Should be the move
Beautiful.
right
We
here.
can break into the 70s here. Jack might have to break out the Cicada Malort.
Yeah, I mean,
still got ruined.
Dobie and I's biggest trade on the house account was like 13,000, and so if we are continuing to sling size and trailing this, we could catch a really nice winner if we do catch a runner.
Yeah, looking at kind of last week's range, and I think Hoag, you talked about the same thing I did last night, where NQ basically in the middle of value, ES kind of opened the Globex session at the highs of last week, so kind of a slight divergence there, but something interesting to kind of watch here. If you get any weakness in the big tech names, does NQ kind of fall towards the bottom of that balance? Does ES kind of rotate slightly downwards if we can't hold above this level here? So definitely an interesting spot to kick us off here for the week.
Coach Hoop watching the crude cruising to a new high. Yes, it is.
Thank you, Hoop.
51.
ES is holding these 67s. I like it.
He's holding bid right now.
We're still big.
We're looking at the tilt
It's
here.
pretty-
NASDAQ 72 long. 58
Be
long.
quite open.
Someone asks, why not a break-even stop?
Close.
I personally love to have stop losses at points of invalidation, not just for just break even, because you're emotionally trading
eliminate the risk.
Yeah. It's like I just don't want to lose money, so I'm going to move my stop loss. Even though maybe there is some validity towards that, and you just have to go through and try it and test it and see if the statistics work out for you in the long run. But risking a little bit more to have a more valid stop loss is more important to me.
I also just don't love the stop to break even when you're in a long with trend in theory. It's just, you play with the odds, play with the fact that there also are passive flows here on a Monday morning that are going to naturally, add a bid to the market. It just doesn't make sense, I think, sometimes to do that unless you are counter trend trading and you're trying to protect your capital and, you are kind of in a lower probability trade, then, by all means, if it moves into your favor a little bit and you want to start taking profit, move to stop break even, go for it. But on a long with trend, let it ride.
I mean, if we did, we would have already been stopped out, right? We would have been stopped out on that pullback after the initial move. And if we did end up, breaking out on that pushback up to these 68s, then you would have felt pretty dang bad about yourself if you get stopped out for break even and then miss that run. If we did get a breakout, and here we are again, right? So, our entries at 56.64. We came down, we tested it, and we would have been stopped out for break even. Now, with hindsight, if we do sell off, of course, you're going to be a lot happier with a break even trade than having it hit your stop loss. But the trade's still valid. I mean, if we do start to rally and break up, we're making higher lows, and we're still holding above 74. And if we break out, then we would have been stopped out twice, depending on if we moved our stop loss to break even quicker, or even if we decided to move our stop loss to break even after the second initial test of 68s.
Our stop is at 60 right now.
Here.
No juice in this market.
Well, over to NASDAQ anomaly, one of our good friends here. Point of control 19,790. If we can get above that, then expect to move down.
It is starting to look a little bit more heavy than I like. We had that double top. We tested it twice. So that's okay. I got stopped out. Minus 38.
38.50.
Yep.
Minus 38.50.
That was the
Nothing
trade.
in this market. Nothing in this market right now.
All eyes on NVIDIA.
We got out at break even, right?
Hey,
Nick,
it happens.
NVIDIA.
Get VWAP right down here at 56.58. I mean, by all rights, if we were going to be playing that off the opening range, we would have left the stop where it was and have done about 8.5. Because we didn't take out the low of the opening range yet.
Having the stop loss still at 58.5.
Yeah. And here's the opening range, this gold bar right here, at 5.5 points. And until we take that out, and usually there's going to be a bunch of stops right there. So I always try and put it a little bit further away outside the opening range low. But it's been so long since we had an opening range trade play out. It's kind of on the back burner now for me.
Yeah. Just didn't want to go. One way or another. Marcus just doesn't want to go.
Well, them's the breaks.
Them's the rules. Yep. Hey, cruise still inching higher here. $77.53. Was it last week? You could have bought it for underneath $72.
It was great. It was a good trade. I mean, there was reason for it. Risk. It's good.
Crude tilt 72% long. They're still looking for some upside here.
Could we have had a timed stop, Hoag?
Maybe. Yeah, right.
I mean, because it was a breakout to the upside, yeah. Because it took out last week's high and Friday's high. Yeah, we could have time stopped.
Very long either. It's only 5 minutes?
No,
10 minutes.
Yep.
We're holding these
Still
56
holding below the opening range.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Could we get back in this is the question.
We're in 10.
Back in 10, my man. Oh, I like how aggressive we are.
We're going.
Who say the leader today is?
We've seen this before. We've seen,
We're going back to 850 for our stop.
Okay. I like that.
We got four check marks on that, right?
Yeah, we've
felt
had everyone.
I felt the 4. All right, Nick4ATick, update the board, please, with your position.
I just got long 745s on NQ, looking for
745.
a quick like 10 points to try to get this past.
Right, we got the Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. I've got mine open. Make sure you always have a little room on your screen to have those open and one eye on them. Last trade, take a look at it. Last trade in the ES, 56.62. That takes us right in the middle of lower end of zone 3. A bunch of levels, congestion here, 63, 62, 60, a lot of levels here. But currently last trade, 56.61. We are in zone 3 in the ES. Taking a look at the NQ.
Oh, come on now.
19,740. 1,740. We are in zone 6. We're in the middle of it. No prominent levels there, but again, have those Topstep daily levels opened somewhere on your screen.
Let's hold VWAP here. Hold VWAP.
Hold VWAP. We got VWAP at 56.59 here, Hoag.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, to me, it's gonna be a long if we could break above 65s.
Would you add there?
Nice bounce. What's that?
Would you add there?
I mean, if I'm in a trade, yes, that would be something possible to add. If we get back up and break above 65, 56, 65, because we held 56.60s, right? And then we rallied up to 56.65, pretty close, 64 3/4. And now we're going right back down. And the question is, do we make a higher low or do we break through it?
Well, in the chat, Daniel S. is saying, we got multi-iceberg block. Long is correct. Keep an eye on that.
Saw that. We didn't catch that. What price did you see the iceberg there, Daniel?
Yeah, price, Daniel.
Well, Eddie, since they got you on the line here.
You got me on the horn. You got the Eddie Horn on the horn.
I got horn on the horn here. Eddie, what? Yeah, I caught myself. You saw what I did there. Eddie, what do we got here for economic numbers on this Monday?
We don't got much. We don't got much. Coming up here in about an hour, we got our Dallas Fed Manufacturing Mind Your Own Business Index for August. 10:30, we've got a 3-month, 6-month bill auction. And I'm sorry to say, that is it. So we're on our own here, unless we do see something coming in off the wire. But otherwise, back to you, Andre.
Don't be sorry, Eddie. You can't control what's on the.
I'm can't control what's on them.
Yeah.
It's starting to look pretty heavy, Hoag.
Last trading week of August.
It is. Got to hold VWAP. Hold VWAP.
What's VWAP at?
58 and a half. 56, 58 half.
That's right. Where the stop loss is?
At 7.5 right now.
Okay.
Dow pushing. Dow continues to push.
Yeah, we should have bought the Dow.
Just coming over the wire here, crude traders. Libya's Sirte oil company saying that we're going to start partial reduction in production due to the continued pressure. We call on all authorities to intervene to maintain our production's level. I think that's why we're seeing this highness so early on a Monday morning in the crude. Your Highness.
Your Highness. I feel that.
77.10 was weekly kickoff high in crude. And it was resistance early, and it opened and traded right back to it after the opening. That's support right there.
Gold taking a dumpacito. Thank you, Edward Cruz.
Gold selling off here last trade. 25.54. Low of the day, 25.53.
Well, it's just sitting here.
Sitting here is right, Hoag.
Dang.
Mm-hmm. Yes, has been the consolidating market. Now the high, the previous pivot on ES is 62 3/4. If we break above 62 3/4, I'm going to enter into a long.
Okay.
Stop loss is going to be about where you have it, Hoag.
Just
57.5. That gives it a little bit of room. Just waiting for the market to break up.
Positive 4,100 in Delta here in the S&Ps, and they're on their lows.
All right. Quiet starts this Monday.
We came out swinging.
Yeah, we did.
No juice. No juice on this Monday. What's up, Nick?
Oh, I got stopped.
Yeah, just the market doesn't have anything in it right now. It's
nothing out at 9. Nothing else coming out. 9:30 Dallas Fed.
If we could break above these 62 3/4.
Everybody get out and push.
Yeah, we're holding these 59s. We've held it since we opened.
Don't say that.
And now they're stepping in. Dang.
Yeah.
All right, I'm long. I'm long from 62.
All right.
Stop loss is at 58.5. Actually, I do like your 57.5 there, Hoag.
Push this sucker.
We still haven't broke that 62 3/4. I will add if we break above it. All right, let's see if we could get this break above 62 3/4.
Okay.
There we go. We're testing it.
Bang. Bang. There it is.
There's the break above. Now can we get some momentum is the question.
5,700 positive Delta in the S&Ps.
Gotta go. Hey, upper left-hand corner of the screen, see the hashtag fast markets. You know the drill by now, but if you are new, hit us up at Twitter, hit us up at X. Use the hashtag fast markets. Send us some stuff that you'd like to share with the community here. You know, your battle station setups, your cool swag, performance dashboard analytics, cool funny memes. Anything you'd like to share with the community, hit us up at Topstep at Topstep. Use the hashtag fast markets. We'll turn that around to people. You guys in about 2 hours or so on this Monday.
Andre, do you see the pictures in Slack? We got some really cool pictures to share a little later. I was like, well, these are really cool.
I have seen them. Yes, I have.
Yeah, send them in.
Yep, send them in. We'll share that with everybody in a little bit.
Man, this market.
Just don't want to go.
The $3 range.
$3 range, yes.
Old VWAP. Old VWAP.
Has VWAP moved?
No.
It's 58.75 now.
58.75. Oh, 58 in the hours. Yep. We'll still see some light selling here. New lows just put in 25.52. Yeah, 53 last trade.
They're coming for us.
I just got stopped.
Still in.
Minus $500.
All right, now we're out. Negative 6,700 in the house account. We got work to do.
Don't want to go. Wake up, market. Wake up, market. Come on.
I'm wondering if this is going to rotate down towards 630.
That was the trade. I take it again and again, though, too, Hoag.
Yeah. It's all right. I mean, it happens.
Yep. ES or NASDAQ just selling off. We did just break through on NASDAQ. We broke through those 17s.
Yeah. I'm going to blame the NASDAQ for that loss.
We do have NVIDIA earnings.
Oh,
Wednesday.
Trying to step on the gas here.
Do we ever? 72% long in the Dow, 70% long in crude right now. 69% long, almost 70% long in the NQ.
Man, it went and hit our stops, and it's right back above these 59s.
That's what I was worried about.
Yep.
That's what I don't.
Son of a biscuit.
Biscuits. Wake up, market.
Back into this. I'm getting back into this same exact trade with a stop loss below 56.
Okay.
All right, we're in 2. We believe in you, Dakota. We believe in you.
I don't know. It's just a little added pressure with 10 lots, 5 lots for the house account following me.
Got a 5 lot on it right now.
Okay.
That's 56.
I like it. Okay.
Fair enough. I like it. What are you doing over there, Nick?
I'm just sitting on my hands for my stuff. I don't. This is where Dakota, if this one fails, I think we're counter trend suddenly after it's kind of failing to get a breakout to the top side.
Fair enough.
We've got. I mean, we're still early. We've still got 30 minutes before initial balance. I'm a big 30-minute opening range fan, and if you're looking at just that play in the first 30 minutes, if we kind of lose 60 here, I would say longs. We got to wait. Yeah, I still don't hate it just because we are still somewhat holding this, but it seems like, buyers just are doing nothing.
Yeah, NVIDIA just kind of putting in new lows now, too.
What?
Tesla, new lows.
Yeah, this is going to roll over.
Uh-oh.
Well, as expected, the unexpected. Fed's Barkin speaking here. Talking about the current low firing approach companies now take. Employment is unlikely to persist is coming from Bloomberg. He's also saying that the risk that firms will resort to layoffs if the economy weakens, and also has disinflation has spread beyond goods to the rest of the economy, boosting confidence that will continue. This over the wire. Hot biscuits out of the oven. Back to you, Andre.
Hot biscuits out of the oven. Oh, this market is just cool right now.
Yeah, not going down or up.
I'm
talking about ES. NASDAQ, that sounds like we're selling off a bit.
Mm-hmm. You still holding your long, Dakota, and ES?
Yeah. I'm long from 60 3/4. Stop loss at 56. We're still going up and to the right on the longer term since we've sold off. Back on the 22nd is up and to the right. And so I'm still liking the breakout. We're holding above this, bullish flagging pattern that we made on the 23rd through the 25th. I still like the longs here until we start to actually break the lows on this higher time frame. And that's going to be probably around, 52 on the extreme side, maybe 54 3/4. But to me, it's longs. It's longs until we start to break some of these bigger pivot lows on the higher time frame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, typically on a Monday, I would probably have 0 trades on so far, personally. But this is a team.
You know what would be an interesting statistic today that maybe how many traders have blown an account not using their daily loss limit this morning?
Oh, boy.
I'm horrified to see those stats.
Oh, man. What a move.
As I made the joke last night, I was hoping nobody at 8:30 this morning was going to go full Leroy with a $4,500 daily loss limit or maximum loss limit in a brand new combine or a brand new XFA that they activated right after that feature went live. So hopefully nobody's done that. If you did in the chat, please shame yourself. We will gladly do it here too.
Oh boy, you nut.
Someone say I did it last night, right at the open.
Big news.
I'm sure someone did.
Oh yeah, guaranteed. Guilty. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I added as we broke back above these 56.60s. I'm in 3 contracts now at 56.60 and a half.
It's right where we're long 5. Do I have a check mark or any check marks to add?
No check marks from me. I'm sitting on my hands.
Got it.
I'm still with Dakota though. I would give it one more shot, but if this fails, yeah, I would have to wait probably for initial balance to want to long this.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Okay.
Yep.
No addition.
NQ rolling over.
I mean, it's the first 30 minutes as well. So like, if trading is optional.
Good thing we didn't add.
Mm-hmm.
Market in a holding pattern a little bit right now. We're only half hour into the trading day, trading week for that matter. Big things on tap. And you heard the guys talking about NVIDIA earnings coming up Wednesday after the bell.
Wednesday
after the bell. Yep.
Wednesday after the bell. Just got stuck
Wednesday
on
after
that
the
one
bell.
as well.
Yep,
This is last trading week of August.
Hopefully after Labor Day, the big boys return to this market and we get some volume, we get some more volatility back, and normal trading will return, through the early part of November.
Yep. And TopstepTV. 1 year coming up next week.
Wow. Is it really?
Already? Wow.
It's like September 5th, September 6th or something like that. Yeah.
Yep, September 6th, I believe, was the first episode.
September 6th. Boy,
we will be celebrating at Chuck E. Cheese. Yes.
Bring your birthday party hats.
Is Chuck E. Cheese still the thing?
Yeah, they are.
Actively.
It's where you go to fight.
That I do see. I've seen enough Reddit posts there, Jack, to
parents. Yeah, the parents get at it, right?
Your kids play in the ball pit and you fight.
Skee-ball my ass. Well, you shouldn't be serving beer there with all the kids. That's the kicker.
Does Chuck E. Cheese sell beer?
Yeah.
And the pictures.
Fight juice.
Bunch of crazy kids going crazy. And
their parents got our stops, and here we are again.
Yeah. Here we are again, and I'm back in it.
Are you really?
Yeah. I'll do this until it either fails or it just keeps chopping me up. To me, the trade's still valid. We haven't broken down.
I feel you.
It's been like
I feel you.
Down and right
so
back.
So you
up,
have a check mark.
Today
Nick,
is
check
a
mark?
day. Yeah, let's wait. Let's see if Nick or someone else can add their check mark, because to me we could get chopped up, right? A lot of paper cuts until we can't stand it anymore.
Right.
We can't even get a wick above the RTH VWAP yet. It's hard to look at NQ and be like, yeah, I want to long this right now. I know ES is holding up a little bit better, but NQ just is not really showing much strength. NVIDIA is red. All of the Mag 7 is red, with the exception of Google is basically flat. You're not seeing a ton of enthusiasm here yet.
All right. We'll wait for some enthusiasm.
We still haven't made a pivot high. We have not made a pivot high. We're still making higher lows. So that is against any buying.
Just like a slow, choppy grind down within a few points on ES. But, we're still holding.
Yeah. Summer trade.
Still holding above previous day close.
Look at this wick.
In the low 50s. So, like I said, check mark for me, but I do still see the play, because it just takes one buyer, one large institutional type player, and we're back above 60, 65s, and Dakota's right.
Let me know if your check mark, if you change your idea, your thought on that check mark. I'm just a very aggressive filling broker today.
I like it, Hoag.
I mean, it worked out right off the gate, right? It's just a matter of, if we would have profit, take profit.
Yep. We were looking for some continuation above that last week's high.
So if you watched Mark Kickoff last night with me, we talked about, me not having much interest in wanting to play around in the kind of mid 7s, low 8s in NQ. But I said, where you may find natural buyers again is going to be right around 700. So far we bounced right around there. So potentially, let's see if they want to continue to kind of keep us supported here. If not, I do think we probably do roll over towards like 630. But yeah, we were still opening right in the middle of value from last week. So there was, as we talked about last night, it was just kind of be a sitting on your hands to start the week. And, nobody wants to enter a trade in the middle of the range.
Yeah. In the NASDAQ for sure. It was right in the middle.
Wake up market. 75% long in this is a sleepy market right now. 50% long in gold. Not a whole lot showing. 64% long in the NQ still. Not a whole lot showing there just yet.
Crude still showing around 70% long.
70%?
Looking forward.
Ooh, yep, I got you. Right.
Yeah.
Patience. Hands off.
Wake up market.
Let's see if we get a nice failed auction on either side of it at some point today. Maybe that'll be a good one for us.
That'd be nice.
Well, while we're being patient.
Tight range. What's up, Jack? How'd you hit him on Friday?
My game's completely fallen apart, but then I went out to the range yesterday and fixed everything I am going to be shooting. I might be on the next Ryder Cup game after this one.
You really? A little tweak here, a little tweak there.
Exactly. Baby
Jack chipped one in on 18. He's like, I'm back to the range. I've got everything fixed.
Well done,
Go buy some new golf clubs.
Yes, upgrade everywhere. Thank you, Jack.
Well, let's see if the Fed can help me buy some new golf clubs. First, I just want to take an update of the Fed watch here. Not much has changed. We're looking at 63.5% probability of a quarter point cut, or 36.5 of a half point cut come September 18th. This has been pretty steady for now. We'll see after. Remember, the economy flows through NVIDIA. This is the big event for me this week, not PCE. All right. So NVIDIA has been beating crazy estimates on revenue since at least Q3 of 2022, right? Look at these estimates that they have to beat. I think it's a 16% increase over last quarter. And then it's like nearly a 50% increase quarter over quarter from Q1 to the expectations for Q1 25. So NVIDIA, you need us. We need you. You need to save us. That is going to be a rocking earning call. So place your wagers. And lastly, Andre, you shared this. This was gaining a little traction online.
Yeah.
Don't do this. My Uber driver just lost everything. It was nice knowing y'all. And it looks like Topstep X is up there on the iPad.
Yes. Yeah.
We got doubles there. We got.
How do you see out the windshield? That's my question. How is the driver able to see out the windshield with all those screens and such?
He just lets NQ drive us.
Follow NQ, but yes.
Follow the. I got stopped out. By the way, we're now breaking some major support, and this market continued to get ugly.
It went viral, Jack.
So do we sell a pullback?
Yeah, I would say so.
That would be the right thing to do in this market.
Someone pointed out, I love content stuff. It's the my Uber driver, and the picture is taken from the driver's seat.
That is true.
Anything for engagement, Jack.
Yes.
I respect the hustle.
Yeah.
Where would we be looking to get short, Nick?
A reoffer potentially around 700 in NQ. Yes. Probably to
53.
55. What was that overnight? Little consolidation there.
Yeah, we did test that.
Yeah, maybe 55s.
Okay, yeah, I could see 55 as well.
55s. Okay.
I even see 53, depending on how aggressive we want to be. We might not even get a chance.
NQ show back up around 630, 600.
That sounds like a couple of check marks there. What about the chat? Do we like looking for shorts up here in the S&Ps around 53 and 55? I've got orders in at both.
Nice.
We got 5 lot in at 53 and a 5 lot in at 55 if we get there. Seems like it's trying to keep us out now.
Yeah, when the market does go, it doesn't you get back in, right?
Yeah,
but when it
in.
reverses, it gives us many opportunities.
Oh, yes.
Coach Vince is
where's our
working a
risk
short
if we get these? Where's our risk?
68 and a half. We might not get those. Coach Vince is also working a short at 56, 53 and a half.
Okay.
Nice, Vince. I know what he's thinking. Value area special situation play. Opened. Above value. TPO value high, 53 and a half. Acceptance brings us all the way down to 56.25. Vince, good eyes. Good eyes, Vince.
Yeah, this thing could get really ugly.
Come on.
I'm looking at this on a higher time frame on the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ could break 600. We could even go down and test 550s here in the NASDAQ if we continue this.
Come on, let us in.
Just a lower high on a higher time frame.
It's not me. Come on. Within a tick. Within a tick. What do you guys think? Should we short these? What's the chat say?
Short in the hole. I mean, if we could find a way to short, I like it. Whether it's getting in as we have a pullback, or if we break down, because like you could use a stop order to get in as we break down on this.
It's going long. Just stop trading.
Nick's over there.
Short it. Yep. Now you're in the hole. Opposite of whatever you've been doing. That's absolutely right.
Yep. This is. Well, let's see if buyers want to push us back up here. They're trying to hold it.
All right.
Yeah, I like.
We got 5 on.
Oh, okay.
Short 5 at 53. 56, 53 even.
Our Snow saying wait for the pullback.
It was a pullback.
Yeah, that was the pullback to 53s.
In?
I'm short at 52.
Nice.
Looking for a continuation back towards where is that? The 30s. We could. Do we have a rotation down to the 20s? Is the next question.
No, I mean if we're gonna follow value area special situation rules, I mean eventually the low will be 56.25.
Selling off here.
All right, coming into 630. Let's see what happens.
Boom. In the 630s. Well, the day 628.
Those 53s
got
were
into that
nice.
short.
Yeah, those were good.
What did we get filled at? We didn't get 55s, did we? I don't think it went up.
No, we only got the 53s.
Yeah.
So we're only short 5.
Coach Vince has a 56.34, 56.25 target.
When the trade's going in our favor, it's never enough on.
It never goes. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah, we were taking losses on 20 lots. Dang it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We tried to get 10 on there, but we just didn't get filled on the 5s, 55s.
Yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
Thanks, Jack. The question now is, do we want them? We still got check marks for this, right?
Yeah, I think, myself, Coach Vince is also putting a check mark on it, right?
Basically, we went right to TP, put the volume point of control from a Friday there. 56.48 was that volume point of control. Vince has his check mark. You have your check mark. We're checked in. Thanks, Vince. Vince, my guy from the East Coast family.
Boy, it feels like some it's like pulling teeth around here.
Yeah, overnight low is 56.40. 56.40 is the overnight low.
Trent's talking about still liking the shorts down to the 30s in the ES, then look for a full reversal. Thank you, Trent.
What's the delta?
Negative 4,200
on ES.
I'm sorry, positive 4,200. Positive 4,200. So it is a divergence.
Hey guys, I'm gonna step out for a second here.
That's bearish to you, correct?
Well,
positive, the market's selling off.
It's actually. I mean, as long as it continues to increase, as price continues to go lower, that would be bearish. But right now, we're hanging here at the lows, and it's and it's positive. So that means possible longer time frame buyers. I've been looking. I'm not seeing any real iceberg buys in this market here. Just a couple little spots here, but nothing tremendous. I want to see it hold below 53. Really. I'm going to cancel this 55 offer. I know it's obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
And moving my stop. You see a pullback to move the stop back to like 54, like a swing high.
52.5. 52.5 is where my stop is. And we're starting to break down as well.
Yep.
See if we get this continuation down in towards the test 40.
So I joined you at the stop at 52.5. I mean, that's a 2-tick winner, but I just want to be above the most recent swing high.
Yeah, 52.25, or basically 51.75 is that recent swing on a much smaller time frame.
Got it. 100 tick.
We're not. Yeah. Yep. 100 tick.
Wake up, market.
We're not getting a lot of momentum to the downside. It's just been we break and then we bounce, break and then bounce. I mean, it's obviously that's good for, if you're in a short, we're slowly grinding down, but not a lot of momentum. It's summer then, right? That kind of explains summer. Low volume, low volatility.
It's the start. Yep. Start of the week. I think Andre from Edgeville talks about this. Yeah, Andre from Edgeville talks about this. Just light volume on these Mondays. To be expected.
Are we just going to slow grind down is the question.
Yeah, well. We got. Start pulling some levels from Team Higher Highs, Team Bulldozer, Team E-Money. Let's know if we got anything popping in here. Hey, JD, if you're ready to go, let's rock it right now. We got some P&Ls from Friday.
We go see money, take money. Do we trim our loss a little bit here? I don't. Just looking for ideas.
I mean, it's still bearish to me. I mean, there's an argument to be made to move a stop to like 56.49, 56.49 and a quarter.
Well, it's quiet. Let's take a look at some P&Ls.
Yeah, come on in. There's a whole lot of nothing happening right now.
Cool. Yeah, let's not get too twisted up on this. Here we go. Yeah. Yesterday or Friday's best P&Ls from the live funded accounts. All right, our guy Liam is back. More than $20,000 trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Liam's back on the leaderboard also. We're going to see him in a little bit.
Ooh.
Gang was also trading the NASDAQ, took home more than $20,000 or $10,000, close to $11,000. Sadara with $6K trading the NQ and MNQ. Lewis had a nice day trading crude oil, close to $6,000, trading nothing but crude oil for Lewis. Nice job. And Nick4ATick, there he is, back on the list, $5,100 trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Nicely done. Give me just 1 minute. I'm going to switch up these overlays, and I'll have the XFA P&Ls for you. Just 1 second.
Sounds good, JD.
Yeah, caught a nice
job, Nick.
Short once Powell stopped talking. One trade, locked it up. Start your weekend.
Yeah.
On Friday, right? Yeah, that was Friday.
Friday morning.
Let's out here. One from 6.2.
That's all it takes. Those traders
long,
with just a few trades a day. Yeah, I did. I mean, I was scalping that. But just a few trades a day. That's all it takes. You don't need 50 trades, 20, 30.
No, and that was a 3-lot too on NQ. Like that was a
very nice.
You don't need to throw on a 15-lot to make very good money. You can just kind of play the trends.
Yeah.
Crude continue to sell off here, about off 60 cents from the highs. Last trade $77.07. High of the day $77.60.
Point of control on the NASDAQ shifted down to that 630 level. Let's see if buyers can keep us above that and potentially make a run back towards maybe something we can reoffer and actually short.
It is a pretty low point of control there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this market's not getting any continuation to the downside right now.
All right, so I am, on that note, flat. We trimmed our loss by 1,000. We're going to be patient, let the initial balance play itself out, and look for something tasty and juicy after the initial balance finishes. We're flat right now.
What time's the initial balance finish? In just
about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right at 9:30.
Before that happens, I got some
72.
Oh, GT.
I've got some juicy XFA P&Ls for you from Friday if you're up for it. You ready for this?
Wild.
All right.
Violently range bound day. Gosh.
At the top, hey picked up more than $38,000 trading the NQ and MNQ. Junior went gangbusters on the NQ on Friday. He was trading 5 XFAs. Lead account made nearly $23,000. All in, he profited All-in, he profited a total of $113,980 across all 5 XFAs on Friday.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Crazy.
Wow.
Kingway.
Man.
Kingway is back. Kingway was also copying trades across 4 XFAs for a total of $89,413 in profits on Friday. So a couple of huge days for Junior and Kingway. Then we have Junior actually popped up on the leaderboard pretty high. We're going to see him in a little bit, but we've seen this type of movement before on the leaderboard. Then we have Roby. Roby put together a nice day trading the ES and NQ. 8,600 in the ES, 7,200 in the NQ, spreading it out pretty evenly. Nice job, Roby. And finally is Jason. Jason picked up a solid $14,259 trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Nice job to all these XFA traders. Back to you guys.
That's huge. That's a big day.
Big numbers.
100,000 in a day.
Big numbers,
Big.
man.
Crazy.
All right, Marcus got
I got
wake
stopped
up.
out of that one. So minus 2,900. Basically my daily loss limit.
Dang.
Still having
glad
one
I
of
took
those
that when I
things,
did.
right? Just because I could take that loss limit off, but that's as much as I think is reasonable to lose in a day.
Well, I'm glad I took some money on that one. We took 1,000, so we trimmed our loss by 1,000 there. There's a whole day left.
Mm-hmm. We didn't get that continuation to the downside. So hanging around.
And it's only Monday.
It's
It
only
is.
Monday. Which was long. Friday's opening range. Team higher highs, long from 612.
Vince still in it, sitting at break even.
Yeah, I mean, I could still see it. It's just it was too close to my day loss limit. I closed it out before it got there.
Yeah, I did the same. I'm probably going to take that 2,300 in my combines, move on to the next day, not turn 23 into $3,000 because you kind of can, and you don't have a ton of drawdowns. So for me, that's a small NQ trade, about 15 points with 2 lot to try to dig yourself out of the hole. Not worth it. I'll come back tomorrow and continue to work on those.
Yeah, market's just ugly right now in terms of price action. I've been trading ES as well.
Yeah, I've definitely been trading ES a little bit more, especially in my live account lately.
I've noticed that.
NQ's been very wiki and stopping me. The same thing. I'm getting stopped out when the move's still in progress, and then you're kind of afraid to get back in, and then the move happens. Versus ES, that doesn't necessarily happen as often or as easily. Where you are, you're like we've talked about this. NQ tends to wick in 20 to 30 point ranges, where ES that may be 2 to 3 points, and you can still be in a trade.
Vince still in that short, looking good. Vince is the man.
Vince says everybody push. Everyone push.
Everybody push.
Got 2 minutes left. 2
So
minutes left till.
you want to know what's
Yeah, go ahead,
interesting
Dakota.
is I was joking because I have an account just called Yellow or Black Monday in honor of all the traders who do not use a daily loss limit today. Today's a really crappy day. I'm at my daily loss limit. Nick4ATick, you're done for the day, right? You're basically not at
My
daily loss
combines,
limit,
yeah.
but you're cutting yourself off short, right? Yeah, I cannot stress this enough. Last night, and I think you stressed it too, yesterday, Nick4ATick, that just because you can doesn't mean you should. And with great, what's that saying? Great power comes great responsibility.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, and we talked about this when I was, I guess, announcing the feature release shortly after we started market kickoff. You are your first risk manager. If you're going to trade your own personal account, if you're using Topstep as a gateway to trade your own money and time, I mean, that's rule number 1. You have to manage your own risk. There's not going to be a system in place, a risk manager like Mick to kind of, pull the reins back. You have to do it yourself. So this is a good tool, especially if you've built up a balance. If you've gotten your XFAs off the ground and maybe in a 50K account and you've built a nice balance and you want to shift it to maybe a 2K daily loss limit. Well, that's what you would do if you were trading a personal account. So it gives you that first line to be your own risk manager. So it is a good thing. I definitely think that's the case where I'd be looking to potentially increase it, not to YOLO the account day one, trade one, Monday morning, and hope for the best.
Yeah, I agree. We're starting to sell off again here on the ES to test these lows. That's a great trade by our coach Vince.
Yeah, good trade. Yeah. NASDAQ has extended the initial balance. The S&Ps have not.
House count flat. Dakota flat. Nick4ATick flat. You heard Dakota and Nick talking about removal of the DLL, the daily loss limit. Let's get into a little bit further detail. I got my man Gabe standing by. Gabe, talk to us about the daily loss limit removal and what do we got going on here at Topstep?
All righty. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. And bouncing a couple of things at once here, so forgive me. I'm running the show as well as having to do this announcement, but I'm excited to share that we are officially saying goodbye to the daily loss limit in Topstep X. Now, this has been removed from newly reset and newly opened trading combines starting last night at 5 p.m. Central, as well as any sort of activated express funded accounts in Topstep X as well. So you'll notice that the DLL, or the daily loss limit, will no longer default on the account. At the top of the platform, you will not see the typical daily loss limit little badge. But I want to encourage you guys, the removal, obviously, of the daily loss limit, they just talked about this with, it gives you more control over your trading, allows you to tailor, your risk tolerance to your trading experience. And this can be per account, right? You have different strategies, potentially different risk tolerances on different accounts. This is a good thing, and especially the fact that you now have a personal daily loss limit to use in the platform that allows you to customize what sort of downside risk you're really willing to take in the market on a daily basis. Obviously, just more customization, more control. I think this is a good thing. You guys have requested this for quite a while now. I know it's coming down to other platforms down the road here, but for right now, this is a great first start for us to continue to update our program and give you guys some excellent, features and just the ability to continue to have better control over your experience. So that's what we're doing today. I'm going to demo a little bit here for you guys. So we're going to switch over to my charts. Let me do that now here. There we go. Okay. So you guys should, in just a second, charts here. Perfect. All right. Thanks for your patience. So at the very top, I've got Topstep X open. We're just in a little practice account. Notice that there's no daily loss limit badge at the top anymore. So on the left-hand side, I'm going to go over to our platform settings, and we're going to stay in. Let me switch over to a combine. Perfect. Okay, so I'm in the combine. I've got my risk settings tab open, and on the right-hand side, there is a personal daily loss limit. Now, the most important thing, other than determining a value, so for this example, let's say I wanted my daily loss limit to be $500. I'm going to go ahead and always make sure that you are confirming what action that this platform is going to execute when the threshold gets met. So when $500 gets met, I can either have it do nothing, which is the default. It'll just tell you you've hit your loss limit, but nothing really happens. You have liquidate, which just liquidates the positions that caused you to breach that threshold. But this leaves your account enabled for trading for the remainder of the day. The default, which is how our typical daily loss limit process would work, would be liquidate and block. So I want to make sure that you guys know if you're looking to automatically be disabled for trading for the remainder of the day, in addition to being liquidated upon that threshold being met, that's the one we want to select. So I'm going to go ahead and put liquidate and block. And they also obviously have the personal daily profit target here. So let's say I wanted to match that with a little 1-to-1 for the day. And then just triple check that the action underneath is always set to either liquidate or liquidate and block, depending on what you'd prefer to have happen. But that's it. That's how to set it up. Really easy to find, obviously. Just once again, platform settings on the left, risk settings, and then on the right-hand side, you'll see a personal daily loss limit, personal daily profit target. So we still recommend that all traders set a personal daily loss limit, but of course, the choice will be yours going forward Topstep X, and other platforms to come in the hopefully near future. But that's all that I have for you guys right now. I'd love to send it back to you there, Andre. It looks like he's not back. Hoag, I'm going to send it back to you, brother.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Right. Goodbye.
You guys see this market now. Goodbye to the market. Take a look at the NASDAQ. I'm watching the hourly chart, and we're all the way back down to the August 22nd low, testing these, 550s. This is what I was looking at.
Last week's low right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, NASDAQ certainly got some legs to the downside, and the delta is congruent. It's negative 5,000 right now in the NASDAQ. We're still positive delta, 2,400 in the S&Ps. So we've seen some selling there in the S&Ps. We're not really we haven't really gotten to the point of control from Friday in the S&Ps, 5634, or value low, 5625, but it certainly seems to be heading that direction. And as long as we stay below the initial balance low, 5644.75, I think we need to be looking for shorts. There's always the possibility of a failed downside auction, but we've got a long time before that. Remember, we opened above range, above value. Now we're inside value. Value acceptance brings us to low of value, which could bring us all the way down to 56.25, which our good friend Vince is still in that short and looking to maybe get that opportunity down there. We get the point of control. That's a pretty tasty profit target right there, 56.34. As long as we stay below that initial balance low, 56.44.75, we should be looking for shorts. If we do bring price back inside of it, that's a possible failed downside auction, and the market could rotate back to the upside. So we're going to stay patient. We're going to look for opportunities as we get deeper into the fast markets here. We've got an hour and 20 minutes. There's going to be something we're going to be able to find here. I'm hoping that we get a move back up to the IB low in the S&Ps. Could be a short there.
Looking for a pullback to short. Yeah, this is an interesting level on the higher time frame here in the NASDAQ. These 550s, if they don't hold, we could see a push and test 470s possibly. But this thing is getting ugly fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It almost feels like point, click, and pray.
Oh yeah, we're breaking. We're starting. This is getting even more ugly.
Yeah, just took out last week's low.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say this is a bit of a misread for the day on our part. After we kind of could not hold above the whatever you want to call it, the 5-minute opening range. Hoag, I don't remember what time frame you used for that. Your opening range trade could be the 1 minute off the top of my head. I don't remember. But I feel like once we couldn't do that, we couldn't get back above VWAP. It was potentially a short all the way. So little hindsight capital trading here, but kind of a misread. I'm a little, mad at myself for not doing this because me, I love shorting.
Yeah.
Oh, we're breaking through it. We're breaking through it fast. Back now testing 512s, 511.
NASDAQ is just getting smushed.
Violent.
Well, see,
selling off.
You know what, Nick, just right on the opening call, we looked at the daily and we said, all right, so we're up near the upper extreme of a 5-day balance. If we fail above, we have to go short and look for rotation back near the low. And we just lost, I guess, that in conversation or in passing. But when we failed above last week's high, the extreme of that balance area, we should have been thinking about shorts, especially when we gave up that VWAP on the 30.
Yeah, we couldn't, we couldn't hold above Friday's highs. It definitely, you play that for a short.
We were right. We were short.
Call it hindsight. Yeah. We did get short. We took money instead of letting it play out. But and you call it hindsight capital if you want. But I mean, that's the way you learn. I mean, if you look back at the things that have happened, you may learn something about what might happen in the future.
Good point, Hoag. Indeed. So when would go?
The NASDAQ is looking like a shoulder, head, and shoulders now. It's the more I look at it, the uglier it gets. see a push down to.
I was sad. I was optimistic for some air horns this week with us trading over 700.
Just a whole lot of nothing right now, boys.
When it gave up last week's high when we were long 25 up there. I mean, I did lighten up by 5, but that should have been a little bit of a signal for us to say, hey, wait a minute, this isn't going. It looked good though up there, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked like you made that trade and the classic breakout works.
Yeah.
Yeah. It always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom.
All right, last trade in the ES, 56.37. Low of the day, 56.31. Look at the NQ again. It's been quiet. Slower Monday. We got things on tap for later on this week. Last trade in the NQ, 19,540. Low of the day, 19,505. Crude saw some buying step in when we saw that initial 60-cent sell-off. Look at these buyers come in here. Tilts.
You got
shown on the tilt.
On the 30-minute chart, the 100 and 200 session moving average coming in at 32 and 33 respectively, right there. And that's really close to that point of control, which was TPO point of control yesterday was 34. So there's a little confluence there. And it doesn't surprise me. We're seeing some buyers come in and taking a look at possibly some longs off of that level.
We are below. Yes, yeah. This is looking heavy for
NASDAQ for sure.
Yeah, 400s, 19,400s, maybe even a 300s if we get a deeper sell off. But this can continue to get ugly fast.
The NASDAQ is definitely the weakest because we haven't even taken out Thursday or Friday's low in the S&Ps, not to mention the low of the week in the S&Ps. NASDAQ is far weaker. If you're going to long anything.
Come look at this. Gold trading sideways. Last trade 25.52. About $6 off the lows there. This feels like a Monday summer trade right now. NQ, so we think NQ's the weaker of the two? NQ's weaker than the ES right now?
Yeah, much weaker.
Okay.
So right here on my notes from this morning in the NASDAQ, I kind of said that I'm looking at the low of the current area of balance in the NASDAQ at 19,542. 19,542. What's our low? 19,505. 542 is last week's low. So again, it's another situation where if we're looking at range-bound trade and we can't accept below that level, the play is to the other side. Here's the IB low right here. It's all the way up at 608. This could be a really big failed downside auction, but we're going to need some buyers to come in and really come after this thing if that's going to happen.
We're going to need some volume. We're going to need some volume, yes. Something. Yeah. Stay patient.
Look at the S&Ps. The S&Ps are, here's Friday's range. We're still kind of in the middle of Friday's range. That's where we opened in the NASDAQ, was right in the middle of the range from Friday. Here's last week's low. I believe that's correct. And last week's low. Thursday's low. And the NASDAQ's trading down here. S&Ps are way stronger. They're holding it up much better.
Rotation. Meanwhile, the RTY is positive.
Okay. We did see. I saw CNBC running a headline: new highs in the Dow, all-time highs in the Dow. So we got rotation in the Dow, RTY. Jack, not a whole lot doing anything. You seeing anything over there in the bond market? I know we talking about the Fed watch tool. All eyes on that 50-point basis cut. What are those probabilities up to now? Anything happen over there?
As usual, it's a little more muted. If you look at the 10-year, not that much movement. 3.788 in the 10-year right now. We're kind of at an important yield level there where it's tended to bounce off right around here a couple times going back to December of 2023.
What's that yield? What's the yield at right now on the 10?
10-year is 3.78, 30-year 4.08, and the 2-year at 3.9. That's obviously a lot lower than it has been in a long time. It was above 5% as recently as May. Mm-hmm. But once again, the 2 years also at a level, if you take away sort of that big drop when things were going crazy in yields on it, it's at kind of a level that it hasn't really breached yet, going back to May of 23.
May of 23. Okay.
Yeah. Big levels in yields. Alarian is saying that the bond traders are getting a little overzealous. There's a lot of traders are long the bond futures.
I believe it. That 50-point cut.
Just watching this NASDAQ go.
They've priced in like four. I'd have to look at the exacts of it, but they've priced in a lot of cuts coming forward. So they better happen.
Better happen is right. Well, the market tried to force the Fed's hand. What do they do to carry their water?
Like it was that long ago that they were pricing in 7 cuts this year.
Sure were, man.
Right at the start, right?
Grain of salt with even the bond traders.
All right, take a look at Topstep daily levels here. This market is just sleepy right now. Last trade in the ES, 56.39. 56.39 takes us into zone 4. Overnight low, 56.40. Yeah, I mean, just patience. NQ. Someone's in. NQ, last trade, 19,560. 560s take us into zone 8. So upper end is zone 8. We got 19,550 support. Obviously, low of the day, 19,505. Low on the day. So, very, very slow.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a bounce off on the NASDAQ from 505 to these 560s. The question is, will it hold? What if, I mean, this was boring, but now we've, not the NASDAQ, right?
What do you see, Dakota?
300-point sell-off on the NASDAQ, and it's Monday. It's Monday. Like I said, I'm going to be interested in see how the traders are doing it without daily loss limits.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting experiment.
We will see who the disciplined traders
are. All that data right now, I'm not optimistic.
I mean, hey, the people wanted it. The people got it. The chips fall they made,
it's a tough trade. This is the first day that we released it, and that we've had this kind of violent sell down, and this was a tough trade. Even if you had the daily loss limit in place.
Yeah. Now the positive. I mean, what positives do you see on this, Nick? Because, to be honest, yes, we're all negative because we see traders get very emotional and not use daily loss limits. But on the positive side, traders who are able to utilize it, put their own daily loss limit, shows discipline. They could do it from, a combine XFA to a live account, and then, use that same discipline and apply that to their own personal accounts as well.
So what are the positives, you ask? Let's discuss that. What are the positives? Self-accountability, holding yourself accountable, really ingraining discipline, instilling discipline in yourself. carry that over into the live markets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like it makes it closer to how you would trade a personal account. So it allows you to kind of keep improving on yourself as a risk manager, as your own, preservation of capital, and not be handheld as much. So it really just kind of allows you to continue to evolve your trading, especially if you've been trading well. I think you can definitely open things up a little bit. If you are seeing the markets well, you have built a good cushion, good balance, and you want to sling a little more size or hold positions a little longer and not worry about having to go stop break even. Maybe you can let your stops play out and not be worried and see if you can catch that larger trade, because you're not, in a 50K account, let's say, worried about it coming back and, wicking you out for $1,000 when you've been on a pretty good run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know I get a lot of feedback where traders are just like, where they just barely get wicked out, hit the daily loss limit, whatever they have. And it can be a little bit frustrating. There are traders that do it the correct way that I've seen, right? Where it's just, they're not risking the entire account all at once. Maybe they're trading and it takes, like a whole day worth of trades. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think of a positive side, and it's very hard to do that. Traders risk an entire account on one day.
Yeah. It's freedom.
It's one thing to do it in even one day if you're fading a trend or things like that. I think where people are going to get in trouble is, guys, do not do it in one trade. That is just insane.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in a combine. Again, you just bought it. You throw on 15 lots and 150K, and you're going to let that roll 15 points. And come on, NQ moves in 15 points in seconds.
And it's gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, the removal of the DLL. This is for new Topstep X accounts only, including those that reset or receive a new express funded account this week. Like, it's just, again, new Topstep X accounts. All right, chat. Pull up in the chat. With Topstep X, did you set your own personal daily loss limit? So two options. I set a daily loss limit. I don't set a daily loss limit. It's very straightforward.
I like that.
I want to see if this poll comes back. Yeah.
Go full port, full Leroy, and see what happens.
Full port, full Leroy. All right. Well, early returns, 400 votes. 74% says I set a daily loss limit.
You gotta have a personal daily loss limit. You gotta. Otherwise, you're gonna go on tilt and lose it all. I mean, on that one day, if you can't stop.
Even look at my combine set that's down 2,300. Like, I'm going to lose that. That's going to be another $700 loss to a DLL. Like, you kind of just also need to be an adult and just be like, no, I know myself, and there's not a lot of wiggle room there. Why take the extra 700 and continue to dig a bigger hole? Come back tomorrow.
Exactly. Trade for tomorrow.
Even on, especially live accounts. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see shoulder tap today. Shoulder taps. Who's on shoulder tap? Is it Mick?
Well, tomorrow especially.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yes. Yeah, that'd be a lot
better. Dakota, it's me and Ben today. Mick's on special assignment, so Ben will be on shoulder tap for a bit.
Special assignment.
Special assignment.
Creeping a little higher in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 19,573. Tilt 50-50 across the board. What's up,
ES? Still struggling to get above the overnight low.
Come on, ES. Someone wake up. Taking a look at the Topstep daily levels. Again, we were in the lower end of zone 8 in the ES. Smack dab right in the middle of zone 8.
Last trade NASDAQ's found buyers.
It has.
We tested 505 and we rallied up 75 points from there. Be interesting to see, this continue to hold. And if it does, that would be interesting, where it's like that was the low of the day, 504s, 505. I've seen it done before.
YM was going to go there. YM back to VWAP 41,403. Gold showed everything pretty much in a bit of a range. As far as crude and gold go, I think Dakota said buyers are stepping back in the NQ, about a 70 point relief rally, if you want to call it, a bit of a retrace off the lows. 19,505 is the low. Last trade 19,580.
580s.
We do have a 3 and 6 month auction here coming up at the Euro close too, for all our bond traders out there.
Shout out to Jack. Hey, all right, my man JD's got some hot streaks and payouts chilling in the oven. Let's see if we can pull those out and see how Mom made them. JD,
let's rip through these.
Yep,
let's rip through these real quick. Here are your hot streaks from Friday. All right, so we lost one trader from the list. David A hit his daily loss limit on Friday. Ended his streak at 26 days. Godspeed to you, David. Thanks for playing. That leads us to today's list. Here we are. So Delesh still hanging in there. Another $4 for Delesh on Friday. Now on a 34-day hot streak. Again, once Delesh is gone, only people eligible for payouts will be on the hot streaks list. But I do appreciate you sticking around, Delesh. You make my day every morning. All right, Benjamin. Benjamin's still hanging around too. $250 trading the NASDAQ. He's now on a 27-day hot streak worth $7,600. Nice going, Benjamin. Ernie slowing down a little bit. Ernie made $7 trading the micro ES on Friday, but Ernie is eligible for a payout. So maybe take that payout before the DLL comes. Yeah. But there is no DLL anymore. All right, Bradley, $217 and is on an impressive run right now. 21 days worth close to $13,000. And Amani is new to the list today. Amani took David's spot. Amani is now on a 21-day heater, trading the NQ and MNQ worth just about $5,000. Nice job to all these traders. All right, how about some payouts? What's the weekly over-under? Someone call it.
Oh, the weekly.
Weekly.
3. No, well, hold on. I'm trying to do some.
3. I'm going to say
2.9. I'll say 2.9. 2.9. 3.5.
What do you have it?
I was going to say 2.8.
2.9, yeah.
I said no. I think it's going to be 3.2.
You ready?
Yep.
Nice call.
I'm going high.
Nice call, Dakota. Dakota with the big win here. 3.259.
Oh, nice. You got really close.
Nice.
1,700 payouts worth average payout of $1,700. Down a little bit from the previous week. We were at over $2,000 for a bit, but I know MP went on talking about how people are out of town, not trading, taking vacations. You're not trading, you're not taking payouts, right? So we did have a little bit of slowdown of people requesting payouts, but I'm sure that'll pop back up again next week. Want to see last week's biggest payouts?
Yeah.
Last week's payout leaders. Some big ones.
Come on.
Our guy Drayton, he's been all over social media. He's doing some good stuff with his money too. It took another $66,000. Did something. He teased that he was doing something. He teased on X that he was doing something nice for his mother with a payout. I didn't follow up to see what he actually did, but he was pretty proud of himself, and we're proud of you too, Drayton. I hope it all worked out there. Adrian's on one of our levels teams, $60,000, close to $60,000 for Adrian. Wuju's on our leaderboard, $56,000. King, we saw him earlier on the XFA P&L list, close to $40,000 for King. And Liam, Liam was on our live funded P&L list, also on our leaderboard, $32,000 for Liam. I hope all these traders had a nice weekend with all that dough. That's real money, folks.
A lot of money. Yep.
All right, I'll be back in just a minute.
Thanks, JD. Hey, quick.
Yep.
Yeah, we got the poll results back. 800 votes. With Topstep X, did you set your own personal daily loss limit? 73%. I set a daily loss limit. Good. 26% of y'all. I don't set a daily loss limit. Well,
getting close to a failed downside auction in NQ.
Ooh.
We've just been staring at
that. Staring at it.
Could be a spot we might reoffer around 600, 610s. Let's see.
Just opened with a few single TPOs there.
Nvidia's bit off its lows, it looks like. So let's see if it's trying to form a bottom here on the day.
Oh, that's a nice wick on that 30-minute chart there in that Nvidia.
Mm-hmm.
We're breaking above 19,600s.
Yes, we are. Take a look at the daily levels.
Low is 608.
Tilt 50-50. Not much doing there.
Hey, one thing I wanted to jump in and mention, this is coming over the wire here, really nothing hot news, but a few establishments have mentioned Canada slapping a 100% import tariff on Chinese EVs. Canada is imposing a 100% tariff on all Chinese-made electric cars, vehicles effective October 1st. I mean, that's a pretty big step.
Huh. I like it. Okay.
They got a 25% levy on steel, aluminum, matching the U.S. here. Just little information.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie. Dakota's looking short here.
Yeah, I took a short right here at 598 on this combine account, seeing if we could get some type of a higher low type move. We've had a nice pullback. I mean, it's basically 100 points from the low on over here, and I'm going to see if we can make a run back down to 580s.
Okay. The 5 minute, it looks kind of like a little bit of a bear flag. Little extension on that last 5 minute bar, but and we've got that IB low again, 608. We've left single
right
TPOs in the S&Ps, so that's a short for now.
Yeah, just watching to see if we could break back below 600. Where's VWAP at? That's the question.
650s.
Got some real.
All right. Well,
30-minute
all
charts
roads
at 707.
Is that what this is going to turn into?
Yeah. This is just a creep higher to the VWAP? Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, if we don't have some type of a pullback, then of course I'm going to be looking to buy a dip right here. Just finding some higher low is what I'm looking for. Just something where we get a nice pullback to either these 80s and then find a continuation back to the long side. If not, I mean, it's just completely sold off and then just a immediate grind higher, which those are this another rough trade. Yep, just got stopped out.
Man.
This is one of the situations, especially in the NASDAQ, that chews me up the worst. When we start centering price around the IB low, because you're thinking long above it, short below it. So you get short below it, goes above it, you go long, goes back below it, you get short, goes back above it, you go long. Just absolutely kills me. So trying to be patient.
Brutal.
The one thing, about the S&P is it's been stronger, but it's actually presenting now as a little bit weaker. We've got the single TPOs below the IB low. IB low in the S&P is 56.4475. We've left single TPOs there. That should be resistance. So it should rotate back lower. I think we can still finish the value area special situation, play down to 56.25 even. As long as we don't take out those single TPOs below the IB. And NASDAQ is just hanging right there at the IB low. That just kills me when it does that.
Well, hey, Hoag, so that just leads to chop? Is that essentially what we're saying? That's how we get chopped up.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got this. You got the big move to the downside. You got the range extension. It comes all the way back. in essence, and doesn't give you a signal to go short below the IB. Gives you a little bit of an excess low to look at long above the IB low, and again, the IB low in the Nasdaq is 608. So it just kind of centers around there and kind of rotates and chops everybody up and chops everybody up. At least it chops me up when it does this.
Yeah.
It chops everybody up before it actually finds some sort of a direction. This is big excess down there. We start taking out that excess. This thing could go a lot lower. If we can't take out all this excess, then it could rotate back into the initial balance and rotate back to, high of value, which would be 19,722. But there's no real decision or that I can feel or see right now, because it's centering around the bottom of the initial balance, the 608 area. So it's going to go down, and it's going to go up, and it's going to go down, it's going to go up and down, and then finally it'll reach some sort of a decision. But if we had to base that decision on what the S&Ps are saying, S&Ps are a short below the initial balance low, 56, 44, 75. As long as we leave those single TPOs there, we could go take them out. There's going to be a bunch of stops there. This could still be a short here. But right now we're leaving those single TPOs, and that to me is a short.
Yeah.
So,
shorts look good right now. It's just I got stopped out on that little bounce higher into the
different thing to drink out of.
614.
Mm-hmm.
That was my stop loss.
Mm-hmm. And that little 5-minute bear flag is now breaking to the downside.
You continue to look at ES, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of focusing on here. But here's the Nasdaq bear flag. Lower volume, opposite direction.
I see that. That looks like a really good looking bear flag.
Mm-hmm. I'd say if we had better trade location, we'd look for a short in the S&Ps.
I love you.
I was trying to get filled at 607s.
Oh my God, I'm drinking this on camera.
Oh, come on.
Our Snow and Chat. Oh my God, I just had a Hoag moment. I think I'm learning this trade.
Yeah, the ES I could see getting down to 5620s.
Mm-hmm.
Slowly. Nick, what'd you miss? You missed an entry there?
Well, I was listening to Hoag, and I'm seeing us kind of fall back into initial balance low, or outside of it, excuse me. Trying to get short at 607s, didn't get filled, and now we are back inside 600, back outside the initial balance low, and I kind of agree that we may be rotating a little bit lower here again. So that might have been your reoffer. Let's see if I can get filled here. If we do pierce above it this time, though, I'm probably going to get out quick. See if I can get filled on this little retest here.
What price you
so
working
how
again,
would we
Nick?
get in short, Hoag?
Yeah.
Would we wait for us
Question,
to see if we
Dakota.
can get back up towards 42?
Yeah. Because we're leaning on these little single TPOs here as resistance. So 40, 41 half to 42 half. And then, your risk is you get, relatively substantially back inside the initial balance. I mean, my stop would probably be up here at 47 half, 48, because we've got low volume nodes here. I want those low volume nodes and these single TPOs to be resistance.
Okay. So we just wait. And that makes sense,
Wait.
right?
Yeah. I mean, we started talking about it a little bit late to the party to get into it because we lost a lot of our good trade location, but we may get another chance at it.
The initial trade was when we first got to 42, 56, 42.
Yeah, anywhere below that initial balance low, which again, that initial balance low is 44.75. Because we haven't gotten back to it. We left those single TPOs, and that's a sign for a short right there. If it takes it out, then you may be wrong, but you got to just try and get good trade location. The Nasdaq didn't give us that opportunity to leave those single TPOs, which makes it much more difficult for me to try and get into a trade in that area. I think Nick had the right idea. He was looking, basically at the IB low to look for that short, and you may get that chance again.
Yeah, I pulled it. I'm going to watch for a second here just to see kind of how we react on this retest. If we pop above and buyers are present, I don't want to get in front of it.
Well, then we may have a pretty decent excess low there. You might look for longs then, right?
Yeah. Because like I had an exhaustion print below previous day low, and now we're back almost towards the initial balance low. So it's kind of just like, I'm going to sit on my hands for a second. I would have loved to see that kind of like for me to have actually have taken that short, and obviously would have wanted my fill, but I would have wanted to see a larger flush than we even got. Kind of into the 90s there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that was still the trade right there when we shorted the 53s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now here we are, we're testing 35s.
Yes, we are.
We got an update from Dragoon regarding the daily Canadian rail update. Short lumber, Federal Labor Board ordered rail workers back on the job, imposes binding arbitration. Thank you, Dragoon.
All right.
Lumber down almost 1% right now.
Well, we saw on Thursday, we saw lumber up 2%, and on Friday, we saw it down 3.5% or something like that.
Yes. Yep.
Gosh. What a trade.
Buy the rumors, sell the news.
Like the commodities.
Buy the rumors, sell the news.
Nothing like the commodities trading like penny stocks.
Yeah. $56.35, $56.37 last trade in the ES. So to keep an eye on this 35 level.
What are our team members saying here?
What are they?
Anne Marie, 55.79. So Thursday settlement, right?
Oh.
In the NASDAQ, 579. Where is it?
Yeah, David Cardy says, is this a lower high on the ES? I mean, that's what it's starting to look like. A lower high on the ES. Looking for this to be that 36s hold. Oh, I'm going to do it.
Here come the buyers.
Yep, I'm going to get long. Yes, I'm long from 38.5.
And this is why I pulled my order. I didn't want to see this as we were going back to test initial bounce low on ES, or excuse me, on NQ. So sitting on hands here.
Okay, we had one of our team members for full port at a 5-minute support level down at 19.517.
Those work.
Through that.
Those work.
Such a good team name.
Hobbs found a really nice short on the way down. The S&Ps.
I think the market just changed. I think it's now where we could find opportunities to long. That was a higher low. I think if we do break these 42s, we can make a run back up to these 48s, 50 area.
Okay,
yeah, maybe
we've got the captain saying he can't go long until those single TPOs and the S&Ps are closed in. He said rather wait for longs, but we do fill out those single TPOs. Then captain is agreeing. It's looking more and more like we should start looking for opportunities for longs.
Okay. Patience is the key word.
610 in the NASDAQ here. I know Nick is just kind of watching now.
Yeah, maybe we get an excess push, kind of stop run back into initial balance. And then if we fail again, then yeah, I'd be looking to potentially reoffer it. But right now, I mean, with the way NQ moves, if it went to 640, tagged VWAP at 650, it would not shock me.
So can we put my check mark on a long on ES?
Yes.
At 39 evens and stop loss at 34.50. So just somewhere in this range. Just looking.
Wait, say that one more time, Dakota. Check mark where?
So, long at ES, right? Whether we get in at 39 evens, or even if we come back and test these 38s, I'm just liking a long because this gives me a really good area for a stop loss right around 34 and a quarter, 34 and a half. But the risk on this is really well defined, and this gives a good risk reward to the upside. A good 3-to-1, 2-to-1.
All right. I got 10. I got a bid for 10 here at 38.
All right. Stop at 34. Risk 34 quarter.
We're betting. Anybody else have a check mark on that?
Two higher highs. E-money. Bulldozer. Keep us posted. It's a bit of a quieter trade today, but
where's our stop on that, Dakota?
34 and a quarter.
34. Go 33.75. Yeah, right.
It's a little early, but the risk reward on this is just it's good. I really like the RR.
Below the D
low. Still holding this balance.
Man, right. Immediately right through that. Oh my gosh.
Yikes.
Man, get us right away? No, they didn't get us, did they?
No, it's not immediate, but it's
okay. Good.
It didn't. That's not exactly what we were wanting, obviously.
We got those single TPOs above, which worries me, but
old. All right, long 10 from. I also got long 10 from 38. 38.
Yep.
I was count plus 10 from 56, 38.
Just a cheap long, right?
Yep, cheap long for a risk reward. That's simply all this is. Yep, I was looking for that to be a higher low and for us to make at least a run. At bare minimum, a test of 42s. We did not get that.
Too heavy. Taking a look at the tilt. 50-50 NQ, 50-50 ES. 50-50 across the board right now.
I mean, I'm of the frame of mind and with those TPOs up there, it's a short, but
yeah, stop that.
Cheap. We believe in Dakota. We believe in our guys.
The stop loss of the house account is at what, 33 3/4?
Yes.
Right there. 33 3/4. I like it.
33 in the orders.
Same patient here. Gold continue to make new lows. Slightly. It's a tight range of gold. $17 range.
Crude's holding lows. We kick off high.
47.
Forget about this market.
What's up, Dakota? What do you got?
It's Monday. It's Monday. This is still a great trade in terms of the risk reward. It just immediately fell through as immediately. That's just
Well, if this thing does turn around and we take out those single TPOs, we'll be sitting real pretty.
I like it. The VWAP up at 56.51. This is mine.
We've just been.
What are you? It's the house account is long from where? 38s.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully that wick right there was a good sign.
Whoever had their stop loss a little too tight just is probably upset. 34 and a half. 34 and a quarter was that.
And Q still holding us outside of initial bounce low. But they keep knocking on it.
Push it.
This is the 5-minute chart I've got up here, by the way, just so everybody knows.
Long 10. Let's go long 10 from 38.
Buyer stepping on the gas here in NQ. This could be the push you need.
Let's do it.
Yep, it's that cheap trade.
I love cheap trades.
Even though it's so hard to take a trade like this. It really is after a sell-off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, NQ kind of V-bottomed. ES is just still kind of just hanging near the lows, which just is not helping.
Yeah, it's still leaving those single TPOs. So single TPOs below the IB.
Yeah, it does seem like NQ is there's trying to be a pop in tech, but ES is just holding us back.
Gotta take those out.
It's almost the reverse of what was happening at the open, right? Where NQ was selling off and ES was being a lot stronger.
Just got stuck in that range up top.
Mm-hmm.
But the signs were there. Tech tends to lead, so I guess we'll see what happens here. NVIDIA is still down 2%. Tesla's getting killed.
We are in a holding pattern right now. It did look like NQ wanted to push higher there. This is a range bound trade. YM selling off, pretty much giving up all the gains on the day. About 60 points off the lows of the day. Crude, last trade $77.21.
There goes crude. There goes NASDAQ.
Man.
Come on. Get some buyers here. Find some buyers. Where are they at?
I think they're still on vacation till Labor Day.
I was going to say, man. Wait, yeah, where are they at?
Yeah, Labor Day is this weekend, isn't it?
Is it this weekend?
Yeah, it is.
Wild.
Wow.
We don't have to trade. We don't have to. There's no trading on Monday.
No trading Monday.
Oh, there's trading if you know where to find it.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a market somewhere. Yes, there is.
Always. Cryptocurrencies, futures.
Yes.
Get those meme coins ready.
Oh, man.
NQ wants to push here.
They'll get 4,600 positive, negative 4,800 in the NASDAQ. Opposite deltas.
Positive on the ES, negative in NASDAQ.
Here we go. There's the pop.
That's what we were looking for. NQ pushing higher. See if
Go.
ES wants to follow suit.
VWAP, Dakota.
Where's the VWAP on ES?
Much higher, back towards 5650s. So still a target.
Yeah, I'm liking the 5650s. 51, 52 for a possible push. Let's see if we can break these 42s. 42
back to settlement, 52.5. Got to take out these single TPOs, though.
Yes, just won't move.
43 to 44 half single TPOs. Got to take those out.
Got to push.
Where did you say they were at, Hoag?
56, 43 to 44.5. Just 6 single TPOs there. We go take those out. And then it's 1 per profile, and we could rotate higher.
Okay, I see that right there. Okay. Let's watch. We're in this trade. Cheap.
Why isn't the ES profit? Follow? Yeah. The hell? Should go.
Now, this is one I wouldn't have a time stop on because it's not a breakout trade. This is more of a consolidation reversal on my end.
Just slow motion right now. Come on, ES. You saw what the NQ did.
if I short ES right now, I'm sure it'll pop.
Take one for the team, Nick.
I'm only down $100 in my live account, so
no, keep it there. Keep it there. Don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to take another trade in my life. I had two
right
strategies, and we'll call it there.
Yes. All right. Well, we got 5 minutes till European close. We got some announcements. We got some leaderboards still coming your way. We got hashtag fast markets. We have Series 3 coming your way. Of course, we got appreciations coming here on this Monday. Topstep TV. But before I throw it to my man Eddie, please click like, please click subscribe. We are well over 115,000 subscribers on Topstep TV. We continue to grow. It's coming up on 1 year of Topstep TV.
What's the date on the 1 year mark, Andre?
I think it's the 6th. Jack said the 6th, so September 6th.
I think it's the 6th. Let me check real quick.
It was the Tuesday. The last year was the first
special or something.
I think it might get weird and do like another 100,000 subscribers, bell to bell, just fun and chaos.
It's on a Friday.
Extravaganza.
It's on a Friday.
Ooh, it's a non-farm Friday too. Wow.
Is it?
Yes, it was the first Tuesday. It was the first Tuesday after Labor Day last year. So whatever day that was our first official episode. We did have we had about a month of dress rehearsals, dry runs, very low budget production. Mics were terrible. My background was terrible back then. Computers were terrible. There was lags. 400 of you guys
and
watching.
1 year later, here we are.
1 year later, here we are.
It had 6.9K total views on the first 7 hour and 30-minute episode.
God bless you people. Thank you so much for watching back then. You guys are the real ones. I don't even know if I could have watched, but you guys, God bless you. Thank you so much.
It was raw and uncut. Like that's what we want. That's the gold here in this market, in this world.
That's retail digital. That's kind of what
we did dress rehearsal for like a month or so, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
And then we did, and we were ready to roll out, and then we dropped the 2-step and went to 1-step, and then everything went on pause to support that. And then we found, what do you mean? This is a real background. Hold on. Got all of them once, and Andre needs to get a real background like everyone else. What are you talking about? This is a real background. I'm sitting on Lake Michigan right now. I don't understand. Which is definitely
nighttime in Chicago.
Hey, your bobber's going on.
It's nighttime too. Yeah, it's nighttime here. What do you mean it's not a real background? Your background's still terrible, says Sound Evolution. Thank you, Sound Evolution. Thank you for tuning in.
If you look real close, you can see the Board of Trade building. One of you guys, can you wave out the window so we know it's a live shot?
Yes. Thank you, Eddie. Yes, this is a real background. Thank you for your input. I appreciate it. More importantly, thank you for watching. Your eyeballs are very valuable. Who was that? Thank you very much. All right, Eddie, I'm gonna throw it to you, Eddie. And wait, Dakota's background's real too. I don't.
Anyways, this is my pet over here.
Yeah, there's a bull. Literally, there's a bull chilling over his
shoulder. I call him DLL.
Yeah, taxidermist.
All right, Eddie, let's hit him with some announcements. We got some leaderboards coming. Eddie, what do we got for announcements today?
All right, boys and girls. Yes, casting call. And this is without the couch, so don't worry about it. We're looking for traders who would want to come on to Topstep TV. I know there's a lot of you out there that are like, no, not me. And a lot of you out there that are like, yes, this is my opportunity to trade with us. Share your story. Have a little fun. And definitely, we're opening the door to this. Everyone's welcome to apply. Everyone. Yes, even you. And from those just starting out to our live funded traders. So everyone that is just starting out all the way to the live funded traders, you are eligible. If you want your shot to trade live with our insanely comedic tradertainment sized crew, get your name in here. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Did I already send it? I think I might have sent it already. But I'll get that link back again here. Yes, I did. Want to be on Topstep TV? I'm going to copy and paste that. Accidentally hit the send button a little too prematurely, but you get that way at this age. So We're going to drop the link there. It is also, if you are not aware of our evening programming, yes, we're trying to take the world by storm. We're going to try to have, well, we've got 6 days of Top Step. Maybe we have a Saturday morning cartoon episode for the 7th day. The Top Step not only covers New York Open, but the New York Close as well, along with the Asian, London, and the Sunday futures market opens. So tonight, join Coach Dakota at 7:30, Sunday through Thursday for slow markets. Sunday, there you go. Look at that. Slow markets with Coach Dakota. And catch Nick4ATick at 4:45 p.m. Central Time on Sunday with market kickoff. Pretty little picture. Remember that one. And also catch Deanna Monday through Thursday, 3:30 a.m. Central Time for the London Open. There you go. Bully. And right after Power Hour, yes, our main man with the plan. Catch Coach Jay, 3:15 Central Time, Monday through Friday, at the buzzer.
Man.
Yes. Yeah, that same Coach Dakota that we love and cherish here at Top Step. 3:15. So when we end the program here, TopstepTV, don't go away. Keep that YouTube open, and presto changeo, you'll have Coach Jay. And I think that is it. And Andre is back in the driver's seat. So I'm going to pass the torch back to Andre. All you, my brother.
What's up, Eddie? Yeah. All right.
Stopped out for me. I think that's gonna be it for my trading today. Man, it's just been a rough day. Looking to find a cheap trade. It was a good cheap trade. We obviously
it happens.
Sold off.
Why didn't go?
Down.
This happens.
The Europeans are out. Looks like we may get some more downside here.
Okay.
Yeah, a little liquidity coming in.
Hey, gentlemen, can we get a P&L update on the XFA there, Dakota, Nick?
Yeah,
P&L
daily
update,
loss limit.
got it.
Yep, daily loss limit.
And I'm down $100 in my life.
Not bad at all, Nick.
Nick's the winner today.
Yeah, it's like reversal challenge type thing.
What do they call it? The smallest loser wins?
Least worst.
Right?
Yes.
Least worst. Hey, in a day like this, when that's all you could ask for.
Yeah, I'll take a scratch.
There's always
like
somebody out there somewhere that wish. I mean, $4,500 blowing accounts without a daily loss limit. So I'm curious to see how that goes.
Not the most ideal market action today after dropping the daily loss limit.
Well,
be interesting though.
I mean, you watched what we did today.
You haven't seen kind of bidirectional rotations today outside the low on NQ. That low on ES is only 5 points higher. So there really wasn't much of a trade if you didn't catch the initial short.
Watch what we did today. I mean, there's something to learn from everything that we did today. There's something to learn from everything you did today. Just take a look, and I think it's important to be kind of an archaeologist. Look back at what we saw, what we could have had, what we might have missed in the trading day today, and learn from that and get a little bit better tomorrow. That's the idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
That's why you have a daily loss limit, right?
Absolutely.
Hey, for everybody in chat,
I mean,
I know this
we're not
even here.
We're not really close to the daily loss limit on the house account either, and there's no way I would ever recommend us continuing to trade a house account
to try and trade
until we get that. Like, there's no way.
No.
If anything, if something we get 4 check marks during power hour, then maybe one shot at that. But I wouldn't want to try and bury this anymore.
Yeah, and I do know numbers look big in comparison, but it's all about, well, like we just said, it's all about, what do we call it? Percentages, right? Daily loss limit.
Yes.
Yeah, daily loss limit for a house account's 15,000. A daily loss limit for 150K is 3,000. So I mean, apples to apples, we're down. We'd be down $1,500 if we were trading a 150K account. For this example, right? If we're looking at percentages, so it's a big number. I know traders are just like, oh my gosh, $9,000. That's huge. But it's relative to the account size.
It is. It is. There we go. Team higher highs. Tried along here at Anne-Marie. Tried along here at 19,009. So 19,591. Looking for 612s and 626. 591. Shout out to Anne-Marie. Happy Monday, Anne-Marie.
JD, mention in chat.
What's up, Eddie? Later
on. Coach Robert mentioned about this DLL. A lot of people are freaking out about it. You can add your own personal daily loss limit and set it up like the DLL used to be. That's all you got to do is just set it up like it used to be. Make sure that you have all the correct customization. Save it, and it'll be just like it was before. So don't freak. This is just giving other traders an option. So have at it. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. We'll throw it to my man JD. I think we got a leaderboard. We'd like to show the people on this Monday. Click subscribe one more time. Markets are slow right now. Hey, there's still opportunity there.
Here we go.
JD, if we got let's do it.
We have the people's board for Topstep. Here we go. Here's the bottom half of your people's board. In sixth place is Brian. Brian made some dough on Friday, about $7,000 worth of dough, actually. Still dropped a notch on the list. Brian was in fifth place on Friday. And we have Chung. Chung keeps getting pushed on the list. He made some money on Friday, too, just a little bit, about $2,000. Still fell one spot on the list. He was in seventh place on Friday. Nick4ATick, there he is again. Yet another winner. Yeah. There he is. Another winner that lost a spot on the list from Friday. Nick was in seventh place on Friday.
Tough sledding.
Made about $5,000 in his live funded account. Still dropped to eighth place. There were some big numbers that came out on Friday, though. We'll get to those in just a minute. We're starting the week with some newcomers to the list today. Here's one of them, Josh. Josh was trading in 5 XFAs, took home a total of $39,000 in profits Friday, jumped from 20th place up to 9th. And then we have Liam. Liam was on our live funded P&L list a little while ago, and we also saw that he took some payouts on Friday, or last week. $32,000 from his live funded account in payouts last week. Nice job, Liam. But he was in 15th place on Friday, moved back onto the leaderboard with that nice $20,000 day, trading the NASDAQ in his live funded account. Big shout out to Liam. All right, Eddie, hit me with that.
Hit him, Eddie.
Drum roll.
You listen to me, fat ass. You do what I say and there won't be any problem, okay? Okay.
Whoa.
We just drove 2,460 miles just for a little Roy Wally entertainment. The moose says you're closed. I say you're open.
Wow. Man. Feisty on a Monday.
Goodbye. And there it is. All right. Starting at the bottom in fifth place. In fifth place is Wuju. Wuju took $56,000 in payouts last week. He did lose about $10,000 trading in 4 XFAs on Friday, but he's still sitting in the top 5 today. Nice job, Wuju. Kingway back, baby. Kingway. Close to $90,000 in profits on Friday. Helped him pop into fourth place from 48th place. Then we have Junior. Junior had that massive $114,000 trading that we talked about a little while ago. Trading the NASDAQ and crude oil. Junior was in 113th place on Friday. Today he's sitting nicely third place. So we're going to be keeping an eye on Junior, see how he continues to trade the next couple days. Next up, we have Baiynd. Baiynd suffered a decent-sized drawdown Friday, close to $20,000 across 5 XFAs, but is still holding on to second place right now. And our glorious leader on the people's list is Rafa. Rafa dropped about $3,500 on Friday, but no one has come close to touching him in a while now. So Rafa's still sitting at $27,000. 9 of our top 10 traders are now in the 100K club, by the way, if you didn't notice that.
Yes.
Closer. We're getting closer to all 10.
Getting there, JD. Yep.
Who's doing dishes?
It's gonna be
Background.
soon, fast.
Who's
too.
doing
Minimum
dishes is
100K
right.
to be on leaderboard.
The Nick. Who's doing dishes?
It might be my background. I left my doors open. It's not my. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Who's doing dishes?
There's your leaderboard for Monday, August the 26th. Bank day, bank holiday in London.
Oh yeah.
Bank
Saw that in the
holiday.
weekly kickoff. How's market kickoff going, Nick? You liking it? One man show? You got it down?
It's going well. I think people are getting a lot out of it. We definitely have been diving into some, volume profile concepts and just ways that, regardless of instrument that you're trading, just ways that you can kind of look at anything to start the week and get a perspective on where price may go. Where was it last week? So if you haven't tuned in, please join us on Sunday nights. We definitely are going into the big four, as well as some of the option data that's out there on the zero DTEs and all the other fun stuff with SPX options. So we've been talking about a lot of different concepts, as well as doing a little deep dive into who's on the docket for earnings releases.
Ooh, well, who's on the docket this week? The Super Bowl of earnings, Wednesday after the bell, NVIDIA. Jack showed during the news that they have very high expectations.
We talked about the other names too on Wednesday. Wednesday's a big day for earnings, but
What else we got, Nick?
Some of the others are going to definitely get overshadowed by NVIDIA. So it's more so let's look at what happens after, because NVIDIA is going to move the market up or down probably 1% at least in after hours, regardless of good or bad. They're going to move the market. Whereas some of the other names like Salesforce, CrowdStrike, Affirm, and I think some of the other ones that we talked about are definitely ones you want to pay attention to. I was specifically calling out Salesforce and Affirm would be ones that I'd have some eyes on, just to get an overall, business application software spend perspective on like, hey, are companies still buying enterprise software and actively growing their footprint in that space, as well as what is kind of the average consumer doing? Is Affirm really seeing strong growth? Because that would say people are spreading payments with buy now, pay later. So definitely would continue the kind of narrative that the average consumer is a little bit strapped for cash if Affirm's having a very solid quarter.
Interesting.
Matt says, so is the 100K overall on that leaderboard? I believe it's just active accounts, right? And payouts from those active accounts.
JD, yeah, we got JD. I don't know if he's still. Yeah, JD, what? Explain what that balance, what they're seeing, what comprises
Stats
that.
on our current leaderboard include a current take, which is all payouts and your account balance from all current, open, active, funded accounts. That could be live account or XFAs or number of XFAs, but they need to be open, active accounts. That's what we're displaying. Well, you got me on here. I'm going to show. We got a trader win from the VIP experience that I wanted to get to a second ago. Just
here we
passed
go.
it up. Just missed it.
Another one for
This
Vince.
is what I'm talking about. Come on, Vince.
Coach Vince's team, Woodchopper, passed his trading combine in the 100K account during the VIP experience on Friday with this trade in particular. I've shown it on Discord. It was this trade, he said, back tested the previous day equilibrium and the weekly VWAP, went long 2 contracts. This is his trade setup. It's a trade he has statistics on. I'm just going to read what he wrote. You go through the previous day's equilibrium upon first touch during the New York session. Look for the back test. High probability setup. Happen to be in confluence with the weekly VWAP. Put on a 2-lot. Pass the trading combine. Big shout out to Woodchopper on Team Vince. Way to go, guys.
Beautiful to see.
Love seeing that.
Great
VIP
job,
experience is paying
Woodchopper
off.
and Vince. Good job, Vince.
That VIP is no joke. It's there for traders. Still just shopping around this range.
Just a chop shop right now. Yep.
Well, if you want to start a place that isn't a chop shop, you'll need your Series 3 designation.
Here we go.
Jack, where'd you come up with that one?
All right.
Thanks for the setup there.
Yeah, right. You forced that one.
It is. I used to work for Chopper Trading, which was a really big company. It was not a chop shop. It was named after the owner's dog. But yeah, at least the Chopper was a weird name for a company that does trading. Yeah. Anyway, here's the Series 3 question for today. I didn't know the answer. Which of the following orders would be used by a large investor who wishes to keep their identity from being known? Would that be a sale order, a switch order, give up order, or broker order?
Interesting.
Hoag's the only one that's going to know this. Maybe Nick.
I would
give up orders.
I don't. We got the pull up. I have no.
Our give up order is called a stop loss, right?
I had this one. I have Jack. I don't.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say switch order.
I'll say broker order. I have no idea.
It is a give up order.
Yeah, give up.
These guys would know.
We used to do those on the trading board.
Your identity.
That's
I agree with you, Hoag. It's C.
I went D.
Yeah, because you'd get an order and it would be on like Saltstone paper, but it would say give up Shearson Lehman.
Right.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and
go ahead.
See the answer.
It's like give up your rights or something. What is that? Your right to execute?
Yes.
You're giving up your
identity.
It's an identity thing.
Yeah. Let me
it's an identity issue. You don't want people to.
JD really wants to know it's an identity issue. A client who wishes to remain anonymous may ask their futures commission merchant, FCM, to give the order out to another FCM for execution to protect their identity.
Oh.
Go ahead, boys.
Yeah. So
that is
the main difference between this and the iceberg order, right? The iceberg just wants to conceal the size.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yes.
And then the give up order wants to conceal the identity.
Yes.
Finally,
how often would you guys see that? Now we're selling.
There we go. There's the sell.
I mean, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 bars before the actual sell-off could continue. My gosh.
I know, right?
My goodness.
Those single TPOs in the S&Ps that said you got to try and sell it.
Give up orders thing. That was a good one, Jack. That is it's a good one.
He's holding up better
Coach
than the
Vince
S&Ps
says you
now.
have to pay $2 to the floor broker for give up orders.
For contract?
Yep.
It's expensive.
Did you make some good money off that, Hoag?
Bet they did, man. That's nice. $2 a car? That's really
nice. Mostly it was like $1.25 a car. But I mean, fill 10,000 contracts.
Woo.
It's a pretty good day.
Hell yeah, it is, Hoag. You can feed the family on that one.
Is it per contract?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And that's a pretty good day.
Make a fortune. Those guys made a
fortune.
Before discount brokerages came out, I mean, people were paying $20, $30, $40, $50 a round turn to trade.
Market's moving. I seen a $100 lot just get filled here in the NASDAQ at 590 even. That could be a sign that we're going to actually, you know what? I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to, you know what? every time I look at this, I want to buy it. So
I know.
Just got faced.
I watched this run liquidity down to these 565s here on the NASDAQ, and immediately I seen a lot of volume and a lot of orders come in, and then I seen a 100 lot chase it up. And so to me, that looks like, it just looks bullish. Every time I look at this freaking market.
Well, we thought we were going to break there. Yeah, brutal. Just absolutely brutal. If those shorts didn't cover, they're getting, man.
And you had to cover in seconds. Like, it's just
like that. Exactly. Brutal. Okay. All right, folks.
Almost stand down. I'm done for the day. I just need to, the more I look at it. But that was a beautiful technical trade right there. We came down to where we broke out, and we immediately rallied, had a nice 3-bar reversal, and it just looked really good on my end.
Yeah.
All right, we got 8 minutes left here on fast markets. It actually went relatively fast, even though the markets were relatively slow.
You look on my screen.
Yeah, go ahead, Hoag.
You got almost a complete value area acceptance completion. Here's value low from Friday, 56.25. Ours our low, 28 within $3 of it. I would call that a completed value area special situation play. It looks sometimes so easy backwards, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does.
Right?
Does anyone remember if you watched Smart Kickoff last night, the pivot in ES I was going to use this week? 630s.
What was the price?
5630s.
30s.
Which is basically where we're holding. And it was more or less the last week's point of control on ES, I recall. I think that's why I was setting it there. I think it was roughly in that area. So same thing. We're basically in the middle of balance from last week. It's still that same trade that we were talking about earlier in NQ. It's just a tough spot to really get it, which is probably why we're consolidating so much here.
Yes. All right. 6 minutes left here on Fast Markets. And as it says, as the title of the segment says, it's Fast Markets. You guys sent in some sweet submissions for hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep. So let's see what they gave us. Gabe, how many do we have today?
Right.
Let's go.
Let's go. We've got 5 today. So let's go ahead and start it off. We got SK coming in with a great quote from Tom Hoag. 99% still don't get it. When they win, they start betting less. Bet more. Looking at 2 liquidations, personal daily profit target liquidations by SK. Totaling a little bit.
Got 2 check marks on there too.
1,000. Yep, 2 check marks. Absolutely, check mark gang. But yeah, a little shy of 3K. Great work, SK. Appreciate you sending it in. We got Ronald coming back with another update. So far today in the ES, up 674. Ronald, we wish that was our P&L in the house. Great work.
Good job.
Great work. We have Filthy McNasty coming in with an XFA P&L or equity curve.
What a name is Nasty. What a name.
What a name. Looking to say, I love to forget where I come from. Death. Double bottom bullish. But yeah, that's a great little equity curve there.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. It's really unique.
I mean, the right direction, right? It's on an incline.
Yeah.
The swings
or left, up, or right.
Higher lows, higher highs. A couple rough drawdowns, but anyway, great submission. Appreciate that there. Coach T with an update for us. Carl Hungus put this together. So, hey, Patak, don't be a fool. Just give Topstep VIP to some Jive Turkey. Get some longtime Topstep TV and Discord participants in the next VIP group. MP is cooking, so let him cook, and he'll be back with another VIP announcement very soon.
Hey, fool,
stay tuned.
You ready for another beat?
Oh,
you should have never came back.
In the chat, MP, what up? Jive turkeys for sure.
Take that. And we got one more, Tommy G coming in. Used Topstep daily level for my TP this morning during Fast Markets. Now, he submitted a video, and the video did end up having the trade hit his TP and closed. So he is up on two MNQ short contracts on a nice little pullback there. So 45 looks like in that screenshot is looking for a 50, just over 50 point TP. Great work there, Tommy G. Yeah, I got one more here for you guys to finish off the Fast Market submissions. My main man, Eddie and the Hoag, did some fun things this weekend, and I got some pictures to share with you guys. And I'm going to let Hoag and Eddie take it away while I show a few things. But first thing, we have the duo themselves, the dynamic duo in the car.
Look at these guys.
Hit the range.
Look at these two.
Beautiful you're about to get into some trouble.
We did.
Yeah.
They hit the range. So here's their little setup. Nice. They got a few.
Some heavy metal.
There's my Mossberg.
Arms are ready to go.
Couple 9mm. Having fun.
Here's a little quick video. Hoag.
Nice.
Got him. Hit him in the head.
And then here's the target.
Yeah, I just want to point something out. See those shots in the middle? That's Hoag with my shotgun. So
okay.
I'm sort of like up and to the left. So I got the Kennedy shot in there, but he definitely got the gut shot.
That was fun to shoot that thing. I'm still a little bruised in the shoulder, but it was fun. A lot of kick in that thing.
And then afterwards, we were going to go to this one place, pretty booked, but we ended up like teenagers going to Hooters. We had wings at Hooters to end the day. It was a great day. We're going to do this again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very cool to see the guys broing out on us. So is it Sunday or Saturday?
Saturday.
Saturday.
It was Saturday. I didn't know. I had no idea that Eddie was recording me when I was shooting. It's kind of wild to see that.
How's your form look, Hoag? Did you self-critique? Did you
Not
critique
bad.
yourself? Okay, good.
Not bad. I've been working pretty hard. I'm pretty accurate. Vicious with a rifle.
Your rifle. I'm definitely going to get one of those. Those look really fun.
What kind of rifle would be the question?
This was a lever action, like a cowboy rifle. You get
like a old Smith & Wesson.
Well, actually, this was a Rossi. I was looking at a Henry, but it was like another $500. So I went with the Rossi, and I really love it. I mean, it's such a sweet, smooth gun. Great.
Nice.
All right. That's really cool to see when the people are hanging out outside of work. Anyways, let's go with some appreciations. We got Peter Tuckman coming up next. Again, he's the most photographed trader on Wall Street. He's going to give us a rundown of the macro events coming up this week. 35 years of experience trading on the New York Stock Exchange. Anyways, appreciations today. Let's start off with Nick4ATick. What are you appreciative for?
Today, I'm appreciative for the daily loss limit. I know that's going to be a hot topic this week. So for me, I'm thankful to even have a personal daily loss limit in my combines today. I'm not planning on hitting my 3K daily loss limit. I am going to lock it up there at 2,300 and beyond to another day tomorrow. So I am thankful for another level of risk management beyond myself is the system in place to hold me accountable and keep me trading for the next day.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We'll even start with the people out here on here. What do we got in the chat? Hey, chat, what are you guys appreciative for? Throw it in the chat. Let's see that chat light up. What are you guys appreciative for on this Monday here on Fast Markets? Let's go to my man, Dakota. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
Nick stole mine. There's my head. But yeah, I think today is a very important day to understand the appreciation of a daily loss limit. It's a little bit ironic, right? When you're not reading the markets, right? Like today is a very messy day for me, and daily loss limit $3,000. That's not as bad in hindsight. Move on to the next day when you're not reading the markets. Good. There's plenty of other days, and I've seen many times in the chat, or there's a few people asking like, "Oh, the house account's always negative." I mean, that's not the case. Every time I'm on here, the majority of the time it's in positive as well.
Dakota and my main man Hoag. Hoag, this Monday, what are you appreciative for?
I appreciate my good buddy Eddie and going out to have some fun with Eddie, and appreciate being here with all you guys and looking at these markets and taking some trades. Didn't work out that well today, but tomorrow's another day. Later, maybe there's another opportunity for us. But appreciate everybody, man. Stay kind to each other. Stay kind to yourselves, and pray for peace.
100%. And wrap it up. I am very appreciative that this summer trade kicked ass. It was not slow. It was not the summer doldrums. The summer trade was wild. It was fun. It was volatile. Market moving. And we're getting some rate cuts coming up here in about a month, less than a month. So I appreciate that. We had an awesome summer trade, and we're looking to close out the summer with a bang. And we got September trade coming up next week. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm glad that you guys all been with us here at TopstepTV. But we got more fun to come. We got power players coming up next. You know who the ultimate power player is. It is Peter Tuckman. here on Topstep TV. Let's join him after the break. Let's go. I mean, look at that background. He is a star. He knows what's up. The star of power players here on Topstep TV, Mr. Peter Tuchman, in front of the New York Stock Exchange on Wall Street. Mr. Tuchman, happy Monday. We got a big week in store. We did see Dow making new all-time highs today. Did retreat off of that. We got NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. Then we got the summer trade coming to a close. What are your thoughts? Would you conclude? How would you summarize what we saw this summer? Let's start there.
Wow, that's a great question. Look, everybody started talking. We were talking back in June, like, you know what, summer's a quiet time, and are we going to just see the market just sort of be passive and not do a lot of moving around? Well, that clearly was not the case, right? So look, we've seen markets week after week in June and in July hit record highs across the board. Yeah, I think we saw a little bit of a pullback in July, right? But August was strong, June was strong, right? And look, for the last couple of months, we've seen everybody waiting on this interest rate raise, which finally, right, last week we spoke at noon on Friday, but I don't think we saw the full ramifications of Jay Powell's speech, right? I think he really made it clear. He gave the market what it really wanted, which was that clear runway coming into September, interest rate cut. I don't think we're going to have more than 25 basis point will be perfect. 50 may sort of be a little bit of a shock and awe situation, but the market is getting what it's getting. Today, look, we saw the Dow up today. S&P sort of probably a little bit of profit taking coming into Wednesday. Obviously, the word on the street on NVIDIA is 200% raise in sales plus guidance being better. I mean, look, I did a podcast with Dan Ives last week, and I asked him what he thought. He said this will be the most anticipated earnings call in the last decade. And that's significant. That's a big deal. So look, I'm hoping it's not one of these buy the rumor, sell the news situations. My gut is that it's going to come out, it's going to be blowout earnings, and then they're going to take the stock to 150. What do I know? I know I look like Einstein. I'm not.
200%. Are these expectations reasonable? I mean, how 200%? How can that be sustainable? So, what's going to happen in Q3 then?
Look, according to Dan, and Dan is the guy who's closely tied with that stock and with everybody. He travels around the world. He's saying that the amount of money being put into the sector, that they being best of breed, that what we're starting to see now is the secondary and tertiary derivative trade of AI and of NVIDIA, right? And so you're seeing all the other parts of look, there's so much room for expansion. There's so many other companies that are going to benefit for what they're doing. I think you're going to start seeing the positive implications of probably a shortage in the chip space, right? There's no way to sustain that kind of growth and still do it. But the stock is proven to just have this irrational enthusiasm around it. Look, if we look at every pullback, it's been nothing but a buying opportunity, right? I know everybody, think about it. Everybody freaked out. Let's think about NVIDIA for a second. NVIDIA 2023, $108. NVIDIA 2024, $750. Wow. It got up to $930, got up to $935. Everyone's saying it's too frothy. I can't buy it. It's too expensive. April comes along. The market pulls back 10%. The stock goes down to 730, and everybody doesn't buy it. They run away, They run from the movie theater with their hair on fire, screaming and yelling. That was the freaking buying opportunity. It got back up to 935. Earnings came in. It went to 1100. They split. They announced the split. Post split, it went up to 140. I mean, look, they are best of breed. The stock, every time, if there was the landscape for really selling this, if they were not doing what they promised, my gut is somebody would have caught wind of it and they would have sold this thing. But every time we've seen any kind of profit taking or sell side come into the stock, they just come in roaring on the stock. So look, I think AI is here to stay. In the beginning, I was skeptical. I thought it was going to have a more negative implications than positive. But the more I talk, look, I do a show every week with Dan Ives just to tap his brain. If everyone doesn't know, he's the #1 tech analyst in the world. He works for Wedbush. He's the world-renowned guy. He's the guy who called NVIDIA at its lows, and he's the one who's really talked so much about AI, about it being a revolution, about how we're in only the second inning of a very long baseball game, that everybody should sit back, buy a box of popcorn, get a soda, because we're in for the ride of our lives. And net, he's been right. I don't care what we think about what's going on. At the end of the day, he's been right across the board.
Can you think of this is one last one. Can you think of another stock in your 35, 40 years of trading? Can you think of another stock that's been such a darling of the market, that's done so much heavy lifting for all the stocks? Anything Tesla a couple years ago? Can you think of any stock that's been such a darling of the stock market?
Yeah, I like that question. You know what? If you think about it, Maybe Spotify when it came out, it was a direct listing. That was a love boat. Netflix probably when it came out, not Amazon initially, but at Amazon over the years during different times, in its inception for sure. Wow. I mean, nothing with such sustainable love. Think about that trajectory from 108 to 900 in a year. I mean, we've never seen that kind of trajectory, right? I mean, look, you could pull up some of the great high flyers of our time, and never have we seen anything. Look, maybe Chipotle, right? I was there. It's fun. It's a little bit of fun history. So I actually was the first one to buy the first share of Chipotle, not for myself, but for my company. I bought the first share of Chipotle at $34 on the IPO, right when it went public. I was working here, and the idea of Chipotle was this, right? So you had all these top, franchise McDonald's people, right? The top 235 franchisers of McDonald's were offered the chance to open up a Chipotle, right? Think about that. And so that was the IPO. That was these 237 top McDonald's producers who got this idea. Back in the day, everyone thought it was a crazy idea. Nobody's eating that stuff. Tacos are no big deal, blah, blah, blah. Think about it. The stock is in the thousands, right? Even after splits, the stock has been on the move. So, you know what? Stocks are pretty amazing. When early time in the 80s and 90s, we didn't see as many stocks. Now, there's so many stocks trading in the hundreds, right? 200, 300, 400. That was not the case. You had your high flyers, and then you had your $50 to $100 stocks. But to think how many stocks have really just built themselves up into major. Look, the last couple of years of this market have been extraordinary.
Question: do you eat at Chipotle, Peter Tuchman?
I've actually never eaten at Chipotle.
I had a feeling you never eat there. Go ahead.
I'm a foodie. I love good food. I will say one thing. The only deviation from good food that I do is once a year, I'll go to Burger King and get a Whopper Jr. with cheese. I'll buy 50 of them, and I'll walk down the street and give Whopper Juniors with cheese to everybody I see on the streets. Just for the yuck of it. That's all I do.
I love it. Thank you so much, Peter Tuchman. One last question. Please tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy before you get out of here.
100%. So listen, with this market doing what it's doing, obviously the challenge is to make money. You guys are all trading futures, right? Fundamental analysis doesn't work on futures to begin with. Technical analysis, the art of charting in a market like this, support and resistance, moving averages, stop orders, right? The rules of successful trading, never turning a winning trade into a losing trade, right? Have a plan when you get in. Ask yourself the question, why am I buying or shorting this instrument, right? Wall Street Global Trading Academy teaches you those things. We never collaborated with anyone till Topstep. You got a great platform in Topstep. You got a great technical master in David Green. Come check out WSGTA, and together we'll make some money, have some fun.
Love it. Live from outside the New York Stock Exchange on actual Wall Street. Look at that backdrop, Mister. Look at that. It's so cool, Mr. Peter Tuchman. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you again on Friday, and that will be the end of the summer trade. See you then on Friday, Mr. Tuchman.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Later. All right, we got Jack and Dolby Time in the green room. We'll see if we get those queued up. MP says that is the best. That guy is the best. The Einstein of Wall Street. He almost photographed me. I've been seeing that guy's picture in the Wall Street Journal for decades and decades and decades. I do believe Jack asked for a signed headshot of Mr. Tuchman at one point. Something to that effect. Jack.
That was my mom.
Bring him in. His mom wanted his autograph. Yes.
Yes.
He is a celebrity. Buys 50 Whopper Juniors. He just hands them out on the street. Like Al Capone on Thanksgiving handing out turkeys. This guy hands out Whopper Juniors to the people. Indeed, he is a foodie. If you follow him on Instagram, you see he eats at some of the finest restaurants in New York. He likes things very particular. That guy's a walking celebrity. But yes, make sure to check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy. They are partnering up with Topstep. They use Topstep X. They should also show you how to be technicians in the market. David Green. We'll see David Green later on this week on Wednesday. Let's do a quick recap of the markets here. S&P's trading around the lows, 56.26, half low of the day. The last trade, 56.29.5, so about $3, 3 points off the lows there. Again, been a very, very muted trading day. House account taking on the chin a little bit. Maybe we should have adapted a little bit. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy by any means. Thought we were going to sell off there towards the end of fast markets. Thought we were going to really sell off. There they are. Welcome, everybody, to Power Players. That man in the middle. The voice you heard, that is Jack. On the right is Dolby Time. Y'all know him. Y'all love him. Jack, welcome. Thoughts so far on this market, bonds? What do you think so far on this Monday?
Well, because the bond trades take longer, I did have one that I was holding for a while this morning that worked out. Didn't take it for its full effect, basically selling the ZN, which puts me right now at plus 197 in the live account. We're going to be looking for house account trades now. You know, if we're going to put on a bunch of size, no safer and more boring way to do it than the flop on 50 lots of ZN. You know what I'm saying, brother?
I do understand. I know exactly what you're saying. It can absorb 50 lots without even batting an eye at it. Let's welcome everyone to Power Players, my man, Dolby Time. Dolby Time. I was looking at the ES, right? Got the 5 minute up on the ES. It looked like it was in a range for about 10 candles, 10 bars, and then it looked like we're going to break out of it and came right back into it. What are your thoughts on ES and NQ right now, Dolby Time?
Well, I got to say, Dre, sometimes it is nice not being here for a market open. You know, so it's nice coming in after the dust is settled, seeing how everything is shaped up. Clearly, a really strong rejection off the highs, and we've kind of melted lower. I do have a megaphone pattern again in the ES. So let's continue the megaphone action. If you take a look at the daily chart, higher highs, but then gets rejected pretty swiftly. So the question is, do we go all the way back down to 55.82 and then stretch those lows for the full daily megaphone? I am not sure. I do think, Dre, that the world is waiting for NVIDIA and whatever they decide to shout from the mountaintop for their earnings call. But I think we are probably in a holding pattern until that resolves, to be honest.
And I was calling this the most important earnings in the last 10 years.
Every NVIDIA, except the last NVIDIA earnings. It's always
remind me. Yeah, well, what happened last NVIDIA? I can't remember, Jack.
Without looking, I can say they beat earnings. They beat earnings. It shot down real quick and then took off to the moon. Although, as I recall, was that pre-split? I think that it over the next couple of days after the earnings, it killed.
Okay.
It's also guidance too, right? How's guidance going to go? It's not just profits for this quarter, but it's projections for next quarter. Or what orders are they anticipating? Who's buying all their server racks and AI stuff? Should be a really interesting call. And I'm sure Wall Street bets will have all sorts of retail capital in play for NVIDIA earnings.
Incredible. Yep. Well, we'll have that here on Wednesday after the bell. Shoot, you could have bought NVIDIA down in the 90s about 3 Mondays ago. Well into the 90s.
Somebody did.
Who? I think I know who.
We'll learn more during NVIDIA earnings. I'll explain the position I have on at this point. But yeah, nothing seems to be able to stop it. Somebody asked him there to explain the bond trade that I took. If you want to show my screen real quick, I can't show you the screen. So I'm looking at a Topstep X screen, and then I have a trading view where I can see yields. If you pull up a chart of the US 10-year spot yields, go to the day and run it back, you're going to see that this 3.8 area right around where it is now is a really important level. It bounced off it twice in December of this year, and it bounced off it again, minus that day where everything was going to hell a few weeks back. So going back to my Topstep X chart, now we're on a 15-minute, is this level kind of around here. I was looking, so price goes the opposite way of bond yields. So I was looking to sell. I sold around here thinking I could keep it cheap because if it breaks out, I'm not going to add to it because it's an important level, and then waiting for it to fade back, which it did. I didn't take it for the whole way. Just getting my feet wet in that stuff. So I'm waiting for the house account to pull a big bond trade, Andre. The time has come.
Oh, Oh, we can size into we can size into that. No problem. No problem whatsoever. All right, seeing some buyers stepping in here. So we got house account open then, Dolby? Is that what
Sure.
we're doing here?
Yeah,
Sure,
chat. What do you what's chat feeling? Also, how is chat doing today? I've not said hello yet, so hope chat is trading well and everyone's enjoying the lack of a daily loss limit. The power is now in your hands, everybody, to set your own daily loss limit, which is very exciting stuff. Responsibility is so important as a trader. So it's good practice. Set that DLL. Make sure it's in a nice spot that you feel comfortable trading the next day. And as I always say, your daily loss limit is, we're still thinking about your daily loss limit at dinner time. You lost too much money. So try to find something less than what makes you worry about 5 hours from trading.
Yes.
All right, I'm switching over to the ES now.
Ooh.
I feel like this. I'm not saying I'm going to take a trade. I'm looking for house account trades.
House account trades. Let's look at that. Low of the range, 56.26. Also happens to be low of the day. About 10 points off of that. So maybe perhaps a short. Upper end of the range, look at the 5 minute. My man Dolby Time, he's the range expert. He can tell me if I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing.
Which range?
Range in the ES on the 5 minutes. Last trade, 56.37.
We had one, Dre. Yeah, really tight.
Well,
5, 10, 15, like what? 5, maybe 4 or 5 candles, 5-minute candles. So we've had about 20 minutes of consolidation around 56.28.50. And that range broke out to the upside. So if you were a range trader and liked longs, you'd be up approximately about 10 points in that ES trade.
Very nice. Let's take a look at the NQ. All right, well, we got to take a look at Topstep daily levels as well. See if we got any confluence up here. 56.37. We are in zone 7. Take that back. Beginning of zone 4, 56.37. Sell side imbalance. Looking at Topstep daily levels. So
Andre, how are the zones laid out? Are they just done by price levels or something like that?
Correct. They are so zone 4 is from 59, about a 40-point range. Zone 4 from 56.59 to 56.37, and there's gaps from zone to zone. It's just a way to get an idea of what is in that zone. So I don't have to break it down to the exact price. I look for whatever last price traded. I see the zone that it's trading within, and then you can break it down. Get a little bit more granular with the levels. So we got overnight lows, pivot, sell side balance, and stuff like that. Settlement within the zone 4.
All right. Thought it was like a DEF CON system. So we're in zone 4.
Zone 4. Yeah. Well, I was getting DEF. I thought we were going to sell off there. We're going to get the big one, Jack, but it just feels like a summer trade on a Monday.
Yeah.
I didn't see some buying coming in right here. Tilt. Haven't seen a big tilt at all today. 50-50 for the most part. We did see probably a plus 69, plus 70% long buys on the NQ. Buyers stepping in here in the ES and NQ right now.
Yeah, this might be I'm on the daily chart for NASDAQ. This could be I have the daily range low at 19,540.50. And this could be a bounce off of the daily range low. If that is true, that is what the markets were bouncing from, then there should be a pretty strong bounce, I would anticipate. Maybe even 100 points, 150 points, because that could be a pretty important level there off of 540s in the NQ. If you want to look for shorts, I have let's say a 30-minute range, with the range high being 19,633 evens. And then the low of that range would be about the same as the daily range low. So it could be opportunity for a short if you like shorts. Oh, ES is actually getting there faster.
Yes, it is.
But look how strong that candle is. Man, that's a good candlestick. What's chat like? Does chat like shorts or longs? And then also what market? So we can lock in on a market and maybe we can find a trade or two for these live accounts we got. So chat, pick a market and pick a direction and we'll find a trade.
If we go seeking it, we will find it.
Yes,
like longs, I feel we're a little bit in no man's land right now.
It's like NQ. I'm seeing lots of longs and lots of NQ. Cool.
Oh, the tilt is 57% long in the ES, 60% long in the NASDAQ, 60% long gold.
A little Dorito going on here in the NASDAQ. Is everyone's still about this long NQ, it seems like.
Like the longs in the chat?
That's what it seems like.
Okay.
But where does chat want to get long? Because market, not going to market order into it. As bullish as chat is, I'm not market ordering.
I see some sellers come in here.
Short, long, long, long. Maybe we should do a poll for some of these chat questions here. A little unruly.
Taking a look.
We kind of bounced. We kind of bounced off the level the ES was at right as Powell was about to speak on Friday. So a lot of sound and fury since then. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And not too far from where we started. Which, if you think about it, makes sense. It would have blown you out on every side, but it's not like Powell didn't say what we already knew. Been a lot of movement, though, since then.
Sure, what's VWAP?
VWAP in the ES at 5647, 5647. In the NQ, 19,672. Thank you to the overnight reopen.
Oh, man, that's so close. That's only like 60 points away.
We can get there.
Easily. I got a Dorito going on in NQ, though.
What's a Dorito?
The Doritos on the 5-minute. Higher lows, lower highs. We are right at the part of the Dorito high right now at like 19,000, say 610, 615s. So you can just draw a series of lower highs and then higher lows. So it's a pretty easy formation to see. All a Dorito. I think it's also a triangle formation, neutral triangle. Let's see if it pushes up here. But I'm looking for the 633 evens. I think would be a very interesting level here. And then for longs, any pullbacks would be great. I mean, 560 looks good. Maybe 570. Whatever chat says, as long as it's not a market order or join bids. Gotta have some rules.
Nick4ATick. A Dolby time Dorito pattern is my favorite. I agree, Nick4ATick.
Hey, that was
so guys, I gotta ask you,
go ahead.
What any hypothesis? What are your thoughts on how this is going to work for the trader with the removal of the DLL, the daily loss limit? How do you think this is going to play out? Initially, we're going to see a lot of busts out, and then people kind of adjust. Or what do you think will happen?
For people that are reasonable, and not gambling, I would say it should be fine. And they won't change it, or they'll tighten it up depending on how they're doing. I have no doubt with many traders here, there will be people who expand it to beyond the solar system, and there will be a handful of them that works, and there will be many of them where that is not the optimal idea, but you're all big boys and girls out there, so that's freedom. That's what freedom entails.
Yeah, it really is.
I would agree with that.
Also, I couldn't help but be slightly distracted because I see in the green room right now a very special guest. Oh, now he went black.
Who was it? Who's in there?
Who do you think?
I want a surprise. I'm not cheating here. I want like a legit surprise when this person comes on.
He's back.
Oh.
Yep. Get him on. Get him in here. Let's talk.
Here's your hint.
Wow. All right.
There you go. Who is it?
Ladies and gentlemen,
he looks like
Tom Berenger is in the green room.
he looks like McConaughey. He looks like McConaughey. You've always said that.
It keeps freezing on me unless you guys.
Whoa!
I know that voice.
I know the voice.
Let's get him
what's
on.
up, guys?
There he is.
Going
Boss El Jefe. Man himself.
Am I in?
You are now a power player. Welcome.
Yeah, you are
great.
now a player. You're playing.
Great. I am finally made
Michael.
it. Thanks.
Michael
Been
Patak.
following
You are
Topstep for a
now
long time.
power player. We'll get him in here.
How did you get into trading, power
So-
player?
Yes, Michael Patak. How did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you, Michael? Tell us about your story. We'll get
I was,
I
was surfing Instagram for Lambos. Found Raul Lambo and said, "Hey."
So, MP, we'll get you in shortly. Give us a 2-minute heads up. What was happening is you were knocking Gabe out of VMix, and so there's no one behind the box. So once he figures that out, he'll get you in.
Oh yeah, I see Tuckman's frozen, so maybe he's still
in. MP just comes kicking in the front door, MP style.
Yeah, you can roll in on the phone. You can roll in on the phone with me if you want to do. But
like from Aspen.
I wanted to jump in because you guys are talking about the DLL and the PLL.
Yeah.
PDL.
Hey.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I got another fine announcement to make because I've been working this morning after dropping my daughter off on her first day of preschool. Now, what will happen with the PLL and the DLL and no DLL? Well, for one, we have a DLL that has no rule break. That's what we migrated towards like last year. Evolved towards. This one is just no DLL in general. Absolutely not, under any circumstance, would I ever recommend you not trade with a daily loss limit. Here's the difference. We get a lot of people that come in here and be like, "Quit giving me your damn loss limit. I don't want a loss limit. Why do you guys hold me back? I want more room." Well, then we have 60% of the other people. Loss limits are the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Blah 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 blah. And I'm on the 60%, by the way. But Topstep is about empowering people. It is a safe environment. So if anything that Topstep provides is a safer environment that you would have figuring out, creating, honing, and developing your strategy than you would on a personal brokerage account, a live account, or even just straight up on a demo account. So this gives you a little bit more guidance. Now, there will be a line in the sand, and we will share stats on who uses, not who, but what percentage of people are using PDLL's personal daily loss limit. This is where you can set your own, which is super cool. It takes 1 second. So all those people that are blowing me up on the weekend on Twitter about you should move it to 1 day. Oh, it takes 1 second to set your PDLL, personal daily loss limit. 1 second. Boom. Like 2 or 3 probably. But if you want it faster, then go to your risk and get it enabled and your limit set faster than worrying about getting funded faster. Ours is 2 days anyway. So that all being said, there will be a line of sand on who is disciplined, who is not. And guess what? The disciplined folks get paid from the markets, and the undisciplined folks, they'll probably spend more at Topstep. And we have a system set up that if they reset too much, we reach out to them, tell them to slow it down. But guys, this is not a gambling site. We are not Apex. I do not like how they market. I do like them better than one other company out there. But
wow,
I don't want to prey on more accounts, bigger accounts, no loss limit, trade with YOLO. That's absolutely not a longevity game. We believe that. We know that. We've been doing this 14 years. So that being said, you don't have a DLL. You can go all the way to your max loss limit. And I would highly encourage you to be as disciplined as you can, because my God, that is the best way to trade and build your career.
Okay, MP. I mean, it's hard to say right now. Obviously, we got to see what the data says. But I mean, do you envision this is going to be the way moving forward for evaluators? No DLL, or is this going to be? Is this an indefinite thing, or if we start seeing, the traders start shooting themselves in the foot with this, there's something that we might perhaps put the guardrails back on?
Right. I think if traders start shooting themselves in the foot and becomes really bad, just like the copy 5,
right?
Like multiple times, people are like, "Oh, you should go." They said 2 things over the weekend, big themey thing on Twitter when we posted this, and they all were tagging me. Move from 2 days to 1 day and move up more copy trading. And I'm like, no, you guys are framing out what the other guys that I just mentioned program is. And that doesn't help a soul, nor is it beneficial for setting you up for your own personal account, which everybody that's a live funded trader pretty much has, because they take money out and they put it in a personal account. They take money out and they put it in a whatever. They pay themselves and they stay in the top 10, which I'm sure you guys have shared in fast market. So yeah, no, there's going to be people that go to 5 accounts right away and no downside.
Yeah.
Again, highly encourage you to go to 1 account, 50K, the smallest account we have, and it's $49 to get into the markets, the futures markets. So that's like, I could never get in that cheap. I had to have thousands and spend thousands on education from 97 till like 02. Yeah, so we'll see. We're going to share the stats, Trey. It'll be cool to share stats. Like, what percentage of people are using it?
For how long?
It?
How large of a sample size do you think we'll need? Weeks, months before we?
No, I think we'll need by the end of the month. I bet you by the end of September it'll be stable. You know, stable at. I'm guessing. Here's my guess: 70% of people will have a personal daily loss limit, and 30% won't.
So
sounds about right. What do you think?
You know
what do you guys think?
I think what would be a real cool version of this, I'm all for letting people choose down the line, is if people could select a percentage of their account, right? If you could select that your drawdown is going to be, say, 10%, 15%, 20% of your account, which you can do with your personal daily loss limit. You just have to be proactive about it.
Do the math, yeah.
But I think that's how more, I'm on shoulder tap pretty much every day. And that's kind of the bigger problem I see, is that people do not adjust. Like, that's how you would do it in the professional world, right? Your loss limit would be directly proportional to how much was in your account.
Interesting.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Go,
I gotta say,
mine opened up. Dolby, real quick, I want to answer that one, and then I want you to go. Mine opened up at the prop for my downside opened up, and my buying power opened up as my balance increased. That's what their settings. Go ahead, Dolby.
Yeah, I think this rule change, I agree with Jack, and Jack is really good with stats and numbers and stuff. So I'm looking forward to kind of seeing him dig into the data when we get it. I do have a feeling, though, that the traders who are already disciplined are not going to have an issue, and those who don't have discipline are going to have the same problems they always have, regardless of whatever the DLL is, right? If you're someone who is undisciplined, you will always find yourself up against the daily loss limit, no matter what that number is. So I like this change a lot. I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully all the traders are too.
I do think there'll be some people that act like they have discipline, but they've never, hear me out. If you have a $3,000 daily loss limit, that goes away. You can bury the account up to $4,500. So if you're going to bury the account up to $4,500, or even if you're going to hit your $3,000 daily loss limits back like we used to have, you still, Jack says it with us on especially on the house account, when you're giving feedback to the team, says our bigger days or our average days, or how about this? Our big days or good days or days we stop need to be bigger than the days we stop on the downside, So that's definitely something that if you can't put up a $3,000 a day, never have been able to. I don't think you have any business using a $300 daily or $3,000 daily loss limit if you can't even put up $3,000 in a day, or if you haven't. Those are things that I would definitely think about.
And Pete, let me ask you this: how would you do this if you were coming to a prop firm and they say, "Hey, daily loss limit's gone. You're a new trader. You're like, oh shoot, oh snap! I can just let this suck." What would you do?
$1,000. At first, I'd probably go 500. If I'm a beginner trader like I did, they put me on a $300 daily loss limit. That's where I learned the whole prop firm model. Then you had to come into the office. You had to prove yourself on a simulator. They had risk parameters on you on a simulator, and then I kind of took that model and we created the funding industry. Topstep did, and we just allowed anybody. We didn't have to see your resume. We didn't have to know if you knew Tommy from that knows the head of the prop firm. Blah blah blah. No, you could just come on. So that's what kind of catapulted this. We used the same formula that I learned on, and I had already lost $90,000. Right before that, trading my own personal capital from Omaha all the way till Iowa State when I was trading in Iowa State, and I passed my buddy and be like, where are we at in our options on the way to class? All the way to California, and then lost probably 90 grand during that whole trip. Went to Online Trade Academy in Irvine back in 2000. Didn't learn anything because I was chasing my money, and started my real learning and finding out the importance of a simulator when I moved to Chicago and got a job at the prop firm on a simulator with a $300 daily average or daily loss limit.
Yeah,
Jack, I saw you in the chat saying something along the lines. I think that's a good way to do it. What were you referring to? I didn't catch what you were responding to.
Christian in chat was saying that he sets his daily loss limit at about 10% of his maximum drawdown. And I think that that's not a bad way to do it, right?
Yeah.
I see way too many people with, say, 10K in their account who are still risking 3,000 in the 150K. That's 33% of your account. The next thing you do, it's half your account. Then it's 100%. Don't put yourself in those positions. I'll be interested. Who this will affect the most, I think, is we do have a lot of traders that are the big hitters who you see them because we share them on Shoulder Tap, is the people that will go 10 straight daily loss limits and then make 40K or something like that. I think it might be careful what you wish for, because I think they are the people that want bigger limits, but you're going to bleed yourself much quicker. And if you can make 40K with a 3K loss limit, that's already an incredible.
Yes.
That's already pretty damn incredible, right? Yeah. If you expand it, I'd have to see the way they trade, but like, I don't know if you can necessarily run it proportionally. If we'll start seeing 60K days or 80K days or something like that, but who knows?
There'll be people that round their day off, that you're always going to get ticked out. I don't care if I don't care if I give you guys
doesn't matter
nobody
where
has
you
an
put
infinity. Nobody has an infinity downside unless you're the feds and you keep printing.
The Fed does, yes.
Yeah. But we all have this finite amount that we can work with. So whatever that number is, you'll find it on a downside day. I mean, at some point as a trader, I've always seen every trader I've ever known has had a bad day that's hit their, stomach churns, or you puke actually because it's so much money that it's a month of work or it's 2 months of work, and God forbid it's everything.
What's nice too is that TopstepX still has the lockout button. So unlike some firms that don't have a daily loss limit, or even a brokerage that doesn't have, or maybe they have a way to, you can set a DLL in the brokerage account, but you still can't lock yourself out for the day. So there is still a way built into TopstepX to completely remove the temptation to trade, which other firms and brokerages don't have. Like, that still exists. So if you're really tilted, you can press that button before you hit your DLL, and you're fine. You're done. You're done for the day. Nothing you can do.
I have this paper right here. Hopefully you can't see it, because I'm going to zoom out. It's my I email myself all the different things that I think we should look into, explore. Right here, I had we crossed it out. The new tech stack that's coming. Remove DLL, set your own, empower the trader to set their own. Sign a pro athlete. That's one. Get a series 3. That's one I finished. Team stats, individual stats that start getting fed to you. Follow a trader, copy a funded trader.
Like that. Look at this. You guys are getting the playbook right now.
Yeah, a kind of a refer a friend or find a trading buddy program. The best support experience with live phone support. Pick it up. Hello. And that's my next thing I wanted to talk about.
Go ahead. What do you think?
If you have a ticket, an open ticket that's been longer than Friday, not 2 weeks ago, Friday, 6, 5, 4, 3, 23rd, you should have a reply. If you don't have a reply to them. We have, thousands of tickets, tens of thousands, over 10,000 tickets a week. How about that? Ish. And they're nailing these out like no problem now. Got 100 support reps. They're nailing out with no problem right now. We kind of fixed some of those billing issues, but they're not totally fixed. They're Band-Aid fixes. Hence the fact the tech stack that's coming in October, the new tech stack in October, should make it where we have, I don't know if you have 0 bugs, but like almost 0 bugs, which means you have 100 support reps that all, like a lot of them are from the community.
Yeah.
No trading, passionate about trading. They're going to have an opportunity to do more. We talked about the TTL. They can get involved in that more. They talked about the VIP experience. They can get involved in that more. Discord is at 75,000. So all that's being said, but the whole point of the story is all those folks that are there, they won't be twiddling their thumbs, but if they are, it's totally fine, because when you call, we'll pick up the phone right away. It's a big investment, but I remember going through support issues, with the platforms back in 02, 03, 04. And it would get really, really annoying if you had to wait. And I get it. So that's why the apology tour happened a couple of weeks ago. Pretty much like, hey, guys, we're going to fix this, but it's going to take some time. But the team is telling us that it's the last ticket that is outstanding is still from Friday. That's really damn good. It was like a week and a half or something like that. I think at the high water, it was very bad. Like, you don't want to like tell people you have that slow of service, nor have them experience that. But we were going through that. Better now. It's going to get instantaneous in October, but September's already looking good. And they believe, don't quote me on this, that we're going to get to same day, possibly this. And this is all barring no technical difficulties.
Thank you, MP. All right, quick recap in the markets here. We are grinding towards VWAP and the ES.
Mm-hmm.
We're about a point away. Last trade, 56.46. VWAP, 56.47. Here's that Friday, that zombie creeper rally. Now that the dust is settled. Look at the NQ. Last trade, 19,636. VWAP, 669. So about 32 points off of that. Dow catching a bit as well. Crude just trading in a tight range right now. Last trade, $77.02. High of the day, $77.60. Low of the day, $76. So about 70-cent range there. Pretty tight. Look around though. And gold, just to wrap it up. Last trade, 25.52 half. About in the middle of the range there as well. But yeah, we are starting to see this rally higher. MP, there's been rumors, there's been hints that perhaps a 50-lot banger will be taken in the house account. Either Tuesday or Wednesday. And we're talking 50 lots here.
We got to get behind who's providing the hot stuff. Or who's hot.
Who is hot? Well, right now it's still TBD because the markets was very tricky this morning. Low volume, lots of head fakes. It was see profit, take profit if you didn't blink. If you blinked, that profit could have been slipped in through your hands. Yes, there are rumors of perhaps a 50-lot getting queued up here. Hey, when you bought 5,000s in the ES, back in May or something, was that a 50-lot?
Yeah, this is our first 50-lot, like public. We've done size before in the background, but we wanted to say how we're going to bring this on air and do it in a way that we can like not. I mean, if it's like straight up Hoag's like, okay, here's the level, let's look. Then it's like everybody's like, fuck. Or
He's been on TV in a minute. Has not been on TV in a minute, folks.
He's a power player, right? That's what everyone.
He thinks he's at the tavern right now, just shooting the breeze with a buddy right now. Go ahead, Michael.
These guys don't know what they're talking about, blah, blah, blah. But our whole premise in general with Topstep was to get behind our traders. So we're like, it wasn't going to be getting behind our individual thoughts. So you have to run a show, and it's like, playing the cymbals and the drums and the harmonica all at the same time. No, we're not dancing for people on Topstep TV. But we're definitely going to be showcasing our funded traders and seeing what they're doing. So getting behind them is what we're doing. Getting behind the level teams that Hoagland and Eddie and Dolby and JD have. That's really the goal with the house account, is to get behind those. So we're down today. Big deal. We had some up days last week. I think we probably ended up down last week because we had a $10,000 down day, but we had $8,000 in profits. So I think it was a $2,000 down day or down week, or maybe $4, considering on Friday. So that being said, we're talking trades out and everything online. So, as we do this, so 50 lots is going to be something we want to do. We want to kind of give people the experience of what that is, and then, of course, always put up W's.
100%. Okay, taking a quick look at the tilt right now. 66% long in the GC. Not a whole lot doing right now. Again, MP, what were your thoughts on this whole summer trade? You and the family didn't really take your summer holidays that much.
Yeah, we did in May and June. May,
yeah.
And here in Aspen, yeah.
I saw a lot of.
Hey, one other thing, Dre, I wanted to say.
What up?
Yeah, the summer trade. It wasn't a summer trade till 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
Pretty much 2 or 3 weeks. It was moving.
Yeah, no, it was rock and rolling all week. What do you want to say, Michael? What do you want to get off your chest?
There's one more thing. So October, I said about October, we're going to get to like even faster response times. There's a big thing coming out in October. So literally probably almost like a month from now, you're going to have another big banger of an awesome feature added in the reset at Rebill Arena. So anybody who's up, down, or all around, you just might be able to bank it. You guys ever been to Massage Envy? Anybody ever been to Massage Envy here in chat? Or know it?
I'm familiar with it.
Yes,
they have a subscription model that's incredible. That you can pay it's like $99 a month. You get a free massage a month, but at a cruise. So then there's times where you get out, life happens, and you look back, you're like, man, I've had this subscription for 3 months, kind of like Audible, where you get credits each month. So it may work just like that. And nobody else has that. So if anybody copies us before that, then put them on lock. That Topstep was already talking about.
How did Massage Envy handle it? Say you want to cancel your subscription or your membership, but you still had a couple banked massages.
They got sued because they're like, oh, you want to close? Well, those 8 that you have, and I remember closing mine. I had 8. Those 8 that you have are gone today. Do you really want to close? So they started getting sued, and then they gave people 60 days to burn them because they were kind of like currency. After they.
Did you string together 6 massages in one day? And just go for 6 hours. Just cash them all in. All your chips.
Yeah. No bones left.
Yeah.
It's just
no. So I'm really stoked about that one.
Yeah,
Dolby, you were like this too because you're back in the day in Topstep community and resetting. It was so dumb that we set it up that way. And I look back and said, I wish I would have been a little bit more directive on that one. That was kind of like, well, if the ones that are down are the only ones that are going to need it. But yeah, they're the only ones going to need it, sure. But then you set it up. Now it's a different team at the time, and again, it's buck stops with me. I should have not let it go through. It's just straight up on me. I should have not let it go.
I love the idea of banked resets, and I think it's really going to reward traders who are patient and who manage their risk well, that they get to benefit from that. So the traders who are just YOLOing it all the time, they don't get access to that banked reset because they're already cashing it in. But if you're patient, trade well, have that discipline, what a treat to be able to have that reset later. Really nice.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And guys, you can bank it. It'll be banks for any account. So if you already have one, if you're like, hey, I'm up in this account, and I don't want to rush it, but I haven't hit the profit target, but my rebuild day is coming up in 3 days. I don't want, I don't want you to rush it by any means. So if you did have another account and that one needs reset, or you can nickname your account. So that one's get long all the time account, and it's been selling off. And
that's a little wordy, Michael.
Is it on the fly?
Slightly.
Okay, how about Andre's man?
I think that's a good sounding account name right there. Yeah,
Andre. Yeah, there you go.
Go ahead, Michael. Sorry.
So you'll be able to bank it and use it on any other account. You don't have to use it just in that account because you're like, why would I? Then I hit the profit target. I'm funded now. I didn't even use that banked reset. Now you'll be able to use it. So I'm giving you guys a 401 skinny, way a month in advance. That stuff's coming out, and competition or others out there. There you go. There's a little roadmap that I shared for you guys. Come and get it.
And where else are you guys going to get this? Direct access to the CEO of the top prop firm in the trading space. If you guys like what you're seeing, like what you're hearing on the roadmap, what's coming up, click subscribe. We got MP in the house. I think he'll be back trading. Will you be back on Fast Markets tomorrow. Or Wednesday? Tomorrow, sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet. Tomorrow. Speaking of which, tune in again tomorrow. We got MP back in the cockpit to trade the house account. We got Coach Dakota and Rips and Hoag for Fast Markets tomorrow. MP, any more thoughts you want to share? Anything you want to share with the chat before we get you out of here?
No, we're also looking at
what are you appreciative for? All right, stop. So Michael Patak, what are you?
I put it in there. I appreciate being a 3-year-old on your first day of school, lighting up when the yellow bus shows up.
Oh no!
Awesome. It's like the little munchkin. Yeah.
Were they all munchkins on that bus too? They just all little munchkins.
Yeah, I mean, I would go bananas if I had to spend one day doing that. But I love teachers, and anybody who says those that can't do teach, go. There's the F word. Go to yourself because those are the people that have guided you Those people that guided you in your life, get you to read, that gets you to this. And even if it's a coach, damn coach, well, you couldn't hit the NFL and you're my high school coach. Those guys are big mentors and leaders. And so that all being said, that's what I'm appreciative of.
Some good stuff, MP. Well, thank you so much for joining us here on Power Players. Hey, I know we're goofing around, but this is the ultimate power player. This is the head honcho. And you guys got direct access to him. We got the roadmap and some questions about removing the daily loss limit. And what's coming up? What's up,
his
MP?
name is Andre. And his name is Andre, Dolby, and Jack.
Yeah, we are the power players today. The great cameo from Michael Patak. Everyone click like, click subscribe if you like this. We got shoulder tap coming up next. The shoulder tap Jack has really found. He's my favorite one on shoulder tap. Jack, you look at the trade reports and such. I guess we can let Michael. Michael, if you're ready, you can jump off here. We got 2 minutes.
I'm out, guys. Good stuff. Hey, great show last
week.
I missed the Thursday and Friday, but I tuned in and listened. Dynamite. You guys have a good one.
Thank you.
Later, MP.
Yeah.
Thanks for jumping in.
Later,
MP. Like I said, we got more coming up later. We got shoulder tap coming up. We got group coaching coming up. I think we have. We can take down that poll. Over 1,000 votes really quick. Let's take a look. Okay, very good to see. Over 1,000 votes, almost 1,100 votes. Will you be using a personal daily loss limit? 83% say yes, they will be. So that's encouraging to see there. But yes, again, just a quick preview of the schedule for the day. Shoulder tap coming up next with this guy, Jack, right here. Jack and Ben. Group coaching, JD and Robert. And then we got Hoag, Robert, and Marie. Then we got myself, Jack, Zach B, Hoag for Power Hour. I think that's going to do it all for now. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Well, guys, that was a bit of an audible. Didn't see that coming. No trades taken, but we managed. Yeah, don't be time.
Knowledge gained.
Knowledge gained, transparency gained as well.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, we got shoulder tap coming up next with the man Jack in the house. Stay tuned. We got, big day on tap. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. It is Monday. I am Jack, joined by risk manager Ben. It's 1,000,000 degrees in Chicago today and tomorrow. Unfortunately, my air conditioning is making it so I cannot get a constant temperature. I'm hot or cold. Ben, how's it in Texas?
It's been cooling off, actually. It's like 97 degrees, so that's it's about as good as I could ask for this time of year. Not horrible. We had a string of like 10 days in a row. We were well north of 100. So I'd say overall pretty good. Having a good day, having a good week, and I'm taking the Series 3 test tomorrow morning. So I've been doing a lot of studying and prep and pulling my hair out about that, but looking forward to it and feel good, ready to go past that and book it as a win for Topstep and myself personally.
You have the right idea on that. No procrastination, just get it done. So we talked about it being hot here. Do we have any hot traders in their trading, their looks or their looks, if you happen to know, but who's hot today?
We definitely have some heaters going, primarily meat. Meat P is up $23,450. Locked out on the day. This is a trader who we've been working with behind the scenes, the risk team in particular, talking to meat as the position that they put on very early in the morning, almost top ticking the NASDAQ, taking a short there, now flat and locked out for the day, up a cool 23,400. So love seeing that.
Hot
couple other
Monday.
Traders. What's up?
Hot Meat Monday.
Hot meat, indeed. We've got Ben P up 4,500. Rafa, very familiar name on the broadcast, is up 6,200, and then Anthony is up $4,000. So I do want to share. And Nick4ATick also up $500 after being small red this morning, like that out of him. Couple of just quick thing that I've noticed, particularly over the last few days. I can see it just through this color-coded sheet I'm looking at. We've got traders in live who've gone up pretty considerable profits, thousands of dollars in some cases, $10,000 plus in the morning to then ultimately take a U-turn and hit that daily loss limit. Pretty miserable to see. I'm sure when it's your own account as well, even more miserable to go through. So if you're up profits, if you're green on the day, whether you're live or otherwise, take it because it can always go south on you if you truly let the emotional tilt sort of take over. So seeing that happen many more cases over the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 trading sessions. So just a trend I'm seeing, and lock it up if you're green in the morning because looks like there's a tendency to give it back across some of the live traders. But that's what we got on the live boards at the moment. We can jump into some trading cards if you're ready, Jack.
Let's do it. And as we do that, I'll point out people are asking if we can get Rafa on the program. Believe you me, we have asked. He's been helpful, giving us some of the levels, providing that sort of thing. But, not everybody wants to be on YouTube. I never thought it's where I would end up, Ben, to be honest. But we'll keep working. Maybe someday we'll get Rafa on here. But let's go to the cards in the meantime. Who do we got?
Yeah, let's pull up the card for KCW first for today. I have to say I'm really, really happy with what I've seen out of Casey. Casey is a live card. I reviewed the trading card that we had for them about 2 weeks ago, where the average daily P&L was roughly negative $50. We are now positive $67. So minor improvement, at least on paper, but when you have 40 trading days under your belt, it's going to take a little bit of time to truly turn those statistics around into, significant profitability. So if you look over the last 2 weeks, Jack, there's been a really, really market improvement. Only one losing day over the last 2 weeks of trading. And there was only one other day that was ever even a drawdown. So Casey's seeing the markets well. Had conversations with Casey in the past about trading methodology, how Casey's actually placing trades. You'll notice oftentimes there's, very few trades placed on the day, sometimes even just one. That's analysis that's taking place in the morning. Sometimes the day before, trade is getting placed and it's working out, one way or the other. Typically, the hold times are very short. So placing a trade at, a particular level, if it works out, great, we're in profit. If not, then it's stopped out and we move on and we live with the results, most importantly. So really like the recent improvements that we've seen from Casey. Got to give him a big shout out. He's also taken $3,000 in payouts in the live account thus far, which is awesome. That's across 3 different payouts. So consistently paying himself along the way, that does a lot for your psychology. Just giving yourself a little bit of grace as well in the account. And again, recently has been trading on a really positive streak. So love seeing that. I think one thing we could look to for improvement possibly is just maximizing the winners a little bit more. You'll notice that the hold times on the winners a little bit lower than the losers, but overall we're talking minutes, typically for the trade durations either direction. So giving yourself a little bit of additional win when you win is a good target, especially given that our reward to risk is a little bit inverted right now, especially when you consider the winning trade percentage. Again, that is blended across 40 days, is not necessarily reflective of what we've seen, in the last 2 weeks. But the number one number for me is that average daily P&L going from negative to positive in the last 2 weeks is really something to be celebrated. Trading is difficult, and particularly in a live account like this, when you're 40 days in, to put together a nice winning streak. And I have no doubt Casey will continue paying himself along the way. Is awesome to see. So just kind of a feel-good card. Wanted to point out the improvements. We talk so often about traders who maybe are on a losing streak, need to do X, Y, and Z to try and turn it around. Well, Casey is actively doing that and on the right track. So kudos again. And anything in particular you see here, Jack, that stands out to you?
Yeah, really good at controlling the daily losses. In 40 days trading in this account, just one day hitting the DLL. How often do we see that? Seems like usually there might be a self-imposed 2,000 loss limit he's put on himself. But also, I've talked about the dispersion of losses before. I don't love losers, but these losing days are a nice spread of, well, it didn't happen and I called it a day. There's some $2,000 losers, 1,000, a couple hundred, 700. It's clearly someone who's not going in with the thing is, I will keep on doing this until I hit a limit, be it imposed on me by Topstep or otherwise. I think Casey will do just fine with the personal daily loss limit feature we're adding. Besides that, maybe I'd have to sit down next to Casey and watch them trade. Seems like for what they're making, maybe you don't need all that size sometimes. 5 or 6 contracts in the NQ is a lot. Maybe hold on a little longer, but you're positive. 40 days, that's good trading. Keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially again, that trajectory, that recent arc, positive trading is excellent. Average losing day is a third of the daily loss limit for this account size. So really positive stuff. And again, that trading methodology that Casey's discussed with the risk team about, putting the trade on and letting it, the chips fall where they may and moving on to the next day is really healthy and mature trading behavior to live with the results of a trade that a trade structure that you are comfortable with. So kudos. And if you're ready, Jack, we can move on to the next.
Yeah. Casey, take another payout. If you're with the loss limits you seem to be adhering to, with the balance that you have, you can take out a little more money, and I think it'd make everyone feel a little bit better. So you got a big enough balance for what you do. Take out a little more. Treat yourself. All right. Who we got next?
Treat yourself indeed. Next up, we've got somebody that we are calling up to live. That's going to be Suthipong. I believe I'm saying that name correctly. Trading with us from Thailand. And this account has been really interesting to watch. They've been on the radar of the risk team for a period of time. And finally, hit that tipping point at the end of last week where we decided to call them up to a live account. So we've got 27 trading days completed in this account, and that's a considerable amount of time to review, and we can, view these statistics as a little bit more concrete than if we only had, 5 or 10 trading days to review. So average daily P&L of $393 speaks to profitability in and of itself. Equities trader like that they're willing to trade the micro contracts. And you'll see from the trade reports that the size is not really significantly larger than what you would want to see with that number of trades. So 5 trades a day, averaging 1 lot per is great when you're trading, ES and NQ primarily. And they've got $6,400 total in payouts. They've taken 2 payouts totaling $6,400, which is awesome to see. A little bit over 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio. That combined with pretty much dead on 50% winning trades is a recipe for profitability. Love seeing that. Again, I have a little more confidence in those figures longer term, given the 27 trading days complete. That may equalize, we may see a little bit come out of the winning day percentage or a little bit come out of that reward to risk ratio. But ultimately, you can be profitable at a 2-to-1, at 40% winning days. So 40% winning trades, I should say. So lots of really good stuff here. Hold times being a little bit longer than on the winners than on the losers. And hard to find a whole lot here that I dislike. The best day that they had was $8,000. That was on day 1. And then had the wherewithal. I know that says plus $20. There should be an extra 0 on that. But they hit the next 4 days, trading days that they had after that $8,000 winning day, hit plus $200 threshold to achieve a payout. So that tells me this trader is looking to pay themselves, looking to have a winning day, and then take the payout ultimately after that. So really big positive as far as the risk team is concerned. One thing I would say is, the micro contracts, the MNQ that they're trading, only traded those on 2 different days, and they were early on in the account. So that's something that you could consider as a way to further maximize the winning trades. We talk about that every single segment that we do shoulder tap, it seems like. How can you make more on your winners? Scaling, if you're only comfortable taking, your system says you can only take 1 contract, in the ES or the NQ, based on your risk tolerance, breaking that up into micros, or trading, the equivalent in micros, and being able to, leave a runner, as is so often talked about on this program, can really help maximize those gains and maybe push that reward to risk a little bit higher. Of course, that will, pull a little bit out of the winning trade percentage, but so much of the profits that can be made on the times that you're right comes from sitting through the trade as it moves in your favor. It's a really, really difficult thing to do in trading. Sit in and stick with your winning trade. So finding a way to do that where you've captured most of the profit on the trade, to your profit target or whatever that looks like, and leave a little bit, left on the bone to ride out for some of those outsized moves that we seem to be seeing more and more frequently with the increased volatility in equities. So small, piece of advice or way to, adjust your trading to further maximize the wins. But overall, shouldn't do a whole lot of tinkering with the trading. I think here, just stay the course and stick with what's working. Ultimately, should continue to yield profitability in the live market. So that's what we saw from Suthapong, and looking forward to seeing him in live. Jack, what takeaways do you have from the trade reports? I've seen you intently reviewing in the background.
2 things that I love here. I was also, because I am doing the Chiron at the bottom right now, so I had to switch it to live. But I love 2 things. I love the 50% winning trades with a 2-to-1 risk reward, because that to me feels very sustainable. I also, even though I don't like always people going towards a certain P&L or something, I'll give a dispensation if you make a bunch of money and then make sure that you can take it out by booking those $200 winners. There's some of these cards that have given me anxiety attacks because they'll have a huge day and then, 30,000, 40,000, like real money. And then just keep on dribbling it away in 3K increments without ever getting to the 5 days above 200. Whereas I love this, made 8K the first day, then just made like 213, 203, 263, 1,000. Boom, he's done. Right.
Yep.
And also good loss control here. This is a 100K Express account, so he could lose $2,000, but I don't see that often. And only a couple times, the losers don't usually get that far. But lastly, which is nice, he's actually getting out of these trades. So often we see people that are slamming into those limits where every time they hit their DLL, it's actually losing more money than that, right? Which will happen because if you have us auto trigger it, it gets triggered at that level and you're going to go below it. Even his DLL days are a few bucks below that. So he's getting out himself. Love to see it. So great card.
Yeah,
He's taking good payouts.
Yeah, no doubt. That can't hammer home that point about the $8,000 winning day and hitting those winning days to qualify for the payout afterwards. That is such a massive, litmus test as far as the risk team is concerned. If we see you have a really big winning day and then subsequently hit your profit target minimum to qualify for that payout, that's your aim and your goal. That says so much about where you're at maturity wise, emotional, your emotional temperament and how you're going to behave in a live account. So huge benefit. And the reason for that is because we want to see traders not only generate profits, but take them, right? Pay yourself along the way. And this trader's doing an excellent job of that thus far. It's time to move them into a live account so they can start harvesting profits out of live markets.
Well, that is great stuff, Ben. And that's the only card we have for today. I think that while you're taking a Series 3, Mick's going to be back tomorrow, but you're doing a great job here, Ben. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Yes, sir. It was fun as usual, Jack. I'll be on later this week, too.
All right. I'm about to change that Chiron at the bottom of the screen. What's it going to say? It's going to say, next, group coaching with JD and Robert, because that is what's next. So stick around. We're going to take a quick break to get things turned around. And when we come back, have your questions ready for Mr. Robert the Riz Cooney and JD the Dancing Bear Doherty. It's going to be a hell of a time. So stick around for group coaching. We'll be back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. You made it to the best time of day. It is group coaching time. I'm JD back here behind the scenes. You're looking at Coach Robert and the Topstep X platform. This is the time of day where we take your questions and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. Coach Robert, what's happening? Tell me everything. How was the weekend? You traded it all today? What's going on? A little choppy.
Yeah. Weekend was good. As some of you may or may not know, I relocated from Massachusetts last week. I back down to North Carolina. So I'm in the Raleigh-Durham area, and I'm looking around for places. Staying with some friends right now as I find some. I'll be looking again tonight and a couple more places tomorrow after work. As soon as we get settled in, we're good to go. Temporary office right now, but we can do our job. We can trade. We have the internet. We have a computer. That's all we need.
I'm not going to lie. I like your style, Robert. You pick a place to live, you move there, and then you find a home after that. Get to the destination first, and then find a place. That's a great system.
It was just the opportunity. I have friends. Yeah, I have friends down here, and they do a lot of traveling. So, and when I lived here for about a dozen years, we did a lot of traveling. So I would watch their house and their dog, take care of their property for them, and they would go 4, 5, 6 weeks at a time. And they were doing that this time as well, but one of the couple had an eye issue and he needed surgery last minute, and he's all good and everything, but he couldn't fly for 2 months. So therefore, like a week before, I'm like, oh, so we're just kind of hanging out at the house. It just gives me a little bit more pressure to get myself into my own place a little bit sooner. And so instead of having a month or so to find a place, it's a week or so. But hey, we're having a great time. I love it down here. Weather's great. It's awesome. We got all our Topstep stuff. We got a little office going on, and we got group questions coming in here. And technical trade on the ribeye today was awesome as usual. Thank you for asking.
You already had a ribeye today, huh?
Yeah, I just got off lunch.
Excellent. My kind of lunch. A ribeye for lunch. All right. Well, let's move on to the questions. We've got them here. I'm looking at the form, or I'm looking at the sheet. The form is still pinned in the chat. We might get to your question if you throw one in there right now. Can't promise you anything, but without further ado, we're going to start hammering some of these out. All right, first question comes from Brian. Brian asks, or says, I'm sure this question has been asked previously, and it is subjective, but at the funded level, what do coaches recommend as a good percentage to request as a payout from their account? Well, we always do recommend paying yourself for the hard work that you do. And you have to remember, when you get to the funded level, there's a couple nuances involved. When you reach a certain point, you have the power to reach out to your risk manager and expand your risk limits. So if you're going to do something like that, you always have to remember to make your payouts proportionate to your new risk limits. You always want to be taking money out of the market and at the same time building your account. That is one of the ultimate tricks. Coach Robert, what's your take on taking payouts and growing your account at the same time?
Yeah, we do want you to take payouts. That was a good start off for that, JD. And this is for Brian. Definitely take those payouts. But one more thing to keep in mind is that your balance, your loss limit is going to go to your starting balance of your account, right? So if you're at 50K, it's going to be zero now. And let's assume you have a 50K account, just to keep the numbers fictitious but real. You have a $2,000 max loss limit. So once you hit your profit target and you move over to the funded, remember when you take that payout, that loss limit is going to go to zero, the balance of your account, the 50K. So if you make $500, well, you can't make five. You need 5 days of $200 or more. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 1,000. Let's say you make $1,001. You're eligible for a payout. You can take 50%. So if you take 50% after you reach that 1,000, you now have $500 in your account. You know what that means? That's your max loss limit from that point forward. So my suggestion is to build it up enough so when you take half of your payout, take half of your profits and pay yourself, your loss limit is what you're used to seeing. In this case, it would be a max loss limit in the 50K account of $2,000. So that would be my suggestion. And then just keep doing it. Rinse and repeat. Build it up another couple thousand, take 1,000 out, couple thousand, take 1,000 out. And as JD said, once you get to the funded level, yeah, you have a few more options. You can have that loss limit a little bit there. You can get a little bit more buffer, so to speak. Sometimes you can trade a little bit bigger. And if you're smart, if you're not doing so well and you're smart like Dakota is, he said, nope, reduce my max loss limit. Stop me from trading larger. that is the way to do it right there. So it's self-discipline for sure. And JD, now that we're talking loss limits, the removal of that daily loss limit, yeah, I'm in favor. I'm in favor. Not necessarily because you can lose more on the day, but it just gives you the option to set yourself up for your own trading style. You may be a trader that needs to go a little bit under that $1,000, $1,500, daily loss limit, and up to $2,000, but you may need a little bit more drawdown than some other traders, especially if you like to scale in a little bit, get the bottom of a range and keep adding up. It comes down again, you add into it. You may need a little more room, and as MP said not too long ago, it's on you. Hey, you want to trade, you want the freedom of it, you got it. And the easiest way, if you don't like it, if you say, no, I want it, well, the easiest way is just to set a personal daily loss limit and set it to the, what you had it at, your $1,000 daily loss that you're used to using. So it's far more beneficial than it is a hindrance. Because if you liked it and you used it, you have an option. Set your personal daily loss limit to what you're used to, and that's it. Call it a day. It's a 2-second fix. So hopefully it doesn't hinder you, and hopefully it just helps you if you need a little bit more room. Yeah, that's make sure we answer the question. Yeah, that's exactly it. All I have to say about that one, JD.
Perfect. So to sum it up, make sure you build that cushion, pay yourself, but keep growing your account so you are able to scale up your trading size without taking on that additional risk. Risk being a percentage of your account value. Risk per trade. All right. Hope that answers your question, Brian. Next up, we've got RJ. RJ says, I feel like I'm stuck in the prop firm loop. Overall, my journal, I am profitable over the last 3 to 4 months, but I haven't withdrawn much, only secured one small payout. I can pass a combine and last a while in an XFA, building above the zero buffer, but can't get far enough to start realizing gains in my bank account. Any advice? What do you think RJ's problem is? He's a profitable trader, but not profitable enough to take payouts. This is kind of a tricky question. Bit subjective. I'd like to know more about your trading style, RJ. Are you more of a scalper, more of a long-term day trader? What kind of size are you trading? What kind of how big is your account? What's your accounts? There's a few things that we could use to help answer this question a little more. But Coach Robert, what's your take on it? Being profitable, but not profitable enough to take payouts.
Yeah, that's the same thing. And I'm not sure about that second half of it, because if you're profitable and you've made it to the funded level, then just by default, you are profitable. And if you're profitable, you just have to work the process and keep being profitable. And now you can take a payout. So my question would be the same thing as you, JD, is maybe he passed the I say he, maybe this trader, maybe RJ passed the combine by doing $150 at a time. And now they really can't get to $200 at a time, which is required to take a payout. So that was a little bit of an assumption on my part for the reasoning behind this. But if that is not the case, and you're able to come up with that $250, $300, or whatever you're making, just keep doing it. Rinse and repeat over and over and over again. This is a attrition here. It's a grind. You just have to keep at it, keep going, keep your losses small, keep building those profits, and you will get there. Just think about it. $250 a day, is $50,000 a year. And if you're doing $250 a day every 5 days, you can take a payout, and that's kind of all you need. And RJ, truth be told, that when I read your first line there, as a repeat, I feel like I'm stuck in the prop firm loop. I was thinking right off the bat, well, he went to this prop firm, then that prop firm, and then this prop firm, then this. And I was like, no. So I had an answer ready for that until I read the rest of it, JD. So it was a little snip on me at the beginning there when I read that first line. But if you can pass a combine, RJ, you can and get funded, do the same thing. You may have to change your strategy slightly based on the market conditions that day. Some are choppy, some are ranging, some are free fall, and some are just trending all day long. So you may have to adjust your strategy, but not the overall piece of it. So if you're getting there and you're getting these payouts, you were able to take a small payout, you wrote in there, which means if you didn't, you can continue to build, take a little more payout, continue to build slowly over time, take another payout. That's all it is. So just keep at it. You got there. You have it. And as JD said, without knowing a little more than that, you're already there. You're already passing combine. You're already funded. You're already taking payouts. Rinse and repeat, my friend.
Yeah, and I really think you nailed it about keeping your expectations reasonable going into this too. $250 a day is another 50 grand a year. We don't know what you do for a living or if you have an income outside of this, but 50 grand a year, nothing to poo-poo, nothing to scoff at, right? 400 bucks a day.
5 points ES. One contract, 5 points ES. It doesn't have to be all at once. Take two at a time. Say take two, and then let's say you lose a trade, and then take two more, and then lose a trade, and call it a day.
Yep. You don't have to trade big to make a comfortable living as a trader. Just have to manage your risk and set reasonable expectations. I'm not saying that's the golden goose right there, but it's a big piece of the puzzle. Well, with that, we're going to move on to the next question. Hope that helped you out, by the way, RJ. Rupert Pumpkin, he's back. Rupert Pumpkin wants to know, hey, Robert, I'm wondering how volume is important in equity futures. I'm thinking about how the NQ follows the NAS 100, so I always think it is kind of the tail wagging the dog when looking at NQ volume. Yet, I have seen it work, like when Hoag calls out icebergs. Can you explain volume and how it works related to parent indices? Well, I do watch volume. I don't know about Coach Robert. I don't think Coach Robert tracks volume too much. I do watch it on an intraday basis. I don't really track underlying asset volume, but when I'm watching the futures, I look to volume for confirmation of a move. If the market's moving lower and you see volume decreasing on a 5-minute chart, that means sellers' selling power is drying up, and you're likely approaching a reversal zone. On the opposite end of the spectrum, when you see price rallying and volume increasing, that is acceptance of higher prices, and you're likely to see continuation. So that's how I use volume intraday to sort of, how do you say, get more confirmation on the trade that I have on or a trade that I'm looking to take.
Right.
If that makes sense to you. Hope it does. Anything you want to add to that, Robert?
It does.
Looking at your charts right now.
Yeah, it does there, JD. This is I'm glad you jumped onto this one a little bit more because it's a bit out of my wheelhouse, and I'm not afraid to say it. Nobody knows everything, so the structure of the question was a bit out of my wheelhouse and what I know about the markets. I really wouldn't want to say anything or mislead anybody with incorrect information. So thank you for doing that. For as far as the volume, I'm not really big on volume for the day or like the candle, but volume profile, I'm pretty big on that. But thanks for jumping in there, JD.
Yeah, for sure. Glad we could help out. All right, we got a couple more. Next question is from Becca. Becca's got a question about the TopstepX platform. Time and sales in particular. Becca says, it is not working. Time and sales is not working properly. All the data being deleted every 2 to 3 minutes. What is the purpose of having this time and sales if it's not working properly? Well, I didn't notice anything about time and sales being glitchy today. I didn't see anything behind the scenes. Becca, I hate to say it, but this might be a you problem, not an us problem. Maybe go ahead and refresh your platform. Have you noticed any latency in time and sales today, Robert?
I have not, JD, and that question was asked a while ago from Becca, so thank you for asking. And the moment I saw that question come through, I instantly put time and sales over here on the right side of my chart, and it is on NQ because if there's going to be some break of a feature, it's typically an NQ because of all the data that comes through. It's massive. So one of the things I would suggest, Becca, if you are seeing some, I don't even want to say lag but you said it's 2 to 3 minutes. I don't see that at all. We can see the date and time stamp right in it. I mean, it is spot on, like to the second, if not to the hundredths of a second. So one suggestion I would make is if you go over to the left-hand side here, you have a gear. And on that gear, we have charts and data. Just change your data speed. I'm using mine at medium. That's kind of all I need. We have a lot of traders that may have it on fast, but that's going to pull a lot in, and it's just the fast data. There's a couple things that happen. It comes from the broker, comes right from the source, right? We get it right from the CME. It has a process through the servers. We have to monitor that data so we know what is going on, and then it has to go out through the net and this thing called BGP, which is called Best Gateway Protocol. It finds the best route to you. So it may go through, one section might go through Japan, the next through Canada, the next through Ireland, and the next through the next state over. And it's just called BGP, okay? That's outside routers. And with all of that data coming through, it splits off and comes right back again. And then when it gets to your system, it has to go through your provider and your data. And if you're using Wi-Fi, it's through there. And then it gets to your system itself, and it has to compile all that data, put it all back together again with packets, and then put it onto your chart, which means through your processor, through your RAM, through your video card. There's a lot that goes on. So if we have it on fast, it may be having a little slight waiting for that data to come through, but not necessarily Topstep X, not necessarily your data, but the route that it actually took may have a little of a, I don't want to say delay, but just, one packet comes through really quick and the next one comes through a little bit slower. We're talking milliseconds here and nanoseconds. If you have it on fast, it's waiting, so you might have a little bit of a gap there. So my suggestion is to start with medium and see if it fixes it. You can always go to slow. I have used all three of these in my trading. Honestly, I have not seen, I don't want to see any difference, but any noticeable difference. So I'm leaving mine on medium, and it's right under that gear, charts and data speed to medium, and it has been totally fine. I've had time and sales on my chart all day long. I've been monitoring it just for you, Becca. I have not seen any issues whatsoever. So that's a little hint, little tip. Hopefully it works.
Excellent job, Coach Robert. I didn't see that question come in earlier, but glad you're on top of it, and you tracked it for a great answer. So thanks for the question, Becca. Hope that helped you out. Excellent answer. All right. While you have your Topstep X platform up, we got another functionality question. Nicholas wants to know, is there a way to lock the chart objects on the chart? I find it very frustrating to right click for a limit order and to get the other menu when trading on Topstep X. It sounds like Nicholas is just looking for an alternate form of order entry. There are multiple forms of order entry, but right-clicking does bring up a menu that gives you options for entering orders. You also have your order book and the dome. What's your take on this question from Nicholas, though, Coach Robert? You got an answer for him?
I do, and I found a little bit when they said lock the chart objects. My default, can you see it from my? Yeah, I'm not blocking it with my mouse shot there. It's on the left-hand side. It has the drawing tools. It's literally a padlock. It says lock the drawing tools. So if you draw it and you lock the drawing tools, they're going to stay there, and you won't be able to remove them until you unlock, and then you can remove them. Now, one other thing you can do is, let me just, I know I have this on one chart. Let me just make it a second chart real quick. I'll do left and right so we can see it easier. Left and right. There we go. So I have them both linked up to yellow here, and it's just that yellow because it happened to be on NQ. We can see all of my components are linked to yellow, so I'm looking at the same contract and same instrument every single time. So I don't want to remove all my drawings here, so I'm not going to remove them all. But what I want to show is on the left-hand side, we have this one. It's a link, and I think, yes, you can see it right above the group coaching where my screen is. Right here, it's a little chain, looks like a chain link fence, okay? If I choose that, now when I put a drawing on the chart, it's going to go across all charts with that instrument on them. So I'll give you an example. Make this really big so we won't mess anything else up here, and we can see it clearly. I'm just going to go to this. Let me unlink it first, okay? And I'm going to go, and I made a circle. So I'm not linked. I just grabbed the brush tool. I drew a circle. Notice it is not on my chart over here. I'm simply going to undo it. I can undo it by selecting it and deleting, or just hitting simply Control-Z. It undoes the last thing that you did, including making charts different sizes and everything else. Now, I'm going to link right here. Now I'm going to draw that same circle. I'm up to my brush tool, draw that same circle, and notice it goes on both charts. Now, I understand that they're both 500 ticks, so let's change the one on the right to 5 minutes. It's still there. It's right here, okay? And it doesn't matter which chart I put it on. It's going to link the two. See, I moved it up, moved it down, and on the left-hand side, there it is right here. Okay, so that's a way to link the charts. Now, regarding the second half of that, about right-clicking for a limit order, I'm not sure what you mean by that. So let's do it this, and let me get rid of my last drawing tools just so we can have nice clean. There we go. Let's do a limit order. So I'm on a live account, so let's make sure we put this in right. I'm going to go right-click up the top here, and I'm going to a limit sell. So that means it has to come up before it goes short. Do a limit sell. It is on both charts. It does show because this is attached to the instrument. It's not attached to the time frame or the chart itself. Right now I have a limit sell at 19,590 on NQ, and it's going to show on any chart that I'm showing NQ on, and it doesn't matter chart style, the chart type, the chart time frame makes no difference. So I'm not 100% sure about the second half, about right-clicking a limit order and then getting a menu. I really don't know about that, because that's kind of how you, if you're looking for multiple ways, that's a pretty easy way. Say, oh, 19,600, I'm gonna come up here, right-click, and it shows me limit sell 19,600. So let's say I was off a little bit. Here we are, I'm off. I'm gonna do a limit sell, but now I can just take it, I can drag it to where I want it to be. Do it here, like this. And I went a little bit too much. I can go over to my DOM. Let me take off the auto adjust so I can scroll up to my 19,599 where it is. Let me move this up. 590. I should make it here. I'll make it a little bit lower so we can see these. And there it is right here. Okay, I can drag it on my DOM and you'll see it moving onto my charts, because an order is attached to the instrument. A drawing tool is attached to the chart. If you want to link them, simply link on the left-hand side, or don't. Hopefully that covers everything.
I think it sure did. That's a very comprehensive answer. All right, I think we got time for one more quick one, Coach Robert. Hang on, someone just entered the green room with their microphone on. I got to do some muting.
Yeah, mute that out. And Nicholas did do a follow-up right in the chat. He says if you accidentally click on a drawing or a bar, you get a different menu that does not have order options. Okay, now I understand what they're talking about. Okay, so let's show this, JD, just to be clear. So let's take nice and clear here. Let's remove our order. This is important. We want to make sure traders are doing this well and they're not getting tripped up by some type of mistake or fat finger. Let's call it fat finger. Let's make a drawing tool. I am going to use a rectangle and I'll make it nice and big. So this is what Nicholas, I believe, is talking about. Salute you, shorts. Thank you. I'm going to right click right here and I'm going to do a limit sell. See, I get the menu, but if I right click and let's say I wanted 19,600, but I happen to be on the drawing tool, what do I get? I right click. Do I get it? Is that correct? Nope. But if I click the actual drawing and now I right click, I have the drawing highlighted, which is my front focus. I'm going to get a different menu. Now, Nicholas, that makes sense to me, because if I'm not on the drawing anywhere else, I would want to right click to show the features that I have on the chart and on my orders. Even if I'm in this drawing right here, it's not selected. It's not my front focus. I can right click and I still have my chart options. But if I'm clicking on, you can see how it's showing me on this side. I have my drawing tool up here. If I'm clicking on the actual drawing instrument, I would want to say, well, now I'm going to right click, and now I should have the ability to come up with the menus that pertain to that drawing tool. So to me, that makes sense. Sorry if you're kind of missing it there a little bit, but if you are, it just move off a little bit, and then you get your whole menu back. And let's say, all right, here, limit sell, and all right, there it is. And I want it at list level. There we go, right there. Pretty simple. Hopefully that covers it, and we got it. Good deal. We have a real quick one there, JD, or no?
We might have a quick one. Oh, real quick. From Josh. I'm looking at line 14. All the talk about the daily loss limit made me wonder, is there a way to set a loss limit on each individual account? Josh does not copy trade, so having different risk settings on smaller or bigger accounts would be helpful. Thanks. You absolutely can. We can walk through that real quick. You just got to use that drop-down menu where all your accounts are. Click on the account that you want to use and change your daily loss limit from there.
Yeah, you do. I'm on the live side of things here, JD, so I'm not going to be able to demo that, but this is exactly where you would do it. You click on this, choose your account, go to your settings, and then you can set your loss limits on this side. And you would come back here, choose your different account, go to your settings, and set a loss limit there.
Thank you. I'm looking at Amory in the chat, roaring. That's the old.
Oh goodness, did I say that?
It's the old Mike Myers Saturday Night Live skit, right? My name is Simon, and I like to do drawer rings. All right.
Drawer ring. It's the Massachusetts coming out. Yeah, I'll be on next anyway, so we'll follow up with that. Thanks, JD.
Yep, we are out of time for group coaching right now. Stick around, though. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie next. She's going to be joined by Hoag and Coach Robert. So give us just a few seconds. We're going to change a thing or two up, and we're going to be right back with Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Short break. Be right back.
Welcome, traders, to Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, the lovely, very talented trader in the middle. That's Anne-Marie. And on her left, your right, we've got Robert, one of our great coaches here at Topstep. And we think we've got a really interesting and sometimes challenging subject today. We're gonna work through the process on how to build a strategy that works for your personality or your style, and we're gonna take a look also at how to look at the market using the top-down view as well. So looking forward to having a really good session. Anne-Marie, how are you? Happy Monday. I hope you had a nice weekend.
I did. Thank you very much. I hope you did as well. It's been an interesting beginning to the week, for sure.
It most certainly has, in a couple of contexts and top-down things that maybe we missed a little bit this morning. And we're looking forward to talking about that. Robert, how are you? I know you just had group coaching. You are a man on a marathon right now. How you doing? You holding up there, all right?
I am holding up here just perfectly fine. And the man on the marathon every day is pretty much Andre. And you too, John. JD's back and forth. The whole team. Man, the whole team is awesome. We're all here kicking butt literally 12, 13 hours a day for this show. And I absolutely love it. I did put a special background on. You don't have to change the screen or anything. I'm just going to kill it. My face there, it's the International Space Station. Our astronaut folks that are stranded up there for a little bit longer than they anticipated.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I wanted to put that on there, just a little bit of space. It's called Strategy Lab. You can still see it on the computer in the background. But I had to put a special thing up there. I try to change these up, as you know, every session I'm on. So hopefully we give a shout out to those guys. Yeah,
right.
Certainly seem to be making the best of it. I mean, they always look very happy while they're floating around up there. And
exactly, can't do anything about it. And at the end of the day, you have to, if you sign up to be an astronaut or a special missions whatever person, and you're out in space, you have to take the risk. It's sort of like going, hey, listen, I'm gonna go into a diving bell, and things happen.
I'm not the OODA loop to the test right there, right? That's a big test of the OODA loop.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, John.
Exactly. I did want to say that I think, there are a lot of different ways to trade, but it might be a good idea if we could sort of hash out between each other what we think are non-negotiables, right? Because certainly if you look at any endeavor, you're going to go, hey, that's probably not a best practice. Like if you're planning on sprinting in the next XYZ, you don't want to wear flip-flops. You're going to have a problem in terms of keeping up with folks, right? So where would you go, you know what, that's a hard line for me. This is something that I would say that is critically important for every trader to begin their trading day with.
Well, if you're asking me, something that we've been talking a lot about today is a daily loss limit. Where is that? And can you really stand up to it being non-negotiable? I can say I'm going to risk $500 today, and when I'm down $500, the only thing I'm thinking about is getting it back and risking more.
Right.
Yeah, non-negotiables. Fast Markets is going to hate me, but the first 30 minutes of the U.S. Open is a non-negotiable for me.
All right, and then that's fair for your style.
Yeah. Today, there were a couple of things that were going on, and a couple of things that I said in the opening call that just kind of went out the window once the market opened and we started looking to the long side. If I were to show you this daily chart, and this is kind of a top-down view, right? I mean, back out to a daily chart, we're looking at where the market's been where it's trying to go to and the current market state it's in. And we talked about this morning. And again, it kind of went out the window once the market opened and we started looking for longs. We're in balance. We're in a range. And typically, one of my non-negotiables is going to be, I'm fading the extremes of balances until proven wrong. Well, it never really proved us wrong. It looked above last week's high, Friday's high, Thursday's high, and it just crumbled from there. That should have been a sign right there to say, hey, wait a minute. My rules are I'm fading extremes of failed breakouts of balances. This should have been a short all day long. How do I miss that?
The definition of balance, again, for those of us that lose the bubble on that a lot, balance would be the return of price into a prior day's motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it in that time frame or even a longer time frame. I mean, if you look at this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 days really of kind of a megaphone, but largely balanced.
Okay, and so I can also say that balance extends to a range of a prior group of candlesticks that are congested. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, if this was a 5-minute chart, they'll be chomping at the bit to go, oh, hey, it's a 5-minute range, right?
Right.
So what do? You fade the extremes of the range until there's a breakout that you go with.
Exactly. So to dig a little bit deeper there, what do you think the team got caught up in? Was it a bias like we talked about last week? Or what was it?
Okay. The opening range in the S&Ps was initially the high of the low of the regular trading hour session. We're up against an extreme, and the market looked, for a few minutes there, it looked like we were going to be sitting in clover. We were going to be sitting pretty, but it didn't last very long. So that's okay. I mean, we took the breakout trade. It didn't play out. And then I think we started looking for another long. When we failed the breakout in the longer time frame, what I think we missed and maybe should have started thinking about. And of course, this is, you can call it hindsight capital or whatever it is. This is, this is being I call it an archaeologist. You call it something else, a forensic.
Yes.
Forensic look at it and realizing, hey, we took out the high, we took out the low of the opening range. We couldn't hold the high. That's a failed breakout. We should be looking for opportunities to look for shorts in that case. And we just, I missed it. We missed it, whatever it was. We thought, okay, well, the market looked pretty good this morning. At least the S&Ps were stronger than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ didn't hold up very well at all. And it was, I think, the NASDAQ that really dragged us lower. But once we started getting back inside value from Friday, there's another opportunity. And then we left single TPOs here. That's another thing that says, hey, you got to try and be short. Now we finally got to the low of value from Friday, the value area special situation where it played out. Market came all the way back to the initial balance low, looked above it, couldn't hold it. There's another short. There's another short. So if we're looking clearly at what the market is actually telling us through the profiles or any other type of chart that you're looking at, we probably could have had a much better outcome today. But for whatever reason, I think got stuck in a little bit of a bias and we took a few losses and that's okay. I mean, that's part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
There were a few things that we could have missed.
Yeah, and here's the thing. When we talk about what happens in fast markets or wherever, we always have hindsight as our guide. But the reason that I love digging into it is because very often it's that split-second decision-making where we have sort of the least amount of experience in the snap. Okay, decide right now. I mean, side note, it's why I think so many NFL coaches absolutely stink up the place when it comes to end of game play, because they don't sit down and go, okay, this is where we're sitting. We have this many instances of what we need to do, and we've only got 90 seconds in the game. How many ways it could play out? And, Belichick was magnificent at that, but whether you like him or not. But that's when we go back and forth with these trades, we go, wait a second. What just happened? It's a perfect time for the OODA loop, right? To go, hang on, we saw what was happening. That just turned around. And then, I also had a little bit of bullish slant as well, but it totally evaporated when it started losing those key levels, right? And
VWAP.
Exactly. And I think a lot of times, and we talk about bias so much, a lot of times we just have to go, hang on, I gotta chill, because this is what I'm looking at right here. And it is not telling me that I need to be long anymore. It is telling me that I need to be short.
Yeah. And it's just clearing your mind enough to get rid of any biases, to just take a look at what the market generated information is telling you, and then respond to it.
Yeah, it's super hard. Robert, you just hijacked the show, and I was all over John. So I'm so sorry.
No, not at all. Not at all. Move my microphone a little closer. It's I like this new office, and there's nothing on the wall, so I'm going to try to bring this in a little bit more, so I'm not so echoey. There we go. No, don't, not the show at all. My question was, for this is, do we think that if we went back and did a top-down approach like we were discussing, do we think that would have helped us instead of looking at it and just snapshotting it, 30 seconds in? If we did that and mark out our levels, okay, so maybe we can put that in our own journals, our own either mental journals, handwritten journals, or journals in TopstepX, and refer to that, and learn from it, and hopefully the traders learn from it also. It's just, it happens. I mean, this is trading, and we made a wrong decision. We get out when we wanted to get out, and that's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Would you
definitely, if we had marked off the overnight low, I think we would have made we didn't mark the overnight low, but if we did, talking hindsight, but do we agree that we should have, in maybe going forward, at least mark off those couple of things? We have them in the levels, the Topstep levels. So mark off the overnight high, the overnight low, and see what happens. Yeah,
I've got that marked all the time.
And there's also the idea that these trades are being taken by committee, right?
Yes.
Right.
So there's a little bit of maybe a delay. I mean, I think we're getting a lot better at just saying, okay, yes, we're going to go. Okay, we're in. I think we're getting better at that. But there's, lots of, I mean, you get 4 people in a room and they all have different opinions.
Exactly. I think the team does an incredible job of coming to decisions, in general. And the risk is always getting managed, and so that's not really the big deal. The risk was managed. The bigger event was, how about deconstructing the trade? And I think this is homework that many traders don't do. We don't look back at trades and go, all right, if I were sitting back there at the same time, what did I miss that I should not have because it was present? And if we did more homework like that, I think we'd end up doing better. And, I have to say that I am also guilty of that, because I become very enamored with the reversion to the mean event, and I believe that we are stepping into an environment that is going to be so much more volatile than we could have really thought about in terms of wild swings, our candles are going to start getting bigger. Our wicks are going to start getting longer. And that's coming. That's on the horizon. Why am I saying that? Because the VIX is rising and the volatility of the VIX is rising, and intraday motion is also rising, and it's going to continue to rise as the 0 DTEs ramp back up after, the summertime trading that we're sitting in. It's still really great volume there on those 0 DTEs. So we got to get ready. Those moves are going to start getting a lot bigger.
And you can see agree. It in days Summers like today. Are usually, 100% agree. Summers are usually called the summer doldrums, right? We just buy in May and go away thing that kind of sucked about 7 years ago. And then we have the political climate, of course, in the United States, and then we have all of the unrest overseas. All of that plays a factor, whether like it or not, agree or don't agree, it still plays a factor. We always talk about these things, facts over feelings. How you feel about it is okay, but the facts are we are in a nasty political environment any way you slice it, and that is going to affect the market. It's already getting volatile. It's already have these big swings, and we saw that with COVID. The market, NQ, especially at that time, was 200-300 points, 350 points a day, 400 a day. And then when COVID, it was 900, 1,000, 3 limit downs in the same day within a half an hour. It's pretty crazy. So we don't know what's going to happen. We only have to plan for it. And Anne-Maria, that is a longest to say, I 100% agree that it's going to get nasty. So we need to take a bigger picture, zoom out a little bit, maybe slow down a little bit, size down a little bit, and just say, all right, what is actually going on? I know what I want. I know what I see. But is what I want correct, and is what I'm seeing accurate, and going from that route? So a little bit more planning on our part, I think, would be beneficial.
Well, start planning now, because September is typically one of the toughest months for the stock market.
Yep.
A lot of people think it's October, but September is one of the toughest ones. I've got bids in down below.
Way down below.
For some stocks I'm looking to pick up if we get the chance.
Absolutely. So if we could sit back and over just what we talked about, the non-negotiables, Robert suggests, hey, listen, let the market settle out, give it 30 minutes, and maybe gives you a chance to plan a little bit more. That's not a bad idea at all, actually. I think the more time you have to plan, you might end up having some really, really nice setups. The thing that John says, and is this top-down event that says, wait a second, take a look at the broad market, take a look at the current formations, and then get yourself into a position where you say, all right, this looks like what's supposed to happen. So what I'm going to do is now look for information that it's wrong, or look for information that it's right. And clearly we saw that the information said, hey, listen, this is right to look at range-based behavior and then start planning from how you would trade from a range. So the question might be, what do you do after that? If you're setting up your strategies, whatever they are, whether it's a moving average crossover or whether it's X, Y, or Z, whatever it is, what are the construction fundamental foundations that you have before you start building your walls and putting in your windows, right? And so what else would you say besides, make sure you're looking at a top down, try waiting 30 minutes. What would you say, John?
Well, Anne-Marie, I agree. I mean, especially for a new trader or somebody who's, relatively inexperienced, waiting for that first half hour or hour to play out can usually be a beneficial thing, because at least then you've got some sort of reference at a high and a low for the session so far. Love those. Love those. And you hear me say quite often when the market opens inside the previous day's range and value, that's usually when I'm going to sit back and say, all right, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to let the initial balance establish itself before I really start to look for anything substantial as far as an entry or a trade possibility is going to be. So that's one of the things that usually puts me back in my seat and say, okay, we're right in the middle of range, right in the middle of value, like we did in the Nasdaq today. How it opened out of balance from Friday's range, started to look like it was going to break out and continue this push to the upside. It just didn't work. But the best trade location of the day took place in the first half hour in the first half hour of the day. I mean, this is the 30-minute chart. There is our attempted breakout above last week's high, above the area of balance. So if I'm going to wait for the first hour to play out, there is opportunity. There's an opportunity cost there because we did open out of balance. We looked above. It couldn't hold the overnight high, couldn't hold last week's high. Once that came in, we should have been saying, hey, this is a failed upside auction, and in the bigger time frame, we've got to look for an opportunity in the opposite direction. But again, that's something that you have to recognize quickly and early, which sometimes has its challenges in doing that. So when looking at the Nasdaq, I mean, the Nasdaq didn't really play out like it normally would if there's anything normal in trading, because here's the opening bar right in the middle of the range and right in the middle of value from yesterday. However, the market looked up at settlement. There's your settlement, Anne Marie. Failed there and then started to continuing to push to the downside. And the Nasdaq was the weaker of the two of them, or the three of them. I haven't really looked that much at the Dow today, but Nasdaq was the weaker of the three amigos, and it traded right down through yesterday's range, right down through last week's low, and tested down there. It seems to be finding a few bids down there right now, but so in the Nasdaq, I would have said, yeah, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait until the first hour plays out before really looking for anything. It was in the S&P that opened outside of balance where I think the biggest and most important market generated information came from as far as the equities are concerned. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. So what kind of self-talk would you give to yourself if you go, all right, I understand it's top down. Hoag just did the pre-market session and he says just into the open, we're in range, in value. I know he suggests waiting, but I really want to trade right now. But what language do you say, what language do you walk through to keep yourself from going, listen, I'm just going in? What do we, because it's not so much about the strategy per se. We do have strategies all over the place. What we tend to do is begin with a strategy and then drift mentally because our mind goes, oh, this looks like a great place to go long. Or, oh my gosh, look at that move. I need to get short. I don't want to miss out. Or whatever. What kind of self-talk what works for you in terms of self-talk about saying, hey, pump the brakes now. You promised yourself that you were going to wait for this. What do you do? What do you do to keep yourself between the rails?
Yeah. See, in the NASDAQ, that would have been tough today. If I were trading the NASDAQ and only the NASDAQ, I would have said, we're opening right in the middle of range and value. Hands off for a little while. Let's see what kind of range we can establish. That puts you, to the IB low is down here at 606, and the IB high is all the way up at 802. That's a 200-point move. While that you're standing there waiting to see what happens. So, there's a lot of FOMO involved in that, and I'm okay with FOMO. I know when I'm when I have FOMO, and I'm pretty good at just saying, okay, you know what? I've missed this move to the downside. Let's see what happens after the initial balance. So after the initial balance, you know, we came back to the initial balance. We've really kind of become magnetic towards the initial balance. And if you were watching the fast markets, I said, well, in the NASDAQ, it's kind of centering around the initial balance low, and that chops me up. That takes me out of the market. As long as that happens, I'm not touching it.
Yep.
Not touching it.
I remember you saying that.
But in the S&Ps, you know, the market opened, looked above, right at the. I mean, it opened right at the high of the area of balance we've been in for 5 days. Fails, there we should be short. If we missed it, okay. Now we've got single TPOs in the profile from, let's just call it 44.75 to 42.5. Single TPOs. Okay, as long as those TPOs remain there, I can start to look for shorts. And if we started looking for shorts quickly, we would have had a pretty decent downside opportunity. Where did the market come back to? Where's the afternoon pullback high? Came and closed out those single TPOs right to the base of the late spike, the bottom of the late spike, and then started heading lower again. So that base of the late spike gives you, as a trader that waited for the initial balance. I'm sorry, not the base of the late spike. The fact that we left single TPOs below the initial balance gives us the ability to limit risk against those single TPOs to look for potential shorts. And you know, I said, well, if we leave these single TPOs here, it's, you know, I'm thinking pretty much all shorts for the S&Ps for the time being. Now we've got our afternoon pullback high, which brought us up to, you know, 56.46 half. That might be resistant tomorrow. It might be resistant today. The one thing that we did go to that I leave these on here because it seems like very vague, little tiny level. This afternoon pullback high on the 19th. 56.20
What number is that?
quarter. 56.20 quarter.
Oh, you know, that number was like, it was like a suction cup the days that we were trading around it. For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So
definitely.
So what do you think about right now? If we can possibly take a trade here on John, because you're on your screen before you go to mine. If you look at the NQ, I had a couple of areas marked off, and a possible potential maybe might be speculative short happening. Only reason I'm looking at that, I gotta be really clear about that. Anne-Marie, we have to have all of our bases covered over here.
Very confident.
Love it.
Very confident.
Very confident. Yeah. We'll look at the Friday low day. That's why I'm just eyeballing it.
Right.
I move it to the side. Right. So for those listening, 19,590, 90-ish. We'll leave it there, 91-ish. That I have it marked off. To me, the point of control right now is right over it. It's at 19,600. I don't like trading around the point of control when it's crisscrossing. However, we just pushed up through this low volume area, which I will mark off on my chart right now. We can see it. That low volume area is levels are 576 to 589. If we fall out of that, we start heading down, we're going to get into a high volume area. But I'm looking at the Friday low of day as a potential resistance point. Since it was support prior, we broke through it, and it's been resistance so far. So we're going to look at, I'm going to keep an eye on it. And I may just pull in here if this ends up dropping off a little bit further. And I am stepping out of my comfort zone here, folks, everybody, because this is actually not how I trade. I'm doing this as an exercise to say, hey, what could we use? Well, we can use Friday's low of day. We came down this far. We're starting to reject off of it. We had a low volume area. We pushed up into it. The point of control is just above that low volume area, 19,600. So that would be a good spot on the other side as a stop. Now that I say that, we just went up 15 points or 10, 12 points, 580 to 590 in one quick handle. It's 500 tick shot, but it just pumped right up real quick. So now I'm not confident for my short anymore, because as soon as it creeped down, and I'll make this a little bigger so we can see it on our screen. We had two rejection wicks at 129, 130. Then we had candles, red candles, bam, 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 down. And then we had a big wick on the bottom at 1333, at 19,572. And then right after that, we had a big push up. So now I am not confident of taking that short for Friday's low. Watch this chart. See how it's popping up? You can see the DOM on the right-hand side. Those greens, those bids are getting filled. And we can see the time in sales. All of a sudden, we see a big flush of green, and it just pumps right up again. We just broke the Friday low of day. I am no longer comfortable nor confident taking a short in this area, even though we just came up. The potential is there to just reject off of it, but I don't have what I perceive at this point an opportunity for a short. So I'm going to stay hands off right now. And if we see it, do I know what's going to happen? I have no idea. We do have a key support level at 19,622 half. And I marked that off from Friday also. That was a big rejection point. Market came all the way down on Friday from 907 to 620 half, 624. And it only broke through it slightly before the end of the day yesterday, about noon time. But once we broke it, we stayed below it, and we stayed below Friday's low of day. But what did we just do? We just punched up through that with gusto. I'm watching time and sales. I'm watching the DOM. So again, that was the speculation, my assumption, or we're putting a hypothesis together. The next level I will look at rejection for, I will mark off right now, would be, I'm actually going to zone this one because there are too many peaks. I'm going to zone this one from, I'll read it off to everybody, 37 to 55. So let's say 35 to 55. Yeah. I need a rejection from there. Exactly. John, you would love this trade because we're fading the extremes. We're going from 35 to 55. Somewhere in there, we're going to see what happens in that area. If we break out of there, what are we going to do? We're going to break out of our value area from our volume profile starting at the U.S. Open today. We are going to break through this resistance zone area with gusto if we get over 655. But if we reject it and we fall back down support, I am going to short this sucker. Back to you.
I like those. I like that gusto. I like the gusto, Robert. And I do like your draw rings as well.
Roarings, I know. Thanks, Anne-Marie. I'm going to hear that for next week.
I can't help it. I love it. I imitate Simon all the time.
It's Ron. Get your cat in my yard, right?
Bum looker.
I'm just being silly. I'm not on often. It's a Monday, and I just moved. My apologies if I'm being crazy here, folks. But, hey, that's my story. That's what we're looking at. If it happens, it happens. We'll jump in a trade. We're live here, live trading, live accounts. We'll put it on there. We'll see if we can make some money, or we just get
that was
out. We hit our loss.
656, 660. That area you're looking at up there.
This area, let me round it for everybody so we have it. The coordinates. We're gonna call it. I'm gonna call it 635 to 635. That way, nice round number. 35 to 55.
Okay.
I'm not shorting there. I want to see what happens there to decide if I'm shorting or not. So that's a key zone. Call that a key zone. 635 to 55. I'm going to find out what happens in that area. If it comes through, stalls around and starts heading back down again, well, we're going to go with it short. If it breaks through with gusto, we're going to pop back up to the overnight low.
Yeah, that's like a swing high a little earlier for 43. I mean, I like that area. I mean, it's kind of the high of the area of balance that it has begun to establish.
The other option is if it does break out. I mean, I'm not a huge trend person, but if we just want to get funny with this thing, I'll just draw a trend line on here. Just for those who are. There we go. There's a trend line. So we can watch that. If it ends up breaking down there, if it breaks below this trend line I have, so the trend line right now is at a crossroads of 89 to 90, just where the Friday's low of day is and where the trend line hits, where the pricing is right now. If we break below that Friday low of day, if we come up, tag it, and start going low again, I will also short it at that point. So I have two potentials. I have no long potentials. I am not trading because I'm crisscrossing the point of control, which is another non-negotiable for me. So my two areas, if we want to take on that, watch what happens. The point of control, we are right now crisscrossing over the point of control right around 19,602. Non-negotiable for me. If we are crisscrossing it, I don't like it, especially the shape of the volume profile is right now. We are at a peak. There's not a high valley of low volume until around 76 to 86. So what I'm going to do to summarize that whole thing, if we come up to 635 to 655, I'm going to see what happens for potential short. Or if we go under 590 and we kind of hang around and stay there, I will short it at that point also. So those are my two hypotheses, my two speculations, my two observations.
You got
not trading advice.
Value high at 34.
Yeah.
634.
I have a fib there too.
Nice.
So all the stars are lining up.
Yeah.
This is Strategy Lab.
Take it with gusto.
With gusto.
With gusto.
Someone asked in the chat. No, this is a lemon. It's an Italian sparkling drink. It's a San Pellegrino. It is not limoncello. It's limonada. It's not limoncello. I'm on air right now.
That's the commercial. Go for the gusto. Schlitz. Schlitz beer. Go for the gusto.
Oh boy, did we just ruin the segment or what? Anyway, we're having a ball here. Live trading, live having fun. Woo! Let's see what happens.
Yes, drinking on the job.
No.
Hey, listen, back in the 80s, that was a thing. So,
yeah, it was.
I mean, I remember so many lunches where everybody was just boozing. I mean, nobody cared. It was because so many people were doing cocaine on the job. It was just insane. The 80s were a crazy time. They were really,
yes, they were.
They were insane. The 80s were
You're dating
insane.
us now, Anne-Marie. You're putting us on the spot here.
Well, I'm just the old one of the group. You guys can go, I don't have any idea what she's talking about. Whatever. I got some years on you. So,
not much.
There you go. Enough. Enough.
Man.
Okay. All right. What are the other markets, John? What are the other markets doing? It's 140. We probably got to go around the horn here and see what's going on.
Yeah, we've got our equities coming off those lows, that 56.20 quarter, that afternoon pullback high.
Yeah, it's a good bounce area, I gotta say.
A sweet little level there. We've got crude oil largely holding up above that 77.10 weekly kickoff high. It was resistant overnight, became supportive, became resistant, became supportive. Be careful when this happens because it can get you chopped up. 77.10 has not provided a fast or quick decision in the longer time frame, which is really what it's for. A lot of questions. It seems to be looking for new information, but we did have a lot of overnight inventory to the long side they've dug their heels into the ground and they're not giving it up just yet. They're looking for buyers to come into this market. We've got gold. This is the daily chart. I mean, when we're going top down, this is a healthy, upside trend that's had lots of healthy pullbacks, healthy areas of consolidation, another healthy area of consolidation here. We know that we've seen open interest increasing as price continues higher. We've seen a lot of negative delta day over day. Seems that people are still interested in paying $2,550 for an ounce of gold. I remember when it was 50, well, maybe not 50, but $200 for an ounce of gold, $300 for an ounce of gold. Remember in the early 80s, the late 70s, gold got up to $800. Everybody thought it was crazy. Now look at it.
Yep. That's also, the dollar was falling off a cliff earlier last week. It was just horrific. And so it might be catching a little bit of a bounce. And sometimes gold tracks with the dollar really well and sometimes it doesn't. If you look at net, I mean, it's probably 56%. So it's not like the regression is that great between the two of them. But when they get to extremes, they normally will have their relationship of being opposite in motion will show its head. And I think this 100 spot that the dollar is sitting at is it's really, which is why I think the Dow has had such a good run, because foreign divestment has just moved has just moved into the markets through the Dow because they've been able to come for the cheapest that they've been able to for a while.
And that's what they know too. They know
exactly,
the Dow. Everybody knows the Dow.
Exactly.
Hey, John. Gold
yes, sir.
in 2001 was $271. $276.50 for the year.
Sheesh.
2001.
That's 2001?
2001.
Wow.
Jumped 310, 2002. By the time it really got kicking was around 2006, a little over $600.
Wow.
2010, it got into the thousands. $1,200.
Yeah.
$1,400.
Yeah.
2010.
It kind of makes sense with the fiat money train that we're on. But
back in 1969, it was $41 an ounce.
Oh my word!
You got that Wayback Machine running up.
I know, right?
I know. Think of the pandemonium if we could go back in time.
We know now.
We would blow ourselves up, literally. If any more than 3 people had a time machine, it would be all she wrote because it would be mass pandemonium. Nobody would ever,
If you could do that, you could change the future.
Oh, absolutely. And the present, you would change the present and the future. But the thing is, if everybody's, that's what I'm saying, if at least 3 people, I mean, let's say there's one person that's, lawful good. There's going to be somebody that's going to be,
evil.
Exactly. Or even chaotic. Hey, let's see what happens here. So, yeah, it would be bad.
Go back to
go back in time.
1967 and come back with $1 million.
I'd empty all the shelves off at Toys R Us with all the Star Wars stuff back in the day. That stuff was like
Cabbage Patch Kids and stuff, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I saw this clip one time. There was a comic strip little clip. It was a one little frame, and the sign above the door said, time machine, entryway. Guy behind the counter processing, and a person standing there like they were going to buy some time in a time machine, and a person walking out of the time machine. The guy goes, "Dang it! There's another person that came before they left and didn't pay." So it means that person is going to. That means in the future. They went back in time, but they hadn't paid yet because it's not the future yet. A little bit of a brain twist. If you think about it, he's just walking out of the time machine, and the guy's like, man.
Robert caught me being slow. I was like.
I was lost there, too, for a second.
What?
I heard
you get it now, right?
But I didn't know.
Yeah. We know who the smartest person in the heap is right here, John. You and me with our little caps. John telling us. Robert telling us what's going on.
Yes, right?
Hey, it was just a joke. We'll find it. We got nothing happening over here. Come on, we got like 7 minutes left with this thing. This is where the patience thing. This is what it is. It's a test in patience, right? That's what we're talking about.
Always.
Robert, I know that you're very short term, very short time frame in your strategies. Is the top down approach even something that you think about or look at?
No, it is not.
It's just very specific to certain setups.
Very specific. So if you want to see what I would do right here, it's really, really simple. I can mark it off very easy. And once we can make our indicators in Topstep X, I'm going to put it in here. It's in TradingView, but I'm just going to let everybody use it. So this is the first 30 minutes. We know that I don't trade that. So the first thing I'm looking at is we made a peak here. And then I'm not going to do anything until I have a second barrier. So I'll be using these 2 levels. And the level of around 731 and around 605. Now what I would do is take these 2 levels, throw them into this little calculator thing that I have that's got a bunch of algo stuff in it. And it will give me a potential trade zone to go in. So if we break above this pivot 730, my trade would be somewhere in this area like that. And if we broke below 606, my trade would be somewhere in this area like that, and this down. I know we're talking hindsight, but I can pull the calculator up right now and put those 2 levels in there, and you will see where it's plotted.
And you'll see it.
Yeah, we're looking hindsight. Yeah, because it's not going to change. I'm just going to enter those levels in there. And then we had a second pivot. We have one at 651, and and we have a second pivot point at 545, and I would take those two. So my next trade would be slightly above that and slightly below this one, which would be right in this area. Those would be my two trades for the day, and I would be done, and I would walk.
So you're looking to catch like the stops above or below those levels? Or are
Pretty
you
much, yeah, especially with NQ. No, I'm going through them. Yeah, this trade, eyeball would be 660 to 680, you know, like a 10, 15, 20 point trade. Grab one or two of those, and I know that's $400, $500, $600. I'm done. That's what I go for. I'm not a 10K trader type of guy.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, you do that every day. You're building an empire.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple more. You know, we had the level that we're at here, 635. Again, I'll draw that line across. And there's a pivot on the bottom down here at 541. Now that potential would be a little bit above it, which we're not there yet, and then a little bit below it, which we can see right there clearly. And if we don't really have time, but I will after this segment, I will pull my calculator up, screenshot it, and plot those on there, and let the chat know that yes, I'm talking hindsight, but again, it's not going to change anything. You know,
right.
Hey, I would have plotted this and this. It's going to give exactly.
Automated.
Those would be the situation.
So that's you didn't take the time machine back. This is actually automated before it actually happens.
Correct.
Anne-Marie, what about you? How important is a top-down of view to your analysis?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. I mean, I start looking at weekly charts, even if I'm intraday trading. I will look at what's happened for the week, what's happened for the month. It's sort of an anchor for me. It helps me know whether I'm taking trades that are trending or counter trending, and it helps me position size. It's huge. It's huge to me. It's a big part of everything I do.
We have two traders here, and both of them are looking at the market in completely different ways, and both of them are making money.
Isn't that amazing? I love this. I love it.
It's great. It is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and if somebody shorted the overnight high, they'd be making money too. And if they shorted the overnight high or came close to it and saw all that we saw in my chart, we saw all this mess and rejection on the overnight, where we have a couple of break. We're talking 834. Then we have consolidation from 834 to 847. Then we broke down, and someone said, "Well, heck, it's not going any higher. Look at the previous day. We pushed up there, we got rejected, and somebody shorted it there." I'm talking 3 in the morning, 2, 3 in the morning. That's a London session, and they're holding it still now. Guess what? That's an entirely different than me, entirely different than Anne-Marie, and they're still holding, and all 3 traders won in that scenario. I love it.
Beautiful.
Do you guys hear that thunder?
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
You're in Naples, right?
Yeah. Just outside. The weather has been just dazzling. If you like stormy weather, it's been dazzling.
Stormy Monday.
Yeah.
Well, you're above the storm surge, aren't you?
Yes, luckily, pretty high above it. So, but it's been energetic. That's why I where was it? Was it Friday that I lost the internet?
Gusto.
Yeah, there it is. Weather with gusto.
Oh boy, we're gonna be risen with gusto here, right? I can see it coming down. I'm gonna have to live this down for about a week. We're still hanging around the point of control on the NQ. It's literally at 19,600, and it's exactly why I don't like trading the area. Those are my 2 non-negotiables you asked me for earlier. Not the first 30 minutes, and not trade around point of control. The rest of it's fair game.
Last question for you, Robert. When you have your volume profile sitting up there, do you have the entire volume profile sitting there, or are you just looking at a specific region? Which indicator are you using? Is it volume profile fixed range, or is it just an entire volume profile?
Visible range.
Yeah, under the indicators we have up there, it's called volume profile fixed range. If I choose visible range, it will change as I scroll the chart back and forth. It's going to be what's in view. I like to use the fixed range profile, And I started it at the beginning of the U.S. market because that's what most traders are looking at here. I wanted to go along with there. Personally, I started at the overnight session because I do think it makes a difference. And if you want to see my settings, I'll leave that up on the screen too. Those are my coordinates. I have a row size of 250. That's just how big they are. I mean, if I put this down on 50, you can watch the left-hand side. It looks kind of blocky over here on the left-hand side. I want more granular, so I'll put it up around 250 or 300. It doesn't change the values or anything. It just gives it a better look. I have my value area volume at 80, which is 80% where the most contracts are traded. I believe the default is 70 or 75. And for our levels that we give out, the volume profile, value area volume profile is at 70%, just so everybody knows what that looks like. And that's it. And that's all I do. The problem with this one, is that we still have to keep, it's a fixed range. So if I was around here, it's going to calculate that the market is going to keep moving. So I actually, every time more candles are plotted, I need to keep dragging it to the right. Eventually it'll be automatic, but that's just one little nuance that we have to deal with right at this point in time until we get the automatic forward one. But it's there. It's in the list. We'll get there. But yes, that's what I do.
So Robert, you've got your profiles over there on the left, and it's not like overall your charts. Is that a setting that you've got there, or is it?
Yeah. So you can take the width of it. So I have the volume. I can put the percentage that's under style. It is 15% of the whole box. Okay. So let's make it 50% and we'll see. See what it does? It's 50% of what I have entirely plotted. Width of the boxes. The boxes I started at the overnight of the start of the market last night at 5 p.m. Central, all the way until current. Now, if it was only partial way, it's going to be 50% of the width of the box from the furthest left to the right. And you'll see as I bring it over, it's just going to take 50% and show it. I just don't like to have it over everything. The last item, so if I move this down to 15% like I like it, I have it on the left. You can actually move it to the right so you can see it right here, but I don't like it so much because it kind of blends in with the rest of my candles, and I don't like seeing it like that. So that is where I like to have it. And see these two areas that I marked off that would be my zones to trade through? Look at this. I just happened to notice this. Look at that low volume area there.
Yep.
So my speculation would be if we break over these peaks, and I'm going to target my zone right here. It is right smack in this low volume area between 43 and 13, 643 to 713. So I would be highly confident that the market, when it goes through those, is just going to go through with gusto. And I will, as I said, when I'm off of the segment, I will plot these on the chart. I will screenshot it. I will give it to everybody internally, and I'll also put it in the chat if you want to watch and follow along with it. Again, let's finish the segment up, and then I will do that and get it to everybody. So
cool. Thank you, Robert. Well, Anne-Marie, thanks for joining us today.
It's my pleasure. It was
always
good
a pleasure.
talking about. It's good talking about these things, these strategy things. They're important, right?
Yes, they
mentally important.
Love the segment.
Stay out of the nasty weather. You got plenty of groceries.
I'm thinking about taking the kayak out there because I just love that. I love being out in terrible weather. I've sunk a skiff or two doing that. My early years.
Something else we learned about Anne-Marie. She's a pirate.
Probably eats ribeyes like me too. Don't let her scare you.
All
right.
All right. Great session. We've got Power Hour Andre, Zach B, and myself for Power Hour coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Anne-Marie, Robert, always a pleasure, and we'll see you soon. Stick around, folks.
Bye, everybody.
Power Hour's coming up.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the first power hour of the week and first power hour of last week in August. Welcome, everybody. In the lower left, you'll see Zach B back by popular demand. Upper right, you see Jack. Lower right, you see Hoag. Start with Zach B. Zach B, how's it going today?
Good, brother. Good. Somewhat flat on XFAs. A little bit of a back and forth week last week, carrying it right into Monday. But passed a combine this morning. Had to get aggressive. I had two that were getting near rebuilding. So passed one, hit a DLL in the other one. Not quite dead, but making progress. So 5 XFAs, about 300 net across them. And another one going to be on backup. So can't complain.
Excellent. Any trades taken today that you would like to highlight by chance?
Yeah. Let's see. Got my chart up here?
Yep. Zach trades the ES.
Yep. So just double check. I can see everything here. Yeah. So I got a 1 minute and 5 minute side by side here. I'm on the micro ES right now. Just a little bit more flexibility. So I love this this opening range trade. I don't take the opening range breakout. I like to leverage the fact that ES loves to come and break one side of the range. And if it finds support, if it's lining up with market structure and price action from pre-market, maybe from the overnight session, to trade with that, I like to go for that. So first trade was long, obviously didn't play out. I actually got out of this one for break even. I think I was long off of this session VWAP. That's this white line down here.
What price?
I don't have the actual trade up.
It's okay, but what are you showing on the chart? What price are you looking at there?
Yeah. Oh, right around 56.58.
Okay.
Yeah, right around 56.58. So long, just bouncing off that session VWAP after cracking below 15-minute opening range low, finding some support. I liked the way we opened up, so I was long bias. I try not to marry bias coming in, but I like the long. Got out of that one for break even, just chopping around way too much. I really like to see some momentum. Second trade was a short, and I just played it too tight, too close to the chest on stop loss. It was somewhere down here as we were selling off. I took the stop out, and that was pretty much it for me on my my ES morning. And then I get really aggressive. I've been testing on NQ, the bigger brother, the monster. Similar style, similar approach. Just having that rebuild date come up, it puts you in an interesting situation where you got to get some trades in, right? I've got two that are rebuilding on Wednesday. I got to pass or fail pretty quick. And, I can usually press it to one of those outcomes like I saw today, DLL and a pass on the 50K. So, and those were just really tight in and out scalp trades. I was looking short for the most part on the NQ chart, looking somewhat similar structure-wise. And I think it was within this price action here from around 11:50 to 12 o'clock to the downside.
Excellent. Okay, Jack, it says on the board here that you are long 3 10-years from 113.20 hook. Is that accurate?
I typed it in myself. It is accurate to the best of my knowledge. So, as mentioned earlier, I sold kind of the top of this daily range in the ZN this morning, and that was a winning trade. Now I'm a bit in the hole, but I am still chilling. As far as you want me to do the Mag 7 update now, Andre?
Let's do a Mag 7 and 10-year update. Let's do it.
All right. Going around the horn, only one of those 7 wonderful companies is in the green right now. That is Google, is up barely 0.3%. Biggest loser, Tesla down 3.3%. NVIDIA down 2%, call the police. Meta down 1.5%. Everything else just down a little bit. 10-year, I'm in it. It hasn't moved that much today, but we're at the lower end of the range. The yield at about 3.8% in the spot.
Excellent. Thank you for that. In the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Power Hour. I say it every time. Hit us up at Twitter, at X. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Send us cool stuff you want us to share with the community, and we'll turn that around to you guys in about 45 minutes or so. Let's get back to the markets. Hoag.
Yes,
tricky
sir.
Markets today. Tricky markets today in the ES. Trading the house account. House account took it on the chin a little bit. Think about where we're at. Where are we at right now in terms of, last trade 56.34 in the ES? Nothing really doing right now. Would you say?
No, we just tested back to the point of control on both the S&P and the NASDAQ. And typically, especially at this time of day, I'm not looking to do anything anywhere near the point of control. Zach, we were the same way as you. We started out looking for longs in the S&Ps today. That didn't work out. We took one more shot at a long. We did take a small profit on a short, and then I think another loss on another potential long today. But I feel like we managed the trades well. I think they were managed well, especially for the size of the trades. And what we missed was we were unable to really kind of break out above that balance that we've had for the last 5 days in the S&Ps. And that should have been maybe a fade, but we always continue to live and learn in these markets. And so we started the same direction as you, Zach, and it hurt a little bit, but that's no big deal. We get that, no problem. As far as opportunities for fast markets, I mean, I've got to try and get to one of the extremes here. I like VWAP for a possible opportunity up at 56.44. I like them at 56.20 quarter. That's the base of the late spike from back on the 19th. And that's kind of where the market stopped. I mean, it's a very obscure level there, but hey, that's where the buyers came in. So I'm looking for opportunities at those extremes. If we do get that opportunity, we'll take a look and see what it looks like then. What do you think there, Andre?
Well, my question was, when we took that opening range trade, we took that 25 lot, and we were unrealized. What was our max unrealized? Do you remember? Just offhand, we bought 33, or we bought 63 in the orders. It popped a little bit. I'm wondering if you remember what the unrealized got to. Just out of curiosity. I mean, hindsight capital, of course.
We had maybe 3 or 4 handles in it.
Yeah.
So 20. We were up $4,000 at one point. I took 5 off.
Right.
So we locked in like $7,000, and then we just kind of let it play out, which, until it proves wrong, you got to let the trade play out. But we were down, I think, 7, and then we made about $1,000 back on the shorts. We took it 53, I think, were those shorts, and those were actually really good shorts. Those are the ones we should have dug into, but we just we trimmed our losses a little bit. We had another small loss, and that was pretty much the end of fast markets this morning. But just been sitting here waiting for the next thing to happen. We're in power hour. If we can get something good going, we can do it.
Yep. So we got a couple levels here. Perhaps a short VWAP 56.44 in the ES, around 56.20 quarter in the ES. So yes, the extremes of the range or the balance. Let's go to Zach B. Is Zach B any levels that you're like in the ES, or I guess ES for you? Any levels?
Yeah, I'm watching the same thing here. I've got overnight low, or what I call overnight low, 56.40 and a quarter in MES. It's also almost lining up with prior day New York session anchored VWAP. So I like to run an anchored VWAP from 9:30, the NYSE Open of the prior day. That is 56.39 and 3/4. And then I've got session VWAP right about that same 43 and a quarter. So
we had a couple of
this is somewhat of a pivotal point. If we start pushing up past these, we stay above. I like to run these anchored VWAPs late in the day. It just helps a little bit with structure. Could be a trend line for another guy, or maybe you're a Fibonacci person or something like that. I like to like to give everybody credit and say whatever tools that you want to use, you go ahead and use. But I like my anchored VWAPs, and if we stay above this low of session anchored VWAP, we start to push a little bit higher. I'd probably be late to the party. I'd want to see us get above this on the 1 minute and then really start to see a little bit of momentum. Otherwise, I could see a short. I could see this just continuing, selling off back down towards low of day, and run a stop somewhere above that session VWAP. We start cracking above that with some force. I think I would be wrong on the direction. So I could go either way right now, long or short. And I just want to give it a little bit more time, see what happens if we get up around these levels. Do we get a reaction pretty harshly to the downside, crack below this anchored VWAP, these lows that are getting put in on the 1 minute, the 5 minute? If not, we continue this drift up. Maybe we get rotation back towards, yesterday's high, 15-minute opening range low, and we can take a long on that. But I would like to get a trade in here.
The market's going to have to cooperate. Pretty tricky day, I would say. Can't necessarily pick a direction. Let's take a look at the live P&Ls from our traders here. Yeah, house count down about 9 Gs. Rips hit the DLL. Nick4ATick hit DLL. Meat P. Meat. Up 17 grand. Faye, DLL. Ben P.
Dang.
Up 4,500. Rafa up 6,200. And Anthony D. with the DLL. So there is some red on the board. No means it's just been easy today.
Yeah, this is a tough one, Andre. I think for a lot of guys. And again, I'd say on another day, maybe I'm trying long again because I have that bias looking towards all-time highs. Again, somewhat bullish structure overnight. Nice pop at the open, cracking above, highs that were put in pre-market. And support right down at that VWAP looked really, really clean. Unless you're very quick to flip that bias and just get short, it can be a tough day. So I can feel the pain. My community said the same. A lot of guys on, hitting stop losses and DLLs, but it's part of it. Every day is not going to be the bright green, banner day. That's just part of it. You look at those guys that you just mentioned, they're putting up huge numbers. Part of that is when the market's just not going to cooperate, not going to work with you. You manage it to the best of your abilities, and you try to preserve capital, live to fight another day when there is opportunity for you.
Indeed. Yes, it's kind of a backloaded week. We do, of course, on Wednesday after the bell have the Super Bowl of earnings. And I've called it the most important NVIDIA earnings, or maybe just the most important earnings release in 10 years, Jack, or something like that.
I think just the most important.
In general. All earnings,
every successive earnings report that they keep on going up like that will become the most important. We're selling up a little bit right now. I'm kind of with Hoag. I think we're a little ways away for where I'd be comfortable trading the ES. I am not ever comfortable trading the ES, but near the point of control now. Not so itching to take a trade here. I think it's good to pay attention to the 56.28 or thereabouts level, because that is our starting point from before Powell started talking on Friday. Something to pay attention to. We've kind of retraced that a little bit and showing them my ZNs.
ZN, yeah, last trade 113.19 evens.
Yeah,
what's the bid ask?
What's
the bid ask looking like size wise?
7,200 on the bid and 5,000 on the offer for a half point.
Incredible. Love it. Yes, plenty of liquidity there. Let's do a quick market recap here. Let's go around the horn. ES last trade 56.35. That's about a 50-point range. It's closer to the lows here. Low of the day, 56.19. The orders are 3/4. Last trade in the NQ is 19,595. Low of the day, 19,505. High of the day, 19,801. So big range there, bigger range there. Crude last trade, $77.25. Closer to the upper 30-cent range in crude, so kind of tight there as well. Gold, last trade, $25.55. Range there as well. Pretty quiet day, but for those who made money, good on you. Otherwise, yes, preserve that capital, like Zach B said. All right, Hoag. So, looking for perhaps a pop to the 44s. Are we working? Would we consider working an offer there in the ES, or should we see how we get to 56.44 first? Ooh, ho.
Oh, there's $5. I'd probably do what it looks like up there.
Okay. See how we get up to the 44s. We do get up there.
I mean, it might be worth a ride up there, but I mean, here we are again at point of control. Fairest price of the day, most visited, most volume, right in this area. What are we doing?
Right now?
We could flip a coin.
Diddling in the middle.
Diddling in the middle is right.
Who called it piddling in the middle? That was weird.
Who said that? Was it Francis? No. Who was that? Piddling in the middle.
I don't.
If you know in chat, let us know.
Yeah, chat will be all over it. But yes, someone called diddling in the middle. we do not do. Oh, quick Delta update here. About 16 minutes ago, right before we got on, ES plus 6,100, NQ minus 5,100. Hoag, do we have update to the Delta?
Well, positive $5,000 in the S&Ps, negative 5,500 in the NASDAQ.
Uh-oh. 100 plus.
Where do we go?
Coach Paul. Coach Paul said it. Piddling in the middle. Thank you, Jack.
That was it.
Yes. Be sure to check out Coach Paul and Jay after Power Hour at the buzzer.
Makes sense around this point of control. There's really nothing doing in the tilt on the ES. 54% long, 61% long in the NASDAQ, which I have not looked at.
Maybe we should look at the Dow.
Ooh, the YM. Yummy. What's going on in the Dow?
Oh, our good friend Dow. Always in its own world.
Flyer Jim. So far, Flyer Jim's Monday. Never know.
Right at the point of control. Just doing its own thing.
72%. Gold, 72% long. Not really moving, though, obviously, after hours. Everything is just coming to a standstill. It's okay.
Yeah, they're not helping us out much here, are they?
No.
No, sir.
Not yet, at least. Not yet. We will have MOC. My man Eddie will be all over the MOC coming out in about, what is it?
30 minutes?
8 minutes?
30,
Yeah, 20 minutes or so. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure, I think I can. I'll do it for you guys.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Nothing on tilt really to write home about. Tip of the week, Zach B. Question. So, yes, tip of the week. Set a personal daily loss limit. Take control of your trading. Customize limits, create a more personalized trading experience. Allows the flexibility to trade with more or less risk. Zach B., as you know, Topstep has removed the daily loss limit, or the option to at least. What are your thoughts on this? And will you do it?
It's a hot button issue in my community, and I think around the trading space. I think it's great. Here's my stance on it, and I think it's important to recognize the game that we're playing here, the business that we're in, and we're coming to a prop firm. You have to put your big boy pants on to a degree. I don't want to sound harsh here, so I'm going to place it that way. And part of that is managing risk. If you're asking your broker or your firm to really, really limit your downside risk, and you need that guardrail put in place by somebody else, I think you're really, really, really going to struggle in the future in a live account or trading your own live account potentially in the future without that guardrail from anyone else. So I think it opens up a lot of opportunity for guys that are trading well and are able to manage risk properly. As you progress, you have much more freedom and flexibility to scale up. You're not limited by that, daily loss limit. I do think it will take probably a couple of blown accounts from guys that are not setting personal daily loss limits before they decide to set them. But go ahead and set your personal daily loss limit. You should probably have that in place anyway. If you're not using the DLL as your daily loss limit, you should have a personal daily loss limit in place. If you're going to struggle to cut yourself off at any point, Topstep has the awesome lockout feature. You can use that cheat code. It's fantastic. I talk about it nonstop. The guys that I speak to are probably very tired of me mentioning that because I think it's just fantastic. You can use these things to your advantage, but it's your responsibility. This is the same as any other way that you're managing risk in the markets. Understand your risk capital and decide how you're going to manage that risk based on your system, your win rate, your risk to reward, maybe on average, and set those limits for yourself. If you need a prop firm to set those limits for you, and that's how you're getting by on the front end, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're going to struggle down the road. And I think it's an awesome way that Topstep is opening up freedom and flexibility for guys that are doing well and that are ready to scale. So I love it. I just think, and you guys are putting out the emails, you're putting out the notices, talking about how to set the daily loss limit, showing the different features of it. I think that's all great. If you're on Topstep X, I think you have a huge advantage there. And you can set your daily personal daily loss limit. You can set the action that it takes after you hit that, potentially, and, go from there. But it's on the trader. This is just part of trading. If you're in a live account, there's no daily loss limit that's set by your broker or anyone else. It's the account balance. Same, it functions the same here. And I don't think we limit the guys that are doing well and can take advantage of that increased freedom and flexibility to take that risk on for the guys that need it set by the prop firm. If we were going to go that route, there's an argument to be made that it should be $500 a day or $250 a day. And, you won't be able to blow the account in 2 days. It would take you, 4 days so I'm a fan of it. I think it's awesome. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think there'll be a lot of blown accounts. There'll be a lot of blown accounts and a lot of big run-ups, but, there's always going to be guys gambling and trying to game the system. And, don't let them take away from the guys that are doing what they need to do and setting personal daily loss limits.
So what was the conversation? What was the conversation like in the community? What were they saying?
It's back. Yeah, it's back and forth. I mean, first it's, it's always, I think questioning why and looking, hey, why would they do this? Is it in our best interest or is it in their best interest? Right. That's always the first question. And as soon as I heard it, and I heard, MP mention it a couple of times, I was excited about it. I thought, man, you're opening up this risk capital to be utilized. Yes, there is downside risk with doing that, with not limiting guys, but more freedom. I don't know. Again, I feel for the guys that are signing up and saying, I need less risk per trade. And I need the prop firm to tell me that. This comes down to risk management, and as important, or if not more important than your strategy, your approach, is your risk management plan, all encompassing. What's your risk per trade based on your frequency, how many trades you're taking a day, and set your limits. How many consecutive losses? What's your personal daily loss limit? That's like the big number on your risk management plan. If you need the firm to set that for you, it's like, it's going to be
what are we doing
road,
here,
man. Yeah. So again, maybe I'm sorry, guys. Maybe I'm a minority here. Maybe I'm like, but I think awesome, dude. More power to the trader. That's what I think this move is. It's not to hurt us or to help us fail accounts. Set your personal loss limit, man. And for most guys, I think for like 90% of guys out there, it probably shouldn't be $1,000 to begin with. You probably want to run somewhere, that's more relative to your approach. Maybe it's 500, maybe it's 400. But yeah, that's my thought process. Sorry, Jack, go ahead.
Jack?
Yeah, I would just say, like, the reason we're doing it is to give more options. Some people wanted it. Everybody has the option to set it or not set it. But if you are in a situation in which you literally cannot control yourself from setting a limit, that speaks to larger problems that you need to address before you get anywhere near a risk market, right? I mean, that's what we're doing with it. I can't really think of a way, like, off the top of my head, Andre, that it would like benefit Topstep specifically. I don't think that was the thought at all. I think it's more that it's an option for traders that they didn't have before. And if you have a ton of problems with that, I don't know what to tell you.
What was your suggestion, Jack, in terms of setting a personal loss limit? I like that during fast markets. What was your suggestion, or was it during? Yeah.
Oh, I was saying that, like, your loss limit should always be a percentage of your account or how much you're allowed to lose. So I was saying maybe down the line, if you could set it to, hey, each day resets, but my personal loss limit is 10%. And that's going to differ depending on your risk tolerance, but 10%, 20%, whatever it is, and just have it change for you. So as you're building the account, it widens out. If you're decreasing your account, that decreases. That's probably more in line with how that sort of trading just works in general in a professional environment, or if you have your own account, that's probably the best practice.
Dynamic.
Agree.
Dynamic risk management.
So on on a non-farm, would you still have it at 10%, or would you give yourself more wiggle room? Higher volatility day, or you stick to the 10%? So I think Coach Paul's around 12% ish, I believe he said. But yeah, so Hoag said dynamic. So I guess as your account balance grows, 10% is bigger than is what it be.
You know, it wouldn't automatically set for you, but when I was trading, you had an absolute daily loss limit. And the only way you could change that was by talking to the risk manager and getting more. That was the most you could lose. And then it was up to you to decide how much of that you were willing to do in a day. On an unemployment day, it would probably be about as wide. It would probably be the whole limit because there's a lot of opportunity there that day. But like on a normal day, the loss limit shouldn't be really. If you're having a bad day, just a normal bad day, the loss limit shouldn't have been something that came into play because that'd be a lot of money to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Zach, you
see.
Sorry, go ahead. You see the S&Ps down near that low of day VWAP right now?
Yep, I do. I'm watching this. I'm watching this move. Kind of cracked below these lows. I want to see where we go from here. If we turn up with some force,
then we go.
There is a level on Bookmap that I don't believe is our annoying algo friends right at 56.42. I don't know if you guys see that. Doesn't look like a huge stack of orders, but there's something up there.
See 335
right in between. Yeah, right in between my levels here. So I'm just waiting to see, do we come back up into this range? I would like that move below, take everybody out that was trying to get long here, and then a continuation to the upside. It's just so dang slow moving right now.
Yes, it is. Nothing doing on tilt. Aren't doing a whole heck of a lot. 10-year just chilling.
Yeah, I wanted to throw this out there on the risk management conversation while we're watching this. I would encourage guys to, first off, make sure you're journaling, right? And if you're not journaling, hop in TopstepX's performance stats or the stats from your broker and get a feel for, on average, your win rate and risk to reward. And then a good exercise is to work on a free trading equity simulator. They're called a bunch of different things, but essentially it's just going to plot your equity curve based on risk per trade, win rate, and your risk to reward. Again, usually guys are trading discretionary. It's not a fixed risk to reward. Your win rate is going to fluctuate. I understand all these things. Get an average number for those, be conservative with it, and throw in that you're starting with a $50,000 account. You know you have, well, if you're trading with Topstep, or maybe so 100 or 150, whatever your risk capital is, you know you have that much to lose before you blow the account. Throw in some risk per trade, dollar amounts, maybe see what it looks like with $100, with $500, and play around with that. It'll give you a really good feel, a baseline idea of whether you are being way too aggressive for your comfort level, because it's different for everybody, or too conservative. Again, free trading equity simulator. They're all over online. I don't have any one preference one to send guys to, but that's the starting point. And you need to craft your own risk management plan around that. And you shouldn't be relying on a daily loss limit from your prop firm to tell you when to stop trading for the day. That's the thought process there. Understand the risk that you're putting on the market, accept those risks. Again, I talk about being really aggressive in combines, like you heard me today, passing one, DLL in another. However aggressive you want to be. If you want the $2,000 amount to be your daily loss limit, that's fine. You know, if you're going to be very aggressive with it, you're comfortable with making a big investment in combines, you want to get to passing them quickly and get to XFAs, like that's cool. But understand your risk that you're taking on, accept that, so you can focus up on your trading, your approach, and not be in a bad mental state or pissed off or angry and blaming a prop firm for not having a loss limit in place or anything like that. You know, that's part of trading. It's the core pieces of trading, really. As important, or if not more important than when you're hitting the buy and sell button, is how big of a position you're putting on in the market. Again, I think if more guys spent some time just, you know, writing those numbers out, really understanding what it means, and again, playing with it on a free equity simulator can help you just kind of visualize. Maybe you say, hey, wait a minute, you know, I'm good stand to lose, 4 or 8 consecutive losses over the course of 100 trades based on my 55 or 60% win rate. I'm not cool with $500 risk per trade at all. I got to back that down. It can just give you a feel. And again, it's a part of being a trader, guys. You know, that's on you.
Saw somebody in there talking sharp ratios. Yeah, if you really want to get into it.
Yeah. Yep. I think another really important number to look at is, you know, the probability of consecutive losses. Make sure you're comfortable with whatever that number is based on your win rate, and then make sure you're comfortable putting on that much risk per trade. You can get there's charts for that. Same thing, equity simulator you could use, but you can get a feel for if you do everything right and your win rate is 65%, regardless of your risk to reward, what do you stand? What's the probability of you hitting 4 consecutive losses in a row? You know, I don't know these numbers off the top of my head, but I regularly go and look at my stats and do that stuff manually and then play with it and really understand the game of probabilities and make sure I'm comfortable with the risks that I'm putting on in the market and what it means for the account that I'm trading. So it's important, guys. This stuff is key.
Speaking of probabilities, Jack, do you know what I'm going to ask you right now to take a look at? Speaking of probabilities,
I can't wait. What do we need?
Are the probabilities? Yes, for September 18th. What are the probabilities for rate cuts?
Changed a little bit since this morning. We're up to almost 70% of a quarter point cut and 30% of a half point cut for September 18th.
Okay. 50 points still on the table. A lot larger than I thought it would be. Should be interesting as we get closer to September 18th. Watch how that changes. Right now, power hour is the markets are in a holding pattern for the time being. Looking for anything to change here, but yes, some bit of some selling. I want to call it in the NQ, maybe. Maybe just if you squint your eyes and tilt your head, is that selling we're seeing? We'll see.
You got a slow one here.
Yeah, let's trade 19.
Some would say it's tanking.
I mean, you know, I mean, yes, I've been known to perhaps exaggerate the moves just a bit. This one I'm not going to. This is nothing at the moment. Maybe the range traders like the long here. The 5 minute. Yeah, quick update. I saw Hoag, you updated the delta last time we checked. Plus 5,200 in the ES, minus 5,300 in NQ. I'm not sure.
5,700 now in the ES and minus 5,400 in the NASDAQ.
Okay. Well, some movement
Not
here.
much help right now.
Nope.
Yeah, I'd like to see us continue to find some support here around this low of day anchored VWAP, start to push off. I'd look for a long towards VWAP overnight low and this level on Bookmap. I think that would be the first play. We crack this little 1 minute prior bar 5 minute low to the downside. I think I'm probably missing the trade, which would be the short now, but I'm not comfortable just yet. Oh, might see it as I'm talking.
Yeah, sellers might be trying to push
right
here.
back,
I mean, okay, volume's light. Yeah. The only thing we can watch right now is the 10-year. What's the range on the 10-year today? Not bad. Well, what, 11 and a half ticks?
Yeah, not a lot.
Gosh.
I just gotta add more.
Might as well, Jack. Take a look at some bonds. What's the 210 looking like? Okay, shoot. Yeah, still inverted. I'll be damned.
It was only uninverted for like 30 minutes.
Man, yeah. I said nope.
That was how long the world was ending.
Yes, it was. Funny how quick they could unwind that when that happened. It was at 3 Mondays ago. The world was ending. Here we are.
Here we are, still standing.
Yep. Yes. Market can pretty much absorb just about anything if you think about it.
There's a little bit of volume behind this. Yeah.
Sell off.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one. I do like power hour. I like to be in, for MOC as they drop. It's always a fun ride to take at the end of the day. but I like to have a good way to structure risk, and I don't love the short with a stop loss really right up at every important level above price for me on ES at least. But that's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
All right. Vincenz says we will revisit those lows from 2 weeks ago soon, Andre. You will see. All right. I'm holding you to that, Vincenz. We'll see.
Sounds like a threat.
Yeah. Boy, don't threaten the market with a good
Chat says sell.
Yeah. MS says, really absorb anything? Well, absorb a global pandemic. So, yeah, pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Did have some help from friends in the Fed, of course, but hey, it absorbed it. Anyone else? See, yeah, buyers did step in.
Okay, we got buyers stepping back in.
Yeah.
It's a cheap long for me. I'd probably only want to be a few points below this. Back up towards this level on Bookmap. It's still sitting there. Again, tough one. Tough one.
Yeah. We'll stay patient. Again, we have the NVIDIA earnings after the bell on Wednesday. We still got Tuesday. Haven't taken a look at the calendar just yet. There's some more opportunity tomorrow. It's part of trading, folks. Last week of the summer trade, so to speak. So, all right, if the market wants to take a bit of a breather until more information enters, like NVIDIA earnings or whatever. Comes our way, inflation. We got Jackson Hole out of the way.
PCE on Friday.
PCE, that's the big one. Thank you.
GDP on Thursday.
All right.
Looks like we're backloaded into the end of the week for information for these markets.
There you go. And we'll see. Wicked entry. We'll get that to you in about 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to see where we go from here, if we go anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this long, but
Zach B came in the green room and was like, I'm taking a trade. And
yeah,
don't force it, man. Like, of course, the market's got to be willing to participate. You need waves to surf. I always use a surfing analogy. We are simply surfers, and we need the waves. Waves aren't there, you cannot surf.
True. Those 42s are still up there.
300 lot, 350 or so.
Yeah. That's right at the anchored VWAP on the 30-minute off the high of the regular trading hour session.
Yeah, if we continue this without breaking, I'm not ready to hit it just yet, but pretty close.
All right.
I could run this long into the close. Yeah, you know, I got 5 50Ks and I'm trading one at a time, and I almost made the mistake of letting one or more of them go 30 days without taking a trade. So I got some trading in on all of them today, except for this one. So I really would like to place a trade.
Well, we can always flip a coin.
Yep.
Well.
Just.
They've been very tight against that point of control.
Yes, they have.
Yeah. Let's see where we're at with
getting cheap now.
What price would have been cheap, Hoag? Right here. Longs.
Man, you got value low from the today's session from 56.27. That's below that low bar. VWAP, anchored VWAP on the low bar from today.
Stumbling to the finish line, this market.
Yeah.
Hey, it happens. We were spoiled with all the volatility from this summer, so saying it was easy.
Well, we got September coming, so September is usually an interesting month.
Yeah, why did you say that? I was listening to in Strategy Lab. You said Sep is the toughest month for the stocks.
Yeah, it's
why is that?
I think it's the month that I mean, you have the biggest losses usually in September. A lot of people think it's October, but reading somewhere that they say that September is the month where the market drops historically the most. Maybe not in 1 or 2 days, but historically it's a tough month for longs in the stock market. Jack, have you seen that?
Yeah, they're all pretty similar. It's just that a few like huge events tend to wait. If you had the 29 crash beginning in a month, or if you had Lehman Brothers collapse or something, it kind of throws things off a little bit.
Right.
Also heard, sell in May and walk away, and we made all-time highs this summer. So, I mean, but yeah, I'm sure there's some stats to it. Andre from Edgeful. Hey, Eddie, you're ready to go. We can do that. And Eddie will have hello, Eddie.
How's everybody doing today, huh?
All right, we're hanging in there, man.
Okay, Chicago, huh?
Yeah, stay patient. It's hot. It's very, very hot outside.
Hey, I'm doing okay. Do you want to go get a beef there, Johnny, after work?
Yeah,
Get a beef
let's go get a beef.
Get a beef.
A beef sandwich.
Well, if you like Chicago beef, come have one. All right. But otherwise, if you like what we're doing here in Topstep TV, yes, TV, I like what we're doing. Hopefully that you do. If you like what we're doing here, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. I will drop the link into the chat, and please have at it. Give us a little know-how on what you like about it. So, Trustpilot, I'm going to put that link in there, and back to you, Andre. We got another 3 minutes. MOC.
Yep. Yes, sir. Thank you, Eddie. Put the link in the chat. Of course, pinned to the top of the chat. Dolby time. Want to be on Topstep TV? Give that a click. Check you out. Yes, looking to have more people on the show. Expand.
We've got a few people kind of chiming in on why September's the toughest month for stocks, and Vincenz is saying it's the worst month due to mutual fund rebalancing for the portfolio for the end of the year. Lehman Brothers was, of course, September 15th. I can remember that day like it was yesterday. So a couple of reasons there why September's it's got a black eye as far as stocks are concerned. But I'm still placing. I've got a lot of bids placed. Got a lot of bids placed down below.
I just opened up the chat, and that one was a killer because of Green Day.
Green Day, yes.
Yes. Wow.
Guys, chat is top notch.
Doesn't miss.
Wake me up when September comes.
Wake me up.
Wake me up when September ends.
Yeah.
This is Green Day. Yeah.
1 minute. MOC.
Yes.
ES didn't give me anything. This long really didn't hold up here, or at least what I wanted to see. Short, maybe trickle to the downside. Honestly, I like the pop up towards these levels and area of liquidity. I can't see myself buying it right now on this weakness. Almost had me right here. Almost. 56.35. Just don't know that I'm getting one, guys.
It's all right. I mean, the markets are really just not really cooperating all that much with trying to get something on and making money on it here. this afternoon.
Stay patient. Eddie's going to be Morse code inning right anytime. Here in the next couple seconds. Here we go. Looks like announcement just hit.
MOCs 6.
What do we got? 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 Nothing yet. Here we go. Come on. There we go. Okay. S&P 560 million buy side. NASDAQ 813 million buy side. Dow 29 million buy side. And the Mag 7 248 million to the buy side. And there you have it.
Thank you.
No, yeah, for a Monday. Yeah, no stuff. Yeah, you're exactly right.
I did have a couple Mondays ago, Eddie. We had like 6 billion or 5 billion or something. It was
huge. Yeah, Mondays, pretty much surprising. But coming in today sort of gives us a storybook outlook of how our morning went. Not much.
$6 to the buy side. $6. This roll claims.
Clam, right?
There we go.
$1 clam, that's a deal.
Hey, my man James. What's up, Jack?
Hear me out, Andre. What if the house account were to buy 6,000 ZNs right now on the offer?
What is it, a half tick? 1250? What is it? No.
On the offer, huh?
No, that's just my own selfish intentions. Because I'm long right now.
Bid?
I just need you
did you long?
If you guys are trading size, I just need you to get me.
What
get some movement.
What's the margin on 6,000 bonds?
If you need to know, you can't trade it.
If
you have to ask,
you can't afford it.
Can't afford it. like Casey says, if you can't buy it twice, you can't afford it.
No.
So I got the email and I saw all the tweets. What's the game plan for the big 50?
Oh, Zach, we got a game plan. Yeah. Tune in to find out, Zach.
I think that's the call. Yeah. Just gonna have to stay on. Wait for that one.
100%. The right level of
I love
check.
it. I think it's
manage the risk.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, find the check marks, manage the risk, and catch a runner.
I like it.
Do that. Yeah,
I like it.
Pop
you
here,
you guys will make it happen.
We're gonna make it happen, Zach. Oh, come hell or high water, we're gonna make this happen. Got 7 minutes 30 seconds left in the session. And be sure to tune in. Slow markets at the buzzer. You know we're expanding programming here. TopstepTV. One more time, click like, click subscribe. Got 3,000 people watching here on Power These Slow Markets. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, staying with us, keeping you company. Sometimes can be a lonely journey in this trading game. But anyways, with that being said, I'm throwing it to my main man, James Harden, in the house. We got some hashtag Power Hour submissions. James, take it away.
We got them indeed. Coming up first from AB. Yo, Topstep. I feel like being in the Topstep top 10 on Friday, and most likely again tomorrow, that this earns me a dope Topstep hat. What say you? I say if you're making $14,403 in an Express account, you probably deserve a hat. You can also probably buy
his own hat.
We could probably get
one. But if we buy it, then we get to determine what is dope. And it might not be something you like. It might be, I don't know, what's a dope hat these days? Like
Topstep
bowler?
Good old 420 right on the front of it, you know.
Bucket hat, or I don't know, maybe just sombrero. I mean,
a sombrero.
Yeah, you never know.
One of those Kangol hats.
As Gabe just pointed out to me, that's 14K times 5. That's what Gabe
Color beanie.
Cheesehead hat.
Oh, there you go. We should do that.
Good cheesehead hat.
I said
just the invisible hat. Everybody's got one of those.
5K hat.
From SK, can you guess the practice account?
Can you guess the practice account? What is
the loser?
It's either the loser or the winner. It's either the one with 5K.
Was just the one with 1488. It's like, okay, thanks.
Isn't that always the way?
Got a cool setup here from Edward. Loving my day
Look
off.
at that.
He said, "Don't worry, TopstepTV is playing in the background. You may not see it on the screens, but it's playing, Andre."
Dude, that's sick.
Scrooge McDuck.
Is that Alec Monopoly? Who's that artist? Alec Monopoly, is that the name?
It's not Scrooge. It looks like Donald, but
From Trio Trader, how do I deal with losing trades in the morning session? I go on a walk with this guy.
Very
away from the
nice.
screen, get your mind right, come back refreshed for Power Hour on Topstep.
Very
Never
good.
revenge trade. Reset with zero expectations. Base hits are what get you back to
that
Very
looks
cool.
real
Trader.
nice.
Very nice.
That looks nice.
I like that.
Good
I
dog.
like that.
Good looking dog.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What's your Bob?
Shout out
Little
to that dude.
mosquito bites from here. Lemon trees. Don't need to trade every day. Just take what the market gives you.
Yep.
Look at
You
that.
knocked it out.
A lot
so
of green
good
on
job.
there.
Nice. Excellent.
Very nice.
Just a couple more here to burn through.
Cool.
Frequent submission. I almost said submission. That's not a word. Frequent submitter. Mass Trader Rick killed it in the live session with Legion. We are up 3K on the 150K Topstep X eval trading
Beautiful.
NKD and MNQ.
Done.
Nice.
Not
Very nice.
bad. From Carl Hungus, it's Hot Meat Monday. Who wore it better?
Oh no. No, don't do that.
Man. Oh man.
It's made with love. We love Ben. We love Mick. We love meat.
We got to keep an eye on JD that he doesn't go this route.
JD would
Be
look
careful.
great.
Wow.
And that's all we got for you for Power Hour today. Although, Andre, I will ask you what I've asked you before. Do you know what the layup is for this one? I can only be so creative. It's pretty easy.
Oh boy, just take a look at it right now. Chop VWAP-ey, chop.
Oh, I got it.
Suey, what is it?
Grab a bush and put on a little makeup. Hide the scars to fade away the shakeup. Here you go. Why'd you leave the keys up on the table? Here you go,
System
Andre.
of a
Creating
Down.
another fable.
I would not have known that. Yeah, I would not have
Best
known
concert
that.
I ever saw.
Is that right?
Very nice.
I was on some concert enhancers, and it was awesome.
Oh,
little ecstasy over there, or what? What's going on?
Just
YouTube.
Well, meet me offline. We can talk about it.
All right, cool.
I like that. Concert enhancers.
Yes, like glasses, 3D glasses or something like that. Yes. I hear you.
Water, lots of water, 3D glasses.
Yeah,
Going to
Going
bed
with
at a
friends.
respectful time.
Going with friends. That's your enhancers. Going with friends.
After that MOC, you saw some buyers step in and sellers came right back in. 2 minutes left in the session. Zach B, no trades taken. That's okay. Showed some discipline.
Yeah, man.
Patience.
Again,
Oh, good.
Would like to get some trading in here, man. I really would. I get to get on the big stage and trade with the big dogs, and I really step back and look at this type of price action and structure. I'm not taking a win on this. At very best, I'm floating around break even at some point. There's no way I'm just selling up here at the top of this zone. As we start to break down here, maybe I sell the breakout and I'm, a 1.75 in profit right now, but just not it. This type of price action structure, back and forth movement, again, unless I'm getting real aggressive on NQ, testing some scalping, sitting on my hands is the way to go, man. Opportunity's just not there. It's going to be there tomorrow, the next day, and you want to have the capital in your account to trade it when it's there. So I'm
100%.
being as disciplined as I can by not taking a trade, because I really would like to.
If it's not there, I'm going to force it.
Yeah,
Jack?
see, there. Now you're short, and it's going against you.
Jack, we're coming in the close here. What are we thinking?
I mean, I'm going to hold it and then probably put it back on when the market reopens. I got to stop doing these trades. Like, I put this on by 1, right? It's too slow to get in or out in the afternoon with these trades. So live and learn.
Yep. Yeah, well, you think 2 hours of market being open, you get something. Did it ever go green unrealized?
This trade?
Yeah.
Briefly.
All right, cool. All right, starting to see a bit of
here we go,
movement
all the way
here.
back
Just
up.
see Yeah, you see some liquidity pop in here on the ES ladder. Yeah, you see all the
trapped all the shorts down there.
Here we go. 500 lot popped in there, filled. Yes, it did. 5 seconds left, and my man Eddie's going to take it away. Camera on, Eddie.
Oh, yes.
Close out this Monday.
There it is.
Power hour. There we go. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Hoag. Thank you, Zach B. Thank you, Jack. Hey, can't always be just fireworks. Sometimes we just chill and watch. Learn from that. Thank you, everyone. We'll throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take it away.
I'm a main man. I'm a made man. All right. Welcome to Chicago. Yes. Like on fireworks, sort of sit back, crack one open, watch the sunset, enjoy the day. Some of us, you know what? I didn't even want to trade at all today. But what I was doing, I was being a sponge. I was listening to all the information given, all the advice given, all the direction given, participating in chat. A lot of good stuff coming from chat. And you know what? I tell you, we got meetings after this, and we talk about chat. We're very proud of the people that we have in chat. And we're always talking it up that this chat is badass. I tell you, teamwork. It's a great community. And we do mean that. We do mean that. So keep it up. Don't be shy. Participate. If you're giving levels and they're wrong, say la vie. Okay, it happens. If you give levels and they're right, cool. We're doing something good. But participate. Be part of the Top Step community. All right. Enough of the fluffy stuff. Tomorrow we've got some early numbers. Okay. Really nothing to sort of get excited about. No, maybe we can a little later on in the day. But 7:30 we got wholesale sales month over month for July. No, wait, is that? No, I'm sorry, that's Canada. We've been talking about Canada a lot today. We got Red Book at 7:55. So about 7:50, we'll send Andre to go get that Red Book. 8 o'clock house price index. We do have some S&P HPI composites. These are pretty minor. I know the one that we have month over month for June has a little bit more meat on the bone. Coming up at 9 o'clock. Now, here's a number that we probably should be watching for. It's going to be our 9 o'clock number, consumer confidence for August. How much confidence has that consumer had? Also, we got a Richmond manufacturing at 9 o'clock. 9:30 Dallas Fed. 9:30 also Texas service sector. 12 o'clock, we got a money supply month over month for July. And a little later on in that afternoon, the much anticipated API. API coming out here. Let's take a look at what we've got tomorrow for the menu. Yes, who's on the menu tomorrow? Tomorrow, the 27th. And as Coach Hoop did say in chat, that hey, Friday's coming up, end of the month, so we definitely got to work. We got to watch that also. End of the month, people get the books straight, getting ready for the fresh month. We might see some markets that are really not characteristically trading like they should, but it's a good reminder to know that we're coming at the end of the month. But anyway, for our menu tomorrow, don't forget, hey, early tomorrow, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got London Open, Deanna, and Francis Green. Francis Green's going to be with Deanna. So that's something I want to remind everybody about. Opening call, we've got Hoag and myself will be firing up the machine, get the party started. And Rips will be joining us a little after 8 o'clock. Coming into Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Coach Dakota, Rips, Hoag. Power players, Andre, Dolby, Coach Paul, who's been making some very good levels. Jack and Ben for shoulder tap. JD and Robert for coaching again here. We got the captain coming in with JD. Back to the futures with the captain. You're wondering, who's the captain? He's going to be with us tomorrow for Back to the Futures. That's at 1 o'clock Central Time. And the close the day out, Hoags, Dolby, and Rips. Don't forget, at the buzzer here, we got Coach Paul and Coach Jay at the buzzer right here on YouTube. So don't go away. And then tonight, 7:30, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Also, we've got Coach Ray at 6 o'clock, Volume Profile. In our Discord channel, And we also got Coach Vince, technical analysis, candle charts, and volume. And Coach Vince has had some great information sharing with us here today, as a matter of fact. Put in some decent trades. He's going to be on 7 Central Time. So anyway, to sort of short things up here, TopstepTV is doing the 6 days a week. We offer Sunday night programming, 4:45 with market kickoff with Nick4ATick. We've got the 7:30 slow markets, Coach Dakota. Plus, we've added, as I mentioned, at the buzzer with Coach Che. So don't forget again here tomorrow early, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Deanna with the London Open, and her guest will be Francis Green. So now, my friends, it's time to shut things down, turn off the cookie maker, hang up the construction helmet, whatever you do. Time to get some love from the closest people that you are with. All right, no matter who, doesn't have to be people. All right, time to close it down. Time to shut it down. Distance yourself. Get some rest. Re-energize. I want you to stay safe. I want you to stay healthy. I want you to have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, early bird, Central Time. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.